Hello guys, welcome to the first video, and in this video we are going to go over the requirements for to set up the lab, and we are going to be installing VirtualBox, and we're also going to be installing Vagrant. So let's go ahead and start with this. First of all, I'm going to be using a dedicated server from Hessner, and it's going to be the AX41. The AX41 is going to be using the AMD Ryzen 5 3600, and this one comes with 4 cores and 8 threads. So that is the minimum requirement for this lab. You need to have at least 4 cores and 3 threads, and you can set this lab environment in a Linux or Ubuntu desktop, a server, or a laptop that you have Ubuntu running. It needs to have Ubuntu or Mac OS should also work. For Windows, unfortunately, there are some issues that that you can run into, and it's we still haven't figured out. So that is the minimum requirement for the CPU is 4 cores, 8 threads. For the RAM, you'll need at least 16, but I recommend that you have 32. And for the disk space, you need to have at least 250 gigabytes of space, right? So that is it. Like I said, this is what I'm going to be running, a Hessner dedicated server. If you want to use OVH, Contabo, or another cloud provider that will give you a dedicated server, you can go ahead and do that. But I'm going to be running this AX41 that has been working great for me. So I am, as you can see right here, remoted in via SSH into that AX41 server. So the first thing that I want to do, and I have done this already, it is to install, that's not good, is to install, do a sudo apt install aptitude. I already have it installed, so I don't need to install it. The other one that you want to go ahead and run is that you want to go ahead and install Vagrant, and the Vagrant that I want to use is Vagrant version 2.2.18. That's the one that works the best. So make sure that you download that one. I already have it downloaded, so I'm not going to download it. If you do an LS, you can see I have it over here. So after you have that downloaded, you need to go ahead and install it. The way to install it, I keep doing that. So the way to install it is to do a dpkg install Vagrant, and then you specify the file that you want to install. I already have it installed, so it probably is going to try to install it, but it might, as you can see right here, I have it, so I don't need to install it. After that, what you need to do is you need to go ahead and install 2 plugins for Vagrant. One is the WinRM, right? There we go. It's saying that it might take a couple minutes, but I already have it installed. And let's clear that out. So WinRM, and the other one is the WinRM elevated. So you need to install both of them. So I have both of them already installed, so I'm not going to install it. Right after that is done, the next one that you want to install is VirtualBox. I usually leave it for last because it's the one that takes the longest. It takes like 10 to 15 minutes to install. And the way that you want to do that is to do a sudo aptitude install, right, VirtualBox, and that's going to install VirtualBox 6.1. So you can go ahead and run that, and after you run that, we are going to move to the next video, in which we are going to start setting up some directories, and we are going to download the lab configuration from GitHub and all that good stuff. So guys, I will see you in the next video, and also I'm going to leave probably going to leave like a document with all the commands that you need to run per video. So that's it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I will see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue with this configuration. So now what I want to do is I want to make a directory, and I'm just going to call it lab, and then we're going to change directory to lab. There we go. So in here, the first thing that you want to do is you want to do a sudo apt install get, because we're going to be using get to download the lab configuration that we are going to be using, because we're going to be using a get clone command. And for us to be able to use the get clone command, you need to have clone get install. We don't need to restart anything, just press OK. Looking good, looks like it's done. Let's go ahead and clear this out. So now let's go ahead and clone that GitHub repository that we're going to be working with, and it is the this one right here. I'm going to leave all these commands like I said before, so you guys can download and run the same thing that I'm going to be running. There we go. So now if we do ls in here, you can see that we have this GitHub repository that we downloaded. So let's go ahead and change directory to it list. You can see a lot of some files and also more directories in here. Now we want to change directories to Ansible, and here what we want to do is we want to start by installing Python 3 pip. So sudo apt install Python pip. Let's go ahead and say yes, so it can just install it. Let's go ahead and give that a couple minutes so it can finish downloading this. All right, so when you get to this point again, just hit OK, and now it should be done installing pip. Now the next one that we want to install is the what is it called, the virtual environment. So it is like this. So Python 3 virtual environment, because we are going to be using a virtual environment to install and configure the lab and all that good stuff. So yeah, we're going to do that. Again, just press OK. We don't need to do any restart anything, right? So we have that virtual environment install. Now what we need to do is that we need to go ahead and create a virtual environment for us that we're going to be using and working on. So here's a Python 3 module, M is module, and here's the module that we're going to be using, the virtual environment. And here's the directory name that I want to name that virtual environment, where they're going to install that virtual environment for us. And okay, so there's no module named virtual environment. So for some reason I run into this issue. Let me go ahead and run it like this then. Python 3 module pip install virtual environment. That should probably do it. Let's see. There we go. So okay, so the previous didn't install, I guess that, so now it is installed. Cool. All right, so now we can go ahead and create our virtual environment. Looking good. Now if we do an ls, you can see that we have a directory lsla. We have a directory over here, so that is the directory that we're going to be using for the virtual environment. And to activate the virtual environment, you're going to see that it is going to change over here once we activate it right here. So that means that we are inside the virtual environment. So now we are good to go and good to move to the next step. The next step is to let me see, we're going to be installing Ansible. We are also going to be installing, what else? I think that's it. We're going to be installing Ansible and some of the Ansible requirements. So yeah, this is it for this video, guys. I don't want to make this video too long because it's just me running commands and getting everything set up. So I will see you guys on the next video. Bye bye. Okay, so now we are going to install Ansible, and for that, just make sure that you are inside the virtual environment for now. Just stay there. So let's go ahead and install Ansible. So we already have pip install, right? So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and install Ansible 2.12.6. Let's go ahead and press enter. That is going to Python 3 is going to go ahead and download it, and start installing it. You can see that we are going not bad, 41.9. There we go. Looks like it's stuck for some reason. So Ansible, it gave me an error. All right, why did it do that? Let's go ahead and try it again. Okay, so now it's good. Maybe we ran into some internet issues, maybe something got lost, right? All right, so that is installed. Just if you run into that, just run the command again, and that should do it. Then we need to install pywinrm. Go ahead and install that. Cool beans, that's looking good. So then after that, what we need to do is that we need to go ahead and install the requirements. So if you do an LSLA in here, we are going to use this document over here. This requires requirements.yaml. So if we do a cat requirements.yaml, in here you can see that we're going to be installing Ansible Windows. We're also going to be installing the Ansible Community General, Ansible Community Windows, and we're also going to be installing the Chocolate right here software. Looking good. So how do we do that? How do we install that? Well, the way to do that is by doing Ansible Galaxy install our requirements, and like I said before, that is going to download and install the Ansible Windows, Ansible Community Windows, Ansible Chocolate, and Ansible Community General. So here we go. That is done. So that is, the last, I guess the last installation for this video. And on the next video, what I want to start doing now is that I want to set up the Ubuntu server. We need to go ahead and basically we're going to configure and install RDP, so we can RDP into Ubuntu 22.04. So for that, we are going to be installing some tools that we're going to be using so we can install a desktop environment on this server, because the server is just a CLI, it's just an SSH, doesn't have RDP like Windows. So we need to go ahead and first install a desktop environment, because this Ubuntu server doesn't have a desktop environment, and then we are going to be installing RDP, and then we are going to be able to RDP into that desktop environment for this Ubuntu server. So that's it for this video, guys. I will see you on the next video. Bye bye. So like I said on the previous video, we are now going to be installing RDP and also a desktop environment so we can RDP into this Ubuntu server 22.04. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to go ahead and install task cell, because we're going to be using task cell to install the desktop environment on the server. It just makes it a lot easier. It's going to install everything we need, all the dependencies that we need and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead over here, press OK, and that is good. So after task cell is installed, what we need to do is we need to just go ahead and run it. Task cell, there we go. So in here it's going to ask us which desktop environment do we want to install. I really like the Debian, so that's the one that I want to check over here. If we want to install the this one, the XFC, anything you can install from here. But the one that I'm going to be using is the Debian desktop environment because I like it, and I also know that it actually works. So let's go ahead and do that. And something that I want to say right now is that this is going to take a while, and I'm telling you, it might take up to probably like 20 to 30 minutes it's going to download and install and configure this Debian desktop environment. So just go ahead and run this and just go for a run, go for a workout. Just go ahead and just do something else because this is going to take a while. So let's go ahead and leave it here. And I'm just going to cut this video here. And on the next one, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be installing XRDP, and then we are going to RDP into the server. So guys, I will see you on the next video. Bye bye. Okay guys, so we are back, and I already installed the Ubuntu desktop. I think we took the Debian. Let's go ahead and if you launch task cell again, you should see now that the Debian and also the GNOME was installed. So let's go ahead and do just cancel right here. So we have that installed. So what is next? So what's next is that we need to set up the we need to set the system boot into the graphical interface. So we need to set that, and the way that you set that is like this. So system set default graphical target. All right, so that is good. That has been created, and after that, sorry about that, but we need to go ahead and reboot. And right, reboot. So boom, lost connection. Could be. So now let's go ahead and post that, and we are gonna come back whenever the server comes back online. Okay, so it looks like the server is back online. You can see I was pinging it to see when it was gonna come online, and it looks like it is online now. So now I am going to launch my SSH, my secure shell session to see if it is up. Yes, it is. Let's make this a little bit bigger for you guys because I know some of you are going to be blind just like I am. Increase the font, cool beans. So let's go ahead and clear that out. After that, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and install XRDP. So here's the next command that we're going to do: sudo apt install XRDP y, and that's going to install it. This installation shouldn't take as long as the desktop environment installation or VirtualBox. This should probably take like a minute or two, or maybe less than that. Let's see where we get. And kernel, which is now kernel. Restart the system to load the new kernel. Will not be handled automatically. Whatever. Okay. So after that is done, let's go ahead and do a clear. And then we want to see the status of the XRDP, see what we are running into. We can see that we have some errors. That is fine. We are going to fix that in a little bit. The first thing that we need to do is let's go ahead and also enable this. And whenever you enable a meaning is that after you reboot your server, you want this to automatically start on reboot. Okay. So the next command over here, we are going to add the SSL cert to that group. So basically the XRDP user, we are going to add it to the SSL cert group, right? So group SSL cert user XRDP. So we are going to add it to that group. Press enter. That's good. So now we need to go ahead and make some changes to the star WM. So we want to go to the etc XRDP and start wm.sh. So here we need to add some commands. This is basically this guy over here, and let's see if I can just copy it 1 second. There we go. So we need to add it right here, or wait, let me see. Let me just go ahead and add it to where I always add it, just so I don't know if it really matters. So you put it in here in this file, but you need to paste that onset debug session address and onset xdg runtime directory. So let's go ahead and save that. So now if you do it, actually if you go like this, a little bit of a trick, cat, so we can see what's inside. Yep, it will save. Cool beans. So that will save in there. The next thing that we need to do is also to, let's go ahead and restart XRDP. To restart XRDP, and after that, what we need to do is, if you do check the status of XRDP, make sure that it is up and running. Status. Oop, that's not useful. Status. There we go. There we go. So we are good to go now. And now on the next video, what we're going to be doing, in the previous video, we installed the Debian desktop environment. And on this video, what we did was we installed XRDP, and we made some changes that are necessarily for us for XRDP to work properly whenever we make a connection, right? So this is it for this video, guys. On the next video, we are going to RDP to that Ubuntu 22.04 server, and we're going to take a look at the the desktop environment, and we're going to start pulling the machines that we're going to make vulnerable for this lab. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. All right, guys. So now that we install RDP, the desktop environment, I have RDP to that server. You can see right here, it looks kind of cool. And I also opened my command line. So what we're going to be doing is, first, let's go ahead and do some housekeeping that we need to do. The first thing is that I want to go to the settings, right? And inside here, the settings, we need to tweak some stuff, because otherwise your server is going to go to sleep and you won't be able to access your server. I figured that out the hard way. And screen black, I'm just going to set this to never. I just never wanted to, I always want it running. And also the suspend, automatically suspend, I want that off as well. I don't want it to be suspended, because what it was doing was my server was going to sleep and then I couldn't SSH to it. And I thought that, the server just crashed or something. And whenever I just power cycle it, it would, just come back with the same stuff. So yeah, those are some of the housekeeping that you need to do on your server. Okay, so that is all done here, looking good. Now what we need to do is we need to go into that directory that we created, and then we're going to get into that GitHub repository that I downloaded, Ansible, and then we are going to go into that. If you guys remember on a previous video where we created that virtual environment, the Python virtual environment, this one over here. So the way that you get in there is by going into the source. So if you gotta, say source, that's Ansible, isn't that what it is? Source. Let me just go ahead and just paste the whole thing. You want to go into that directory and then the bin and to activate it. So let's go ahead and paste it right there. There we go. It has been activated. So now what we have left is I want to go ahead and open VirtualBox in here. So once you open VirtualBox, making sure it's good. Yep, it runs great for now, right? So what we want to do is, inside this virtual environment, we want to do Vagrant up. And what this is going to do is it is going to start downloading, or not. So the provider VirtualBox, there is an error with the VBox manage. Okay, so I've seen this before. Give me 1 second. So whenever you see this issue, right, they want you to do the VBox manage and then the version, and then it will tell you that the VBox driver file does not exist. Please install the VirtualBox DKMS. So all you have to do is paste that bad boy in here. Okay, you're gonna run that command, and it say that it's already installed. Okay, so that's good. Then you need to do to reconfigure VirtualBox, because it was probably not configured correctly. So that was, now let's go ahead and try it again, see what it happens. I want you to show the error so you guys can see it. Let's see what error we get now. Still the same. Let's see, I think what we are missing are the VBox manage. Okay, I think what we're missing is the Linux headers generic. So let's go ahead and do that. I didn't want to have any errors, but if I'm going to have any issues, I want you guys to see how to resolve them, because they could be a pain. Trust me. So everything in here has been installed. So another thing that we could do is just give me 1 second so I can find the other commands. I think it's reinstall the headers. That's not it. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I found the other command that we can do is this guy right here, mod probe VBox drive. So now it is saying that the module VBox drive is not found. So because it's not, that makes sense. Okay, so the headers are there. Now the last thing that we could do is just do a reboot. So if we go to, I want to do it from Hessner, right? Let's go ahead and go to Hessner or to whoever your provider is. Mine is Hessner because I worked with them in the past, and I just have an account with them. So let me go ahead and log in. I need to go to my password manager, of course. Why not? See if I'm able to log in, and just give me 1 second so I can log in. So I'm in Hessner right here because I think it's a kernel. It needs to reboot to the one that we updated it to. So we are going to go to resets, and we want to do a execute automatic reset. That's what we want to do. Send it. And let's go ahead and wait for the server to come back online. When it comes back online, I'm going to resume this video. All right, so we are back. Let's go ahead and go. So I rebooted it. I think I rebooted it twice now, and I think it took the kernel update now. So let's go ahead and go to the lab. AD Bone Lab. Then in here we want to go to Ansible. Now we want to do source and AD or whatever you name your environment, bin activate. Okay, so now what we want to do is make this a little bit bigger. There we go, looking good. So now here what we want to do is do the vagrant up, but before we do that, I just want to open VirtualBox just to have it open. There we go. So VirtualBox should be opening. That's cool. So now we are going to do vagrant up, and what vagrant up is going to do is that it's going to start downloading and importing 5 virtual machines. There's going to be 3 domain controllers and 2 regular servers. And those servers all the 5 servers are going to be connected, and this is only going to do the installation. It's going to do the download and the importing of the virtual machines to VirtualBox. Then after that, we are going to be running we're going to be running a Ansible, so we can install all the vulnerabilities. We're going to install Active Directory, all the users, all the groups, and all the vulnerabilities, so we can start hacking into this environment. So like I said before, vagrant up, what it's going to do is just going to download and import the virtual machines into VirtualBox. Then after that, we are going to run Ansible, which is going to install everything we need, and we should be ready to go. So let's go ahead and do vagrant up first. There we go, vagrant up. The first thing that it's going to do is going to go to vagrantcloud.com, and it's going to download the virtual machines that we need. And over here you can see we have around 6 minutes. It might take like 5 minutes to download the boxes, and then to import it might take like a minute or 2, and then it's going to move into the other machine. So DCO1, then it's going to move to DCO2, then DCO3, then server 2 and server 3, and it's going to import. It's going to configure the networks, so they can be connected. So that's going to be good to go. And then after that, we are going to run on the next video. We are going to be running Ansible. So as soon as this is done, importing, downloading, and importing, we are going to be running Ansible so it can install all the vulnerabilities. So I will see you on the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hello, guys, and you can see right here from the previous video, it is still importing. You can see that it ran everything with no issues, which is really great. So it is still importing. So it downloaded all the virtual machines, all the ISO files, and now what it's doing, it's importing the last server, which is server or SRV03. If we go to VirtualBox, you can see in here that we have DC01, DC02, DC03, server 02, and then after this one is done, importing, as you can see right there, it is importing. It is configuring. Here we go, renaming, configuring the IP addresses, username, and all that cool stuff. So, and also just something else that I want to say, that whenever this is running, you don't want to remote into any of those machines. Do not touch anything, just let it run, and whenever it's done, you can go ahead and take a look at the machines, because if you go in there and try to play around, look at the IP addresses and stuff like that, you could intervene with this script. And if that happens, if you do it by accident and it cancels the script, if the script stops, what you need to do is just go ahead and run Vagrant up again. Okay, so here we go. It says the machine was booted. It's doing the last configuration, running the Vagrant shell.ps1, running, and it should be done. There we go. So now we are done. Okay, so just a couple commands that I want to go through. One is I guess one is the Vagrant, some of the Vagrant's command that you can do. One is the Vagrant halt, right? With the Vagrant up configures everything. Vagrant halt, what it does is it shuts down all the machines. And for you to be able to do that, you need to be in the virtual environment. So Vagrant halt, what it's going to do is going to graceful shut down all the VMs, as you can see in here. If you go into VirtualBox, you can see that server 03 is off. It's running to server 02, DC03, DC02, and then at the end, it is going to shut down DC01, right? So that's how you can shut down all of them automatically, which is really cool. So we Vagrant halt, and let's go ahead and just wait for it to finish. And then after that, I'm going to show you how you can bring all of them up again. I mean, you can do it manually if you want to, or you can just use Vagrant, right? There we go. So they are shut down. So the other command that you can do is the command that we did previously, which is Vagrant up. And what it's going to do is going to check if the machines are there. And if they are there, what it's going to do is that it's going to just bring them up again. There we go. DC01 is running. Then it's going to come DC02, DC03, server 02, and then server 03. So those are the commands that you can do. And one of the things that I want to mention is that you get on these virtual machines, you can use it for 180 days. And after 180 days, you will need to execute the Vagrant destroy, because the license is going to expire, because those 5 servers have an evaluation license. So what you need to do is that you will need to do a Vagrant destroy, which is going to remove all the machines, and then you have to run Vagrant up again. And after you run Vagrant up, what it's going to do is going to go through everything else. It's going to download the machines. It's going to import, and it's going to configure all of that. And then you have to run the Ansible playbook again, which we are going to run next. So let's just go ahead and wait for all these machines to come online. And when they are online, we are going to move to the next step, and the next and final step, which is to go over the Ansible playbook. Welcome guys. Hello. So as you can see from the previous video, we did a halt, which is what it does is, shuts down all the machines gracefully. And then we did the vagrant up, which, it boots up all the machines again. So now what we're going to be doing is, we have the virtual machines running. They have been imported and they're running. All the networks have been configured. So now the next step that we need to do is to run the Ansible playbook. And the Ansible playbook, if we go into the, lab, add Von lab Ansible, and you also just get into the virtual environment over here. Don't forget about that. If we do an LSLA, in here you're going to see a bunch of YAML files, and these files are the ones that are going to configure all the vulnerabilities, right? And the one that we're going to be running is the main one. So the main one, what it has is that it has all this configuration in it. So it's going to run all that configuration, all the configurations that you need, step by step. So if we do a cat main.yaml, just so I can show you. Okay, there we go. So inside here, you can see that it is going to start importing the playbook. So the first playbook that is going to run is the AD servers. So the AD servers, what it's going to be doing is going to configure the servers the way they need to. I'm going to create the domain names, the cool stuff. AD trust is going to establish trust, right? And you can also see there's comments in here. It's going to create the trust relationship. And then after that, it's going to import the users and groups, which is the AD data.yaml. Then it's going to install labs, which is the labs.yaml. And then we're going to be configuring the MS-SQL and IIS servers, which is server 02 and server 03. Right, it's going to run the ADCS YAML playbook, which is going to set the ADCS server, set the ACL configuration, and all of those files. Right, you could either run the main one or you can just run it one by one individually, but you have to make sure that you run them the same way, that not only the same way, but in the same step that this one is. Well, you actually you have to run prepare the servers. That's the first one that you need to run. So you can either run the main playbook or you can run them one by one. Elk.yaml is not running, so that one is commented out. So the first one, if you don't want to run the main one, if you want to just run it one by one, you can just do that. You can run the build first, then you can run AD servers, AD trust, AD data, lab. So you have to make sure that you run them, that you run the build first, then the AD, the YAML, then the AD servers, then the AD trust. So like I said before, you can do it individually or you can just run the main, and the main one is going to make sure that you run them in the correct order, because there is an order that you need to run them, right? But if you don't care, if you don't want to, if you don't want to mess up and you want to make sure that they are installed correctly and all the vulnerabilities are going to be there and you don't run into any issues, you just want to run the Ansible playbook, the main.yaml Ansible playbook. And the way they do that is doing the Ansible, then you do playbook, right? And here you want to run the main.yaml. Like I said, main.yaml is going to run all those files in the correct order, right? So we're going to run that. This one is going to take, I don't know, it takes like 30 minutes. And if for some reason you run into an error, all you have to do is just rerun it again. You might run into like 1 or 2 or 3 errors, and all you have to do is run the same command again, the Ansible playbook main.yaml. Okay, so like I said before, if you run into any issues or any errors, just go ahead and run it again. And what it's going to do, it's going to skip the ones that are already dead. So it's going to see if the domain name is there, it's going to skip it. And if the users are there, it's going to skip it, and it's going to go to the one where it failed, and it's going to run that again. Okay. So like I said before, if you get any errors, go ahead and run the Ansible playbook main.yaml again. And like I said before, it is not going to take us long because it is going to skip all the ones that is done before, and it's going to continue where it failed. So something to have a heads up for. So we are going to leave this here. It is going to start configuring the vulnerabilities on VirtualBox on this 5 servers, right? So it's going to run everything. Like I said, it's going to take 30 to 40 minutes depending on your server, how fast it is, the CPU, the RAM, and how fast your disk is too. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this lab build up, and I will see you guys on the next one. Bye bye. Love you guys. Okay, guys, so while the playbook is running, what I want to do is go ahead and install a VPN server. Yeah, that's right, a VPN server. So if you have either a home lab, and if you want to remote in, or you have it on the cloud on Hustner or in another cloud provider, you want to be able to SSH in or remote in, so you can do basically all your damage. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be installing a print UNL, which is a VPN server. It's really cool. So we are going to be downloading that and installing it and configuring so that it works with this environment. And I'm going to be installing this directly on the server. So there we go. The first thing that we need to do is that we need to go ahead and add the print UNL repository for this Ubuntu 22.04. If you have another version, you will need to look up the print UNL VPN, and they will give you that for that whatever version that you're running. I suggest you that you run 22.04 since that's the same version that I am running. All right, so now we are going to add the GPG keys for the repository. There we go. Looking good, looking good. The next step that after this is done, executing the key, after that, what we are going to be doing is we are going to add the MongoDB repositories, and we need to force the libssl 1.1 installation from the Ubuntu 21.10 repository. So basically the first command that we're going to be running is going to be this one. Alrighty, looking good. After that, we are going to be doing the update so we can update the repositories. So the command that I ran before this one over here, it just adding the we adding that libssl 1.1 installation from the Ubuntu 21.10 repository. And after that is completed, we are going to do a paste, and we're going to do a sudo apt update. Looking good. Now we're going to do a sudo apt install libssl 1.1, and that one should find it. And there we go. It did find it because we add that repository correctly. So we are looking good. Just hit OK here. That's fine. Now we are going to add the MongoDB repositories on this Ubuntu 2022 or 2020 for 22.4. There we go. There we go. So we're going to add that in there. Looking good. Now we're going to add the it over here. Okay, so after that, we should be ready to go. And then what is next is to just do a sudo apt update, and then we are going to install the print UNL and the MongoDB database. There we go. Sudo apt update and sudo apt install print UNL and MongoDB, so the Mongo database. There we go. So this one should take a couple, I don't know how long. It's been a while, so it might take like 5 minutes. So what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to basically pause this video so it can finish that installation. And after that installation of the MongoDB and the print UNL is done, we are going to continue with this video. Alrighty, so both the MongoDB and print UNL should be installed. So what we could do is we can do a system, what's a system CTL. Oops, I don't know how to spell system. There we go. System CTL status for the print UNL and MongoDB org. Oh, what? Okay, let me see. Status print UNL was not found. Oh, sorry, I spelled that. Print. There we go. It looks like it's dead. Oh, well, we can just go ahead and just start them. So this one is print. I keep saying print. It's print UNL, and we can just say start right here. No servers found for MongoDB. No servers found for MongoDB. Okay, let's just go ahead and say this one. Go ahead and start, and then we can say MongoD service. Looking good. Now we can say, see the status. Yep, it is running, and we can see also the status of the print UNL. Okay, so they are both running. Look at that. Look at that. All right. So both are running. Now the next thing that I would like to do is that I want to do a set of status. I want to enable this because if I reboot the server, I want this to start on its own. So MongoD service. There we go. All right, so now let's go ahead and clear that out. And so yeah, now we need to obtain the password for this print UNL. So if we do, we need to do a sudo print UNL in here, and we can just say default password. And that's going to, oops, there is an error. So default print. Okay, empty host or an extra comma in host list. So the setup fail. Okay, so let me go ahead and empty host or comma. Okay, just give me, should I run this again? What is the status of this print UNL? Still up and running, looking good. Okay, let me go ahead and search this one. I never seen this one before. Just 1 second. Okay, so I got that error because I forgot what I needed to do. Okay, so there we go. I skipped something and I got lost. So what you need to do for your server is after everything is installed, right? Everything all good, blah, blah, blah. You need to make sure that system CTL status print UNL that is running, and also the MongoD is running. They're both running, so that's great. So after that, you need to get your IP address, right? Your public IP address, which is for me is this one, and you want to go navigate to that HTTPS. And over here it's going to ask us to get the setup key, and you need to do the sudo print UNL setup key. So let's go ahead and do the setup key real quick. Sudo print UNL setup key. Print. Oh man, I keep misspelling because I don't know how to spell. There we go. So that's going to give you a key. You're going to copy that key, and after you go to your, to your server public IP address, you want to go ahead and enter that key in here, and you want to go ahead and save it. And after you save that, it's going to be upgrading the database. It's going to take maybe a minute or two or maybe less. So let's go ahead and wait for that. So after that is done, you can see that it's now we can run the print UNL default password. So let's go ahead and get that. I was ahead of myself. There we go. So here is the default password, print URL, and here's the password. So make sure that you save that, you store this somewhere so you don't forget it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go ahead and log in. There we go. Sign in. Don't save. It's going to ask you for the if you want to accept a IPv6, you can do that if you want to. Here's your public IP. You need to enter a new password, and for that I'm going to just get a new password. I'm going to basically go to generate a new password, and I want this password to be this one. Cool. So you're going to enter your new password in there, and you're going to accept the default. Okay, I don't want to save it. I am going to be saving that to my password. 1 second, print URL. I'm just saving it. This one is print URL, and then the new password. I'm going to copy my URL so I'm just saving it to my vault. Save. Okay, so now this, as you can see right here, this is basically is up and running for right now. But what we need to do is that you need to go to the server. You want to add a new server in here. I'll just call it lab DNS. That's fine. This is the port that is going to be using. So we're going to be doing some firewall rules on Hessner.com. I don't want to enable WireGuard for now. I'm not going to enable Google Authenticator. Here's the virtual network. So the virtual network is basically the IP that you're going to get whenever you connect to the VPN. Okay. So let's go ahead and add that real quick. So that's looking good. Now the server is not running. You can see that it is offline. What you can do right now, as you can see, the server must be attached, must have an organization. So we need to go ahead and create an organization. So attach to an organization. We don't have any organizations in here. Go ahead and go to users, add organization, my lab, right? Add it in there. Now we can go back to the servers. We can go ahead and attach that organization. Attach it. It is attached to that organization. Now we want to go to users. We don't have any users. Let's go ahead and add a user in here. And it's going to be under my lab organization. We are going to call this Jefe. No need for an email. A PIN. I'm going to create a PIN, a 6-digit PIN, and we're going to add it. So right now you can see that that user is offline, but that is fine for now because also the server is offline. I don't want to start the server yet. I want to add a route. Let's go ahead and go to advanced. So the routes that I want to add in here is going to say that if I go to 192.168.0.0/24, is that what it is? It is, I think it's 56. So that is the network of the lab. So if I'm connected to the VPN, right, and I'm trying to get to this range, it is going to send it to the server. It's going to send it to the VPN instead of going outside. So I want to attach that. So we have a route. We also have a default route. If you keep that default route in there, what is going to happen is that all your traffic, it is going to go through this. It's going to go through the VPN. I don't want that. If you want that, you can go ahead and do that, but I necessarily do not want that. So I want to remove this route, a default route, and I just want to keep the 229 and the 56, right? Because the 56, that's where my lab is, right? That's where the virtual boxes machines are, or the VMs are on this. So if I'm trying to hit one of these IP addresses, I wanted to send it to the VPN, and the VPN should be able to take me to that network. So that's all I want. And if I'm going to any other IP address or like google.com, and it's going to go out through my router, through my home router. Okay, so let's go ahead and start that server. Looking good. So it is going to start. We're not going to see any errors and issues. So on the next video, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding some rules to the firewalls, or to the Hessner firewall, and I think that's it for now. So adding the rules for the firewall, and we're also going to connect to the VPN for the first time. So let's go ahead and do that, guys. See you on the next video. Okay, now in this video, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating some firewall rules, because you don't want anybody just connecting to your server. So therefore, we're going to go, this is only, I guess, applies if you have a cloud server provider. They're probably going to have a firewall in there that you can access. For Hessner, you go to server, you click on the server that you're running, you go to firewall, and in here you can create some firewall rules. You can have outgoing and incoming. More interested in the incoming. So you can see right now that we are just allowing everything. I don't want to allow everything, because I don't want just anybody scanning my network. So the first one is allow SSH, right? Protocol, IPv4, of course. I want to, so if you know the protocol in here, you can just say for SSH, I believe is just, I'm just going to say anything, TCP or UDP, that's fine. The source in here is what you want to put your IP address, right? You want to put your network or your home IP address. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to show my IP address. So in here, I'm just going to say, I'm just going to say 8.8.8.8. That's fine, right? So the source port is going to be any, and the destination port is going to be 22. TCP flags, nothing. I want to accept that. And then another rule that you need to add is allow HTTPS, because you want to access that PRIT UNL server. Let's just say that source is going to be 8.8.8, destination 443. Okay, yeah, 443 is in there. We want to accept that. The other rule that you want to allow is RDP. So you want to allow RDP because you want to be able to RDP to your server. You want to put your public IP address, right? Your home network public IP address. And RDP, I think it's 3389. Let me verify RDP ports. I think it's 3389. Yes, it is. I'm getting good at this stuff. 3389. It is recognizing that it is RDP. Let's go ahead and accept it. And the last rule that you want to add in here is want to allow, and you want to allow IPv4 for you're gonna put, remember, don't put 8.8.8.8 because that's Google. You want to put the public IP address of your home network or wherever you're making the connection, if it is from work or whatever. You want to put that public IP address in here from where you are going to want to access this, right? Like I said, for me, I don't want to show my source IP address. I don't want to show that. So the next one that I want to add over here is going to be the VPN IP address, or the PRIT UNL IP address. Let me see if I find that in here. Whatever port that this is running on. And I believe, how did you find that? Server, output status, network. Here we go, UDP. So this one is using UDP 17492. So you got to make sure that you add that in here. If you want to specify the protocol, you can just say UDP, but I just want to have both in there just in case. There we go. And then you want to accept. And what you want to do is you want to go ahead and delete this one because that one just allows everything. So we are going to allow SSH for my public IP, allow HTTPS for my public IP, allow RDP for my public IP. And allow, last but not least, allow VPN, right? So that should be good. SSH, HTTPS, RTP, and also to allow VPN. So that should be good right now. So what you can do is just go ahead and save it. But what I want to do is I just want to move this off the screen so I can add my public IP address in here. So let me go ahead and move this out of the way, and then I'm going to save it. I don't even know what's my IP. It's weird because my IP hasn't changed in years. They usually change every time you reboot your router, but that hasn't been the case. So I'm going to add my public IP over here. I'm doing this change on my other screen. So SSH and all that good stuff. And as you can see right here, after you add that information, you click save. It's saying that it's going to take 30 to 40 seconds to apply this. So this is going to be applied, and I guess after that is done, we can start doing our connection. So we're going to download we need to go to the PritUNL server and download the packet that you get from that PritUNL server, and then we are going to connect to the VPN. And after we connect to the VPN, you can see right here that it's active. I don't want to, you guys don't see anything. Okay, move it over here. Let me get out of the firewall. Just want to verify SSH, HTTPS. Okay, HTTPS. Actually, for the protocols, instead of IPv4, I want to have both. So let's just make that change. Sometimes my router use IPv6, so I'm going to change that to use either IPv4 or IPv6 to the connection. Save it again, and again it's going to say that it is going to take 30 to 40 seconds. So after that is done, I'm just going to pause this video real quick. After that is done, like I said, we're going to make a connection to via the HTTPS. Not HTTPS. We're going to make that connection to that VPN. And for that, we're going to need OpenVPN to access that network. So I will see you in a little bit, guys. Okay, so the rules were added to the firewall. So now let's go ahead and test to see that it's working. Great, it is working. That is awesome. That is great. Can we do a test HTTPS online? Let's see if we do what is it? Scan open ports IP for free. I forgot which one I used to use. Free. Let's just say free. I just want to test that from another IP. We are unable to actually access this. Let me see. Online ports scanner. Free. Man, there was one that online port scanner. Let me see if I can go off screen, because a lot of them are going to show my IP address, and I don't want to show my IP address. IP to scan. Okay, let me go ahead and add my server's IP address. Just want to make sure that my IP is not being shown right there, and then I bring it back so you guys can see it. Okay, so I put the IP address of the IP address of that server. Tractors, that's not a tractor, there's a tractor, and tractor. Verify, I'm not a robot. Robots, quick IP, quick nmap scan, and we can see SSH still open for some reason, and OpenVPN still open. So that is really weird. So okay, so I'm gonna have to verify that it is open. But yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I don't know why it's saying it is open. This one was filter. Yeah, because I'm not running any of that, but I am running this. I'm gonna have to go back to that firewall and make sure that it's active. I don't think I activated. Did I activate it? Let me go back. Let me move this over here. Robot firewall. Save. Okay, it is active. Yep. Okay, let me go ahead and apply it. All right, so then now it should be working. All right, so let me go back. All right, let's go ahead and continue with the video. It should be working now. So yeah, let's go ahead and go to the users. Remember, I created a user, which is this guy right here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to click to download this profile, right? And now we need to go ahead and find that profile. And I'm just going to open my command line somehow. This guy right here. So what I want to do is I want to move downloads, or move from downloads. Oh, just I can just put downloads, and what was the name of it? What's the half or something? There we go. I just want to move it here. There it is. Let me remove that hefer. That is an old one. OVPN. Cool beans. So now you can see that we have a tar file. We just have to unzip that guy. So if we do tar xvf and then the file name, which is hefe. Okay, that has been unzipped. So now we need to connect to it. We need to do open VPN, right? And then the file, I think it was my lab. And what was the name of it? Yeah, my lab. There we go. Copy here. Open VPN. My lab. I don't know why it's not completing it. Let's go ahead and paste it right here. And my username was Jefe. My password was the 6-digit character that I added. It is saying that it cannot connect to it for some reason. SHA-1, blah, blah, blah. Not bound. UDP link, local, remote. This guy, validating certificate, extend the key usage. There was a silent warning. So cipher set to AES 128 CVC, but missing in data ciphers. Future open will ignore cipher for negotiation to blah blah blah. Okay, there's another issue right here. Let me go ahead and go to my servers. This server, virtual VPN, detached organizations. Let me see if peer connection initiated with this IP address. Okay, that's my IPv6. IPv6 not enable. Oh, because I tried with IPv6. I thought I did enable IPv6, didn't I? Server, my server, network. Let's go ahead and stop this server. Did it stop the server? Yes, it did. So now we can go ahead and settings. I think, yeah, I did accept IPv6. Save. Start. I'm going to run OpenVPN again. Have 3, 4, 5, 6. Which you see some. Still got the same error. You can see it right here. So peer connection initiated with a, so with this, so it's using blah blah blah. So for some reason I'm unable to connect to it. So what we're going to be doing is we're going, I'm gonna be taking a look at the logs and see what's going on, and then I will get back to you guys. Okay, guys, silly me. So I figured out what I did wrong, and you see I'm connected right now. It was because let's go ahead and go to the users. You see that I am online now. Let's go ahead and just disconnect and disable. Right, you can see that I'm going to be disconnected now. Okay, so I'm gonna show you what I did. Let's go ahead and re-enable that user. You can see that I'm offline now. So what I forgot to do was that I did not run this as a super user. So you need to run this as a super user. That's why I wasn't able to connect. So have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you should be able to see me go online right here. There we go. So now I am online. If you go ahead and do an IPA, you should see a tunnel right here, 192.168.168.229.2, which is the IP address of this server. You can see it right here, the network server. So you can see we have one user online and one device online. So that's great. So now in the next video, we are going to just continue with this, and we are going to probably download either Kali Linux or maybe Parrot OS. Okay, that's it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, guys, so now what we need to do is, so after we imported all the 5 servers, install all the vulnerabilities with Ansible, we have our VPN connection. The last step that we need to do is that we need to go ahead and add or import a machine from where you're going to be hacking. So I'm going to be using for this is Parrot OS, but if you want to, you can also use Kali Linux. That just depends on what you like. I like Parrot OS for some reason. I don't know why, I just like it. Parrot OS is another security OS, just like Kali Linux. But if you want Kali Linux, you can go to Kali Linux and download the VirtualBox machine. For Parrot OS is this home edition, and you can just go ahead and download the VirtualBox AMD 64. So after you do that, what you need to do is I believe you just go into import appliance. I believe, let me see, import appliance, and we are going to go ahead and locate that appliance. We are going to browse my directories. Hopefully, let's see. I think I have it on downloads. Here it is, Parrot OS OVA. Let's go ahead and open that bad boy. Go ahead and click next right here. Just do all the default. That's fine. I don't think you will need anything more than that. And NAT adapters. Yep, should be fine. Go ahead and just do making sure everything is good. You can name it whatever you want in here. You can just put Parrot OS if you want to. There we go. It's lowercase over here. That looks good. Let's go ahead and do an import, and we are going to, software license agreement. If you don't agree, you won't be able to do this to import this Parrot OS. So go ahead and agree to it, and then we are going to get back to it whenever it's done. So now you can see it over here that it is off. Go ahead and start this bad boy up, and let's go ahead and give it a couple minutes so it can go ahead and start up. And over here it's going to ask you what you want to start. So I want to start this guy. There we go. That's good. So now let's go ahead and wait to boot up, and we can continue with this installation once it is done. Okay, so the device is ready to go. It's booted up, and it is a ready VM because we didn't download the ISO file. We downloaded the OVA file. So this one is ready to go, ready to start attacking, but not really, because I need to go ahead and configure the interface from where we are going to be attacking this machine or those machines or the entire lab. And we need to change this to let me go back and take a look at which one is the one. We have NAT. We don't want the NAT one. The one that we need although you need actually both. So let's go ahead and go to network. So we need the host only adapter and the NAT. So for us to be able to do that, what we need to do is we need to go ahead and shut it down. So if you go to power off, so let's go ahead and power that guy off, and we can go ahead and add another another network adapter. So the adapter that we want to enable it, and we want to do a host only adapter, and we're going to be using the VBox Net 0. And press OK. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and start this guy again, and let's go ahead and wait for it to boot up again. Okay guys, so after you have your Parrot OS or your Kali Linux installed in the lab, what you want to do is, well, the next step will be to basically making sure that you can still connect to the VPN. So let me go ahead and connect to the VPN. And if you have a Windows machine, you can go ahead and install OpenVPN. It is a free software. And after you download OpenVPN, what you're going to be doing is downloading the file that you get from the VPN server. If you go to users from here, if you go ahead and download it, and after you download it, you need to go ahead and extract the file. And with your OpenVPN software that you have on your Windows machine, you can connect to the lab via VPN. But since I have a Linux device, I don't need to. I can just use the command line straight. So let's go ahead and do a sudo. I think is my lab. Is that what it's called? What is it called? No, let's do an ls. I think it's in here. Yep, my lab. This is the guy that I want to use. So clear, and make sure that you run this as a super user. OpenVPN, and here's the guy that you want to connect to. And let me go ahead and do my super user password. My username for the VPN is Jefe, this guy right here that I created, and the password is my super secret password. There we go. I should be connected right now. I should be online now. There we go, online. Looking good. So after you are in there, what you want to do is you want to do an IPA to see if you got an IP from the tunnel. You did. So now what you want to do is you want to go ahead and ping those machines like 56.10, which is DC1. Yep, you have connection. DC11, which is DC2, right? Domain controller 2. 12, which is DC3. And then 22, which is server 02. And then 23, which is server 03. So after you have that connection, you're able to ping the servers. What you want to do is you want to go ahead and SSH to your to the machine, to that either Kali Linux or Parrot OS machine that you install in there. And after you SSH in there, you need to get the password. My password, not the password, you need to get the IP, right, that you get on the 56 network. And it should be the IP from the 56 network. And as you can see, my Parrot OS is 56.106. So if I should be able to ping 106 from here. So you want to go ahead and SSH to that machine. And after you SSH to that machine, you can start attacking the lab. So now you are ready to go for the lab, and this installation for the lab environment has been completed. So the next step is to start labbing. So on the videos you are going to get, I'm going to be referring to, connect to the lab or buy the lab or whatever. You can go ahead and don't pay attention to that, because that was for a previous website that I had where I was hosting this this lab environment. But this lab environment cannot be done in Udemy. Since I moved my course to Udemy, it is completely free, or not completely free. I'm showing you how to set it up so you don't have to buy it. So like I said, if you see me, referring to that you need to buy the lab, just don't pay attention to that, because I already showed you how to create the lab, right? All you need to do is just connect to the VPN, SSH to your either Kali Linux or Parrot OS machine, and from there you can start watching all my videos and following on everything that I'm doing. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, in the upcoming videos we are going to be doing some enumeration of Active Directory without having a username and password. So we are going to be able to anonymously, basically, query or bind to the LDAP, right? Using LDAP, we're going to be running LDAP queries with our username and password. So it's going to be basically anonymously. We are going to be using crack map exec, LDAP search, and RPC client. So we are going to be doing that, which LDAP does let users to do that, not by default. I think by now, by default it still allows unauthorized users to perform actions anonymously in Active Directory. But it's not recommended security wise, but in some cases it is mandatory to allow critical network activities. And when this is the case, hackers can take advantage of that, and you're going to see that on my upcoming videos. We're going to be able to query we're going to be querying for other users, for other domain groups. We're also going to be able to see the comments on the descriptions in Active Directory, and we're going to be able to find a lot of good stuff on it. So, and all of that is going to be done with our username and password. And then after that, I'm going to show you how to basically query, do a query LDAP from with an authorized user. But for now, we are going to be doing everything anonymously. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you guys enjoy this section. Bye bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be enumerating users using CME, which stands for crack map exec. So we are going to be enumerating without using a username and password. And crack map exec, you can do a lot of stuff. You can go from enumerating logged on users, and SMB enumerating users, SMB shares, to like executing PSSec style attacks like auto injecting mimikatz, shellcodes, DLLs into memory using PowerShell, and you can even dump the NTDS and more. You can do a lot. They call this the Swiss Army knife of pen testing Active Directory and Windows devices, and it's really nice. And we are going to be using it a lot, and you're going to see how powerful this program is. So the first thing that you need to do is crack map exec, and we are going to be using SMB. All right, and we are going to be enumerating, as you said, 56.1/24, and see what we get over here. And like I said, this is going to be enumerating. Basically, it's going to be it's a quick way to get like the NetBIOS answers by the Windows computers, and also a very quick way to get other Windows machines IP address, fully qualified domain names, and domains. And as you can see, how fast that was from here, right? That was a really quick enumeration or recon. And you can see that it went and scanned all those IP addresses, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good. Those are the 6 servers that we're going to be attacking. And you can see that it even gave you the Windows Server OS version. You can see 2016. You can see the build number, standard evaluation. You can see the name of it, the host name. This one is called Baltimore. This one is called Salisbury. You can see the domain name. So these two are basically in the same domain, right? Then we have a 2012, which is the Worcester server, and this one is in a different domain. So we can see we have 1, 2 different domains already. And then we have Yonkers, which is in the north, in the domain north.newyork.local, right? And over here we have the host name New York City, NYC. The domain is newyork.local. So we have 1, 2. Let me see. We have 1, 2, 3 domains. This one is the same as this one. So we got 3 different domains, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different servers. Host name Baltimore, Salisbury, Worcester, Yonkers, New York, and the Bronx. So really good information over here that we got. And another way that you can do also enumeration is by trying to see if we can get the users. And one way that we can do this, we're not going to scan the whole thing. Let's going to start with, let's say 12, which is Baltimore. So over here, we're going to just enumerate the users. So you do 2 dashes over here and then users, see what we can get. And we were not able to get any users from here. We can try using a domain username and password, but we don't have that. We're just trying to do it anonymously, right? Let's go ahead and pick another one, another server. Let's go ahead and keep going down the list, which is 23. This one is Salisbury. And you can see that the sign-in for this is true, this is false, and this is true, but we were not able to get anything. Let's go ahead and pick the Bronx, which is 11. And I believe that that is the one that actually works. You can go ahead and do this for all of them. And there we go. Looks like 11 worked. So we were able to enumerate the users using SMB. We crack map exec, and you can see over here what it's telling you is the IP address, the port that we're using, and which one is the host. The host name of that machine is Bronx. And we can see that we got a couple of users. We have guests, we have Pablo Sandoval, we got Alejandro Rodriguez, Claudio Ortiz, Salvador Aguilar, Paco Fish, Elena Lopez, Miguel Cabrera. And for Miguel Cabrera, we can see that we got a password, I love baseball. So we are going to save that, right? You can just save that, or yeah, we could just save the whole thing, right? Just go ahead and copy it, and we can just create a new file and say password or PS or PWD for which one was it? Miguel Carrera. Miguel Cabrera. And we can just paste all of this in here, and we can see that we got a password. But we're not going to start just attacking. We are just going to continue the enumeration. And the next one that I want to do is I want to get the password policy. And the way that you can get the password policy for this, I know it worked for 11, so we are going to continue using 11. And for this one, we're going to use POL. So password policy. So we're going to try to get the password policy for 192.168.56.11, and this one is the north.newyork.local domain. All right, and we can see the password policy over here. Looking good. And for the password policy, we can see the age is 311 days and 2 minutes. The maximum password age. We can see the minimum length. The history is none, so it doesn't matter. You can keep using your password. Reset account lockout counter, 5 minutes. Locked account duration, 5 minutes. It only lasts 5 minutes. When an account is locked, it only lasts 5 minutes, and then it's going to be unlocked. Account lockout threshold, so after 5 tries, after five bad passwords, the account is going to be locked. So we got to make sure that we remember that. All right, and the forced log off time is that's it. Okay, so that is some good enumeration with crack map exec. So the first command that we ran, it was just a quick one, so to get the net BIOS answer by the Windows computer. And like I said, that was a quick way to get the Windows machine IP, fully qualified domain name right here, and also the domains. Right, we got the IPs, the host names. We also got the Windows version over here. Like I said, the host name and the domains. Really quick way. Then after that, we went to enumerate the users, and we were able to enumerate the users for the .11, which is the Bronx host, and the domain for this one is north.newyork.local. So it's probably a child, right, of the New York.local domain. So we're probably going to be able to pivot from this domain to the New York.local domain. Something to keep in mind. And another enumeration that we did was the password policy. We were able to get the password policy for the north.newyork.local domain. We are going to continue enumerating, and we are going to continue enumerating anonymously. And this other program that we're going to be using is called the RPC client. And RPC basically stands for Remote Procedural Call. And this is a type of protocol that enables one computer or program to remotely communicate with another computer or program. So in the simplest terms, RPC enable you to connect to a network, and that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to connect to that to the Bronx computer, which is the 192.168.56.11, and it is in the north.newyork.local domain. So we are going to say RPC client, and we are going to say that it is in the double quotes north.newyork.local domain, right? And over here we need to put double whack and 192.168.56.11 and N, lowercase capital N, N for Nancy, as you can see. And we are going to press enter. There we go. So we are there. Now what we want to do is we want to type in num domain users. There we go. And that gave us basically the same stuff that the crack map exec gave us, but crack map exec gave us a lot more information. It even gave you the description of that user, right? It went into the domain, basically the domain or Active Directory of the domain controller, and we were able to see the description of that user. And in that description for Miguel Cabrera, if you remember, we found that the password was in the description, right? That it was I love baseball. And RPC didn't give us that. It only gives us the domain users, right? So now the other one that I want to do is I want to enumerate the groups. So the way they do that is enum domain groups, and that's going to give us the groups that there are in there. So we have the domain users, domain guests, domain computers. We have the group policy creator owners, clonable domain controllers, key admins, protected, and all those groups. We also have the North manager, and also the patrol and the North groups, right? So we got a lot of good information over here. Now, what I want to do is I'm gonna try to basically enumerate the domain users, so the group, all the members of the domain users. So we're going to exit out of here, and what we want to do is net RPC group, and the group members we want to say domain users, right? That's one of the groups that we saw for the north.newyork.local. Capital I 192.168 is going to be in quotes. Wow, 168.56.11. Close the quotes. U %. And this one should give us the members of the domain users group. And there we go. Voila, we got more users over here. I don't think we had that. KRBTGT, Pablo Sandoval was in there. I think most of them were in there. Besides, this guy was not in there. This one is a SQL. Looks like it's a SQL server, so we're going to be able to perform another attack or try to perform another attack on this user later on. Another group that we found, that we saw in there, I think it was North. See if we can get the users, the members of that group, and there we go. And what was the other one? Let's see if we can run this command again, and it was the thumb groups, right? So the North managers, let's go ahead and copy that and see who is in that group. So here's how you can enumerate members that are part of groups. See who's going to be in there, and you can see that Joel Exposito is in there. So he's probably a admin. So that's really good information. Let's go ahead and do patrol as well, which is, it's not a regular Active Directory group. Patrol, and see who is part of that group. And it's Joel Exposito, Miguel Cabrera, and Elena Lopez. Okay, good. So we got some good information over here. You can go ahead and save that so we can perform some attacks later on. So yeah, so that's how you're able to enumerate anonymously with RPC and RPC client. Really good information to know. So we have enumerated users with CrackMap exec anonymously and with RPC. So the next one that we're going to be doing is we're going to continue to enumerate basically anonymously. I believe the next one is going to be either LDAP search, or we might do for Linux. But this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying these videos. I know it's a little bit boring at the beginning because we're going to be doing some enumeration, but then on the next chapter, on the next section, we are going to be performing some attacks. So it's going to be getting really interesting here soon enough. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video we are going to be enumerating with LDAP search, and also we are going to be using enum for Linux, and this is going to be all anonymously. Like, we don't have any username and passwords, we don't have any credentials to basically do the enumeration. So that's why we are just doing anonymously, right? Because we don't have anything, although we found one. But we just want to continue. I want to keep showing you guys how you can do this without having a username and password to pull the information that you need to attack the Active Directory. And the first thing that we need to do is that we need to add a DNS entry into the or host file. And the way they do that, you do sudo nano etc hosts. All right. And in here we're going to add the IP address of 192.168.56.11, and this one is for the New York local domain. All right, so this one is that's if you don't have that basically host in there with LDAP search, it is not going to work. So we are going to do LDAP search, right? We are going to do triple L's, capital L's, X, H for host. It's going to be LDAP. That's what we want to query for. And it's going to be for the North, that's New York, that local. Oh, this keyboard, man. I just got a new keyboard. That's why I keep messing up. And S, base, and this one is going to be object class equals to basically all of them. And I think I got this right. Let's see what we get. So for this one, it gives us a lot of good information that we have seen before. We can see that the LDAP service name is New York local, and the host name is Bronx. We can see it is part of the domain north.newyork.local. You can see the root domain name in context in here, New York local, right? And this one is a domain controller, as you can tell over here, DC. We can see more stuff over here. We can see it is a domain controller, or the DC is New York and .local, right? We can see the naming context over here, like the CN. If it is synchronized, it is true, so that's good. We can see more stuff, settings, NTDS. So a lot of stuff that we have seen before when we did, I think it was with CrackMap exec that we found that information. Yep, I believe so. So, just another tool that you can use, LDAP search. Let's clear this up. So now the other one that we are going to run is enum for Linux. And this one is going to basically enumerate the entire thing. So it's going to try to get the host name, the domain that is part, the users, and the groups in there. So the way I do that is enum for Linux 192.168.56.11. And like I said before, this one is going to enumerate the host name of that IP address, the domain that is the domain that host is part of, the user accounts, and the groups also. And you can see also the password information also going to be in there populated. So it throws you all that information in one shot. Because with CrackMap exec, we actually had to provide that option for them to give us what we want. But enum for Linux just tries to do everything all at once, which is kind of cool. So we can start looking at it, right? We ran that. We can see that the status of it. It is a file server, service, workstation, domain name group, all that cool stuff in here. You can read through all of that. You can see the domain is SID. Here's the domain name, North, right? Or North.local or North.NewYork.local. We can see some users on this IP address, which we have seen before, right? And we got the description over here, right? We got the password again for Miguel Cabrera. They put it on the description, right? We see more user information, basically the same. Some stuff that have failed, but that's fine. We keep going. We can see the password policy, which we saw when we executed that pass policy command for CrackMap exec. And we can see some groups in here, some built-in. These are the built-in groups that basically comes with Active Directory. We can see that IIS, IUSRS is in here. So that means possibly that there is an IIS server running on it. We got terminal server, license server. So we got a lot of good stuff in here. And let's see what else we got. RDS. Okay, we have some built-in group memberships, right? We have users, guests, remote desktop users, and I still see the IIS group in here. Like I said, meaning that there's probably an IIS server running, so service running. And here are some local groups. We have DNS admins and North multi-dom, which is not a built-in group. We have the North manager, patrol, and North, which we founded with RPC. We were able to get the members that are part of that group. We can see more domain users in here. We can see the RID for each one of those users. Looking good. Let me see if it found more. I didn't really find any other users that we haven't seen before. And that is it. So that's a really good tool to have, really good tool to use whenever you are enumerating anonymously an Active Directory domain that lets you query anonymously, basically. Now it is because it has that. It is because we're able to do this because it is enable, right? You can you could basically in an Active Directory, you can say that only domain users and guest users are able to query domain Active Directory information. So, but this one has that any user, any guest user is able to query Active Directory, and that's why we are able to do it. And we were not able to do it for the other one. So this is the only domain that has that enable, and that should be disable, right? So looking good. All right, so I believe this is it for this video, guys. We're going to keep continuing to enumerate anonymously this Active Directory, this lab. So in the next video, we are going to be enumerating some guest access on shares, and we are going to use crack map exec to do that. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Hello, welcome back, guys. And in this video, we are going to be enumerating the guest access on shares, and we're going to be using crack map exec for this. And just make sure that if you purchase a lab, that you are connected to the VPN to do this, if you want to follow along, right? And now let's go ahead and do this. So we are going to be using CME for this. Oh wait, I forgot. Let me see if I forget if I installed it here. Okay, yeah, it is installed here. It has crack map exec. So we are going to be doing SMB 192.168.56.10 all the way to 24. User A over here anonymously, right? And lowercase p, no password, right? Because it's going to be anonymously, right? We're not going to add anything, and we're not going to add any credentials. And over here we need to put 2 of those, right? So crack map exec SMB 192.168.56.10 all the way through 24. Username A, meaning anonymous, and password empty, meaning that we don't have any username and password. We are going to enumerate this anonymously, right? Because we are saying that we don't have a username and password just yet. But as you can see over here, we see on the Yonkers host, we can see some shares. This one we got read and write on share all. We can read this one, and we have read and write over here as well for the all on the Salisbury. So the next thing that I would do, right, I would just do I will keep this over here, and I'm gonna do some SMB client, and I'm going to go to 192.168.56.22. Password for no password. There we go. So there's another way that you could do this enumeration per specific IP or host. Let's try to do it for 23 as well. Adding no password. There we go. So we get some information. Just the cool part that with SMB or with the crack map exec, you're able to just put a range of IPs, and it will just go through all of them at the same time. I don't know if you can do that with SMB client. Then after that, we can see if we can, instead of listing, and also if you want to see all the commands for SMB client, you can just do H, and let's try to see if we can connect to one of the these shares. Let's see if we have access to read and write. I think it's all, right? If we go over here, read and write to all. Let's see if we can connect to all. SMB client. continuous list. So now we are connected. Let's do a help. So we got connected to it anonymously because we have read and write access to it anonymously, which is never a good thing. But there's nothing in here. I can also try to connect. Let's go and exit to the 22 one, and it's basically the same share. And here you can just go ahead and list, and you can see that it's also empty, but you have read and write access to it, so you can potentially upload like an executable, and see if you get lucky somebody executes that for you, so you can get a reverse shell over here. But we're not going to do that. I just wanted to show you guys that you could do that. And another way that you can do this is by doing sometimes it doesn't work. So if you put the option U, capital U, empty, and then capital N over here for no password, access denied. But yeah, that's just a different way to basically do it. This one, the way that this one does it is basically unauthorized user. But if you do it without those, it's going to be anonymously, so nothing in it, and it lets you see and all that. But yeah, this is it for this video. Hopefully you guys enjoy. We will use crackmap.exec to basically enumerate anonymously all the shares on all the hosts, on all the IP addresses that we got, right, all the servers. And then we also used SMB client to enumerate those anonymously and also connect to the ones that we had access. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy it, and I will see you in the next one. Hello guys, we are now going to be doing a NTLM relay. And NTLM relay is a technique of standing between a client and a server to perform actions on the server while impersonating the clients. So basically a man of the middle attack. And what is NTLM? NTLM is an authentication protocol. It was the default protocol used in old Windows versions, Windows servers, Windows 7 and all of that, but it is still used today. If for any reason Kerberos fails, NTLM will be used instead. So that's what we're going to be attacking. And for this is not going to work on the VPN, on your VPN machine. So you have to actually connect to the Parrot OS device on the lab. So you have to make sure that you are connected to the VPN, as I am, and then you have to go ahead and connect to the Parrot OS or the Linux machine that will be provided to you on the lab. So I'm going to go ahead and connect to it. Going to enter my password. So you will be, if you purchase the lab, you will be provided with credentials for this Parrot OS, but you're only going to be able to run certain commands like responder and a couple others. So you won't be able to run all the commands because it's only for a couple attacks that we're going to be using. You are going to be using this Parrot OS device or this Linux device that is running on the lab, because this man of the middle attack is not going to run if you do it while you're on the VPN, right? On your VPN machine, you need to be connected to the lab machine or the lab Linux machine that will be provided to you, just so that you know. All right, so I am connected right now. So what we need to do this NTLM relay or basically an NTLM man of the middle attack, we need to go ahead and run responder, right? And responder for this, let's go ahead and do an IPA. You need to know which interface you need to do it on. So you cannot do it on this one. You have to do it on this one over here. So the interface name, you need to know the interface name. So let's go ahead and copy that interface name. So you need to now run responder, right? And then capital I, and you're going to paste that in here. There we go. And you let that rep. So you need to run this as root. So let's go ahead and run this as root. So you need to do sudo and enter the password provided to you. And there we go. So now it is running. On the lab, there's I believe there's 2 users where are going to be running. So you need to run this for at least 6 minutes, and you will get 2 different NT hash from here. So we're going to be getting some net and TLM v2 hashes, and after we get those hashes, we are going to save it and we are going to crack it offline. You cannot crack this on the lab machine because it is CPU. It is, it is a CPU heavy that we're going to be running. So it will take a lot of resources to do this. So that's why you should take it offline, right? Connect to your machine that you have running, either VMware or VirtualBox, and from there we are going to run hashcat and with the word list of rocku.txt, which is a really good one. So while it is running, let's go ahead and download, look for rocku.txt, and we are going to be downloading that. So I'm going to open Firefox and we are going to look for rocku.txt GitHub. Let's go ahead and do this one. And to download it, you're just going to right click on it, copy the link, and I believe I created zip. Let's go ahead and go to attacking the directory, and we are going to do wget, and we are going to download this file. There we go. It's downloading at the moment, or is it? Well, I think I have it. Let me go ahead and do a locate rocku. Sudo apt install locate. I think I'm having issues with my internet here with my VM, but I should be able to just install mlocate, and I believe I have this rocku, or Pirate OS by default comes with rocku. Sudo. Let's do a sudo update db. Maybe that will work. Let's see if responder has gotten anything. Nothing yet. Let's go ahead and keep it running. Let's see if we can locate it now. There we go. Now we have it. Yep, as you can see, we have it over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an MV, and I'm going to move it. No, not that one. Let's go ahead and copy it, paste it in here. Permission deny, of course. There we go. Now I have it in here. So now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and unzip this. So if we do a zxvf, there we go, and then rocku. I believe I have tart install. If not, we're going to have to install it. We got some errors. Sudo so skipping the header. So if we do do we now need Z? XVF. For some reason that is not working. So what we could do, I forgot to unzip this for some reason. Let's go ahead and go to the home folder. I'm getting old. And we can just open with this manager. And we can just move it over here. It is a really large text document. As you can see right here, it has 139 megabytes of just text, of just password in there. A lot of passwords. I believe that is the largest text file that contains passwords, and a lot of people use it, and I love using it as well. So responder, so you can see we got one of them already. So we got Fernando Alonso. So we are going to copy this, right? This is a lab machine that we are connected to via SSH. And this one over here is my virtual machine that I have here on my computer, right? So what we're going to be doing is we are going to save this hash in TLM. There we go. Let's go ahead and go to the home. Okay. So I believe we should be getting Fernando. There we go. Go back to home. Yep. Okay. So we should be getting another one here soon. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pause this for a minute to see if we can get the other one. So let's go ahead and pause this. And we are here. We have captured the other hash. Let's go ahead and copy this. Nano hash NTLM. We are going to paste it in here. Go to home. Actually, let's put this guy. Let's go ahead and copy it. Nope, it won't let me copy it. Let's just go ahead and leave it like that. Or actually, let's go ahead and do nano. I want to put this guy first. So let me go ahead and just remove it from here. This is because I want to crack Matias Almonte's hash first, and then we're going to see if we're able to crack Fernando Alonso. I don't think we're going to be able to crack Fernando Alonso's hash because the password is really strong, and I don't think it is in the RACU text. So let's go ahead and paste it in here. Go to home. Looks good. Matias Almonte, Fernando Alonso. Okay. So looking good. And this also happened whenever somebody tries to authenticate it and they put the incorrect host name. Like you can see right here, it's Salisbury. It was Salisbury and 2 Y's. And for the Baltimore, they put 2 E's at the end. So because whenever they try to authenticate, they put the incorrect host name in there, we were able to actually capture this hash in here, which now I'm taking it offline, right? Do not do it on the lab environment, Linux device or Parrot OS or Kali Linux, whatever credentials you get. I think it's going to be a Parrot OS, like I'm using over here. So now what you could do is you can take it through Hashcat, and with Hashcat you're going to do a M56. We're going to force these bad boys, if I know how to spell it. Force A0, and it is called hash NTLM, and we are going to be using RACU.txt, and that's going to take a little bit of time. We should be able to crack Matias Almonte, like I said before, but I don't think we're going to be able to crack Fernando Alonso's. So that's why I am running Matias Almontes, it was the first one, and then we are going to be cracking um, Fernando Alonso's. And like I said, since it is a really strong password, I don't think it's going to be contained in that text file, and that's why I just put Matias Almontes first, so we can run through that first, and then we can try to crack Fernando Alonso's. So let's go ahead and do that. And another thing, let's go ahead and open another tab. If you want to see all the logs, keep in the responder. The way to get to it is, let's do it sudo cat opt tools. It's not in here. Let's see. Locate responder. So where is the logs? I want to see if I can find the logs in here. So user share now. It should be in opt tools. Nothing but opt tools in here. Oh, interesting. I guess the way this responder was trying to see the locate the logs. I don't see anything in here. Yep. Well, that's fine. Could be. So let's see if we were able to crack it. So it looks like, yep. So we were able to crack, like I said before, we were able to crack Matias Almontes, and Matias Almontes' password is I love you too. There we go. And for the Fernando Alonso's one, we were not able to crack it, so it was exhausted. But we were able to crack Matias Almonte, so we got another password. Yoo-hoo! So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy this video, how to use responder to do the main and the middle attack. And the only way that this works is that if somebody enters the incorrect host name whenever they are trying to authenticate, we were able to catch that if they put the incorrect host name, which happens a lot, to believe it or not. And this is it for this video, guys. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello, guys. In this video we are going to be doing a NTLM relay, and NTLM relay happens when an SMB it's unsigned, and SMB signing is a security mechanism in the SMB protocol. And whenever sign-in is enabled, basically each message is sent with a signature in the SMB header, and this signature consists of the contents of the SMB message, which is encrypted with an AES algorithm. And this allows the recipient of the SMB message to verify that the content of the message has been changed. And it also verifies the identity of the sender. And if the content of the message doesn't match with the SMB header, the recipient knows that the message has been tampered with, and the recipient doesn't do anything with the SMB message, which makes it impossible to successfully perform an NTLM relay attack. So therefore, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking for servers that do not have basically SMB sign-in, that has an unsigned SMB, so we can perform an NTLM relay. So this is going to be really cool how to do this. So if we go ahead and do crack map exec, that's what we're going to be running, SMB, and we are going to be looking for servers that do not sign SMB, so we can perform this attack. And it's going to be all the way through 24, and we are going to say gen relay list, and we are going to save it to unsigned SMB.txt. All right, so crackmap exec is going to search for this range of servers, and it's going to be looking for basically unsigned SMB, so we can perform the NTLM relay attack. So let's go ahead and do that. It's going to run, and it's going to give us a list. So if we do a cat unsigned SMB, so we have a list of servers that are not signing SMB. As you can see over here for 23, if you look at 23, we can see that signing is false. For 22 is also false. And for 20, well, not that one. I'm sorry. Signing is false for 24. For 22 is also false. And for 23 is false. But it is true for um, the 10, 11, and also 12. So we're not going to be able to perform that attack on those servers. So we're going to have to focus on 23, 24, 22, and 23, or 22, 23, and 24. So for us to start with this attack, we are going to have to do, we first going to be using the, what is called the NTLM relay x.py. So since we have the list of targets, right, on this, we can set up the NTLM relay x.py, and my relay of choice, because it's really good and it has an integration with Responder, which we're going to be using. So that's why we're going to be using that one. So it is called NTLM relay.x, right? .py, and this comes with Impacker, so you need to install Impacket. I'm going to on the command section. I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and install that. So the first thing that we need to do over here is that we're going to do a TF, and TF basically is going to automatically test any capture credentials against the list of IP addresses in the file, right? And the SOCKS flag opens up SOCKS server on port 1080. So we are going to do SOCKS now, which is the one that opens the SOCKS server on port 1080. All right. And then we are going to say SMB2 support as well. All right. So we have that. And then we're just going to add this over here. Let's go ahead and copy it and paste it. All right. So we're going to, do I have that argument wrong? Oh, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and put it over here. And we're going to need to run this as a admin. Did I forget my password? I better not. Oh, one more time. There we go. So now as you can see, NTLM relay X is running, looking good. Now let's see what else we need to do. The next part of this is that we are going to go into the proxy chain, and we need to make a change because this one is going to be listening on port 1080 for the SOCKS. So let's go ahead and open a new tab. Right, so we're going to go to sudo nano etc proxy chain, etc, proxy chains.config. And what you need to do, you need to scroll all the way down. And over here, you need to add this line. You're probably going to have this line, but it's going to be listening on a different port. You need to change that port to 1080. Otherwise, it is not going to work for you. And the other part is that we need to go ahead and start responder. So we're going to start responder over here. So sudo responder and for this one, let me go ahead and open another tab so we can get the interface where we're going to be listening. It's going to be the 56. We're going to copy it, run it over here, paste it. Good. Now we are running responder. So now after that, you know, what is going to what we're going to be doing is that um, we are going to run proxy chains, and what it's going to do is that this part right here, NTLM relay X, every time it captures a, there we go. You can see every time it captures the credentials, it is going to send it into the proxy, and then the proxy is going to be captured with proxy chain, and proxy chain is going to execute that. So as you can see, we have so what it's going to be doing actually. Let me go ahead and go back. We are going to capture with responder. Then responder is going to send it to NTLM relay.x, and NTLM relay X, every time a credentials are or a hash is captured, it is going to try to authenticate, right, against the list that we provided. So we provided with a list of 24, 22, and 23. So as you can see over here, this user was able to log in. It succeeded logging in to 24, 22, and 23. So now what we could do is with the proxy, we should be able to get on that port 1080, I believe it is, where it is set up, where it is listening, and we can pass basically that hash, and we can either create a section, we can dump credentials, we can do a lot of cool stuff. So let's go ahead and do that right now. The one that we're going to be executing today, we are going to open a still nothing. So we got, let's do 11, or we did 11. Let's go ahead and do 22. It's not signed. And boom, we got credentials. Okay, so I'm going to add all of these commands that you need to run. So as you can see, the sudo proxy chains. So the credentials dump, I was able to also do that as well with Fernando Alonso. So now we got we were able to dump the LSA secrets, and you can see we have credentials for the machine. We also have some stuff for the SQL Express, and you can see the password over here. So we got good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so this video is getting too long. So on the next video, what we are going to be doing is we are going to basically just try to get an interactive shell on 22 and 23 and all of them. Also, let's see if we can go ahead and dump from 23, which was unsigned. Nope, we were not able to do that. How about for 24? Nope, but we were able to get it for 22. So that was a good try. Well, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. So on the previous video, we were able to run a NTLM relay. We NTLM relay X responder, and then we were able to dump the same database with secrets dump.py, and the same database basically on the previous video that I forgot to say. So the same database contains the local accounts. You need to. We are going to ignore one of the users, which is Vagrant, because it's it is the default user that I use for the lab. So we are going to just ignore that account. And the important information here is the empty hash of the local administrator user. We also get the LSA cache of the last connected users. By default, Windows keep the last 10, I believe, users, which is really useful to connect to the server even if the domain controller is unreachable. But those cache credentials can be cracked offline with Hashcat, which is very slow unless you have a really powerful computer or dedicated computer just to crack passwords. And so that's what we did. We did we dumped the same database. So on this video, what we are going to be doing is we are going to I'm going to show you how to dump this different another way to dump, and this one is called LSASI, and we use LSASI to get the process stored credentials. Also, domain accounts information are stored in LSAS or LSAS process. So make a dump of this process can give you more domain accounts and privilege. And that's why they call it LSASI, because the process that we're going to be dumping is LSAS. And to run the command is proxy change, or let's do it as a super user. LSASI, no pass. The domain is north, and the user is Fernando.Alonso. 192.168.56.22. Proxy chains. So 1080 timed out. Oh, that's because we need to run this guy. There we go, like this. Cool. Then we got to run responder. And then we can go. So as you can see right here, we were able to successfully run the command. So something that you need to, take a look at is that you need to wait that a connection is actually made for Fernando Alonso on the SOC. So as you can see over here, we were able to get to do the NTLM relay, but it didn't create any session. So if it doesn't create any sessions, right, you won't be able to connect using Fernando Alonso. But then a couple minutes later, you can see that it added Fernando Alonso and there was that connection. And, it says, the connection, the active SOCs connection, or the SOCs connection is active now. So then after that, you can go ahead and run LSASI. And LSASI, like I said before, like I mentioned you before the video, LSASI is going to basically dump the LSAS process stored credentials, and which could have domain accounts information are stored in the LSAS process. So making or dumping this process can give you more domain accounts privilege. As you can see over here, we have the administrator. We got some DLL dumps. We got the SQL Server, which was in clear text. We have the Yonkers over here. So it's looking good. It is looking good. So on the next video, I am going to show you how we can dump it with Don Pappy. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, we are going to dump credentials with Don Pappy. And Don Pappy is one of my favorite tools because, to retrieve the secrets or to dump data, the databases and all that cool stuff that Don Pappy does, we are going to be able to do it remotely, first of all, so we don't have to, get into the machine and all that and leave trace. And the thing is that this way, or this tool doesn't touch the LSAS, so it is stealthier, so it is better, doesn't leave a lot of trace behind, and work most of the time, even if an antivirus or an EDR I enable on the target, and it is remotely, so you don't, like I said, you don't have to touch anything. So the first thing that you need to do, like I said, I'm going to leave those commands on the description, so it's going to be a link, so you can click on the link and it's going to take you right to all the commands that I'm going to be running. But I already basically installed Don Pappy, and it is a GitHub. So what you need to do is you need to do a get clone, and you need to clone the don't poppy. Then you're going to change the directory to that clone that you did right from GitHub, and it's gonna take you. It's gonna put you in here, right? The don't poppy.py. All right. So after you got that, you install the requirements and all that stuff that I'm going to leave you. The commands are going to be there. All right. So like I said before, you need to run the um, the ntlm-rx.py, socks, and smb2 support TF, and we're going to be using those targets IP. So you need to run that. Then you need to run also the responder. I have responder running over here. And while all those two are running, you need to wait for a connection from Fernando that has been succeeded, right? You need to wait for that. If you don't see that, do not run it because it is not going to work. Letting you know right now. All right, I'm going to leave all of that in the description, all of that in the command so you know. So as you can see, we already have a connection proxy. We already downloaded Don't Poppy and install it. Now, what the next command that we need to run is going to be sudo proxy change python 3 don't poppy.py no pass, and then we're going to add Fernando Alonso in here, and I'm going to be adding this in the commands as well. So when you run this, it's going to make a connection with the proxy, and then it's going to start dumping everything it can. The cool part about this is that it actually goes into the files, browser, schedule tasks, and a lot of other stuff. Like you see Mozilla, Chrome, it goes to the vaults, it goes to the Wi-Fi keys, the VNC passwords. It goes into a lot. So it gathers a lot of information for you, and it just does a huge dump of credentials, right? And let's go ahead and scroll up here. We can see that we have an LSA dumps. We have the same database dump. We found a couple users in here, and it just basically dumped everything. You can see we have the Matias Almonte. There's a connection, Fernando Alonso connection. So this dumps everything for you, which is really cool and really, really, really nice. So there it is. The other one that I want to show you, let's go ahead and clear that, is that we're going to be basically connecting. We are going to have an interactive shell. And for this, we are going to be using, it's not going to be don't pop, it's going to be smb execute.py. So the command is going to be smb exec.py. And this is going to open an interactive shell with the host 192.168.56.22. If you do a host name over here, you can see that it is Yonkers. If you do an IP config, you can see IP config over here, right? The IP that we connected to. If we do who am I, we are domain, right? We do a who am I all. There we go. So here's an interactive shell. Really cool. So we were able to dump credentials. On the previous video, we dumped credentials with OSASI. We also dumped the same database, and in this video, we dumped it with Don't Poppy, which gives you a lot more. Because it looks, like I said, it looks into the Wi-Fi, it looks into the browser history, it looks into a lot more stuff, and it doesn't leave a lot of trace behind, which is really nice. And then after that, I show you how you can have an interactive shell basically as an admin, and with an admin, you can take control of that entire server. So this is it for this video, guys. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to pass the hash with winexec.py. So since we recently, in the previous videos, we were able to dump credentials, we were able to dump the hashes using the Don't Poppy. We also used the LSASI to dump, and we dumped the same database. So now we are going to be using those credentials that we found, or those not credentials, basically the hashes that we gather while we were doing the the NTLM relay attack and then we dumped the credentials and we did all that cool stuff. So now we are going to pass the hash, and passing the hash means that we are going to authenticate using the hash that we found and not the password. So that's what it means, pass the hash. And whenever we execute this command, it is actually going to give us access, right? We're going to have an interactive shell. We are going to log in to the servers. So, and just to let you guys know, I am going to just paste this command because it is a long command. And also for this script that we're going to be using, this win.exec.py, I'm going to provide you guys with the link so you guys can download it. So you guys don't have to go ahead and look for yourself. And let me go ahead and show you the LSASI dump. So the LSASI dump, we have a dump for the administrator over here, which is the one that we're going to be using to basically authenticate, right? We're going to pass this hash for the administrator on the Yonkers. This is for the Yonkers server, which is the 192.168.56.22. So we're going to log in as the administrator, and we are going to be using the NT password over here. All right. So here's the trick right here. Are you guys ready? There we go. I'm going to go ahead and paste it. So just make sure that you have the win.exec.py right here on this directory, otherwise it's not going to work. And we are going to call the hashes over here, and then we are going to put in single quotes the hash. But here's the trick: you need to add a bunch of zeros at the beginning. I forgot how many there were, but there are a bunch of zeros in here. You can just copy and paste. If you want to count all the zeros, you can go ahead and count all the zeros. Yeah, and we are going to be passing this hash, which is the one that we got from the dump, which is this one right here. Hopefully the password for the administrator hasn't changed, because if it changed, it's not going to work. So, and here we go. We are going to pass the hash to the administrator at 192.168.56.22. Here we go. Press enter. And boom, we got a shell. That's awesome. So you can just say, who am I? Just to verify. You should be the administrator. You can say, who am I? Oh, it will give you all the information about this user. You can see that he is in the built-in administrator. He's part of the network. So he is in the, he's an administrator. So cool, we have access to it. If you do an IP config to make sure you're on the right one, right? 192.168.56.22. And you can do a host name, and this one should be Yonkers, I believe. And there we go. So cool beans. So the other one that we can use to authenticate is to the domain controller. We can authenticate to 192.168.56.11, and this one should let us in. And this one, the host name for this one is going to be the Bronx. So it's the Bronx.north.newyork.local. I believe the IP config, right? Here's the IP. So who am I? You are the administrator. And who am I? Oh, and there we go. So you see all that information. So from here, you can start gathering information. You can start trying to do privilege escalation. You can try to, hop to another domain, hop to another server from here. And, you can just do a lot of more stuff to it. You can also see if the AV is enabled. You can disable it and all that cool stuff. So we are going to leave it here because we don't want to get there yet. In the upcoming sections, we are going to start more, attacking more the servers itself once we have a session. Right now, I just want to show you that we are able to pass a hash with the win.exec.py script. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next video. We are now going to pass the hash with Evo WinRM. And Evo WinRM is one of the tools that I like the most. Is that one, Evo WinRM, and also Crack Map Exec. So with Evo WinRM, you can do a lot. You can, pass the hash we were going to be doing. And it also has like an interactive manual where you can download and upload, PowerShell scripts. You can run PowerShell scripts. You can do a lot with it. And just for this video, just to demonstrate you guys, I'm just going to, just pass the hash. Make sure that you are connected to the VPN if you have access to the labs, and we are going to be running this command over here. And I'm also in the description below, I'm going to leave you with a link where I can show you how to download and install Evo WinRM so you guys can use it. So let's go ahead and run this command, boom, and that gives us an interactive shell right away. And from here you can just run command like hostname. You can see that we are in the box config, right? Who am I as well should be in here, and there we go. So really good stuff. And it also has a menu. If you type menu, it would see if you want to see all the services. You can see all the services that are running. If you want to upload something, you can upload. If you want to download something that you found, you can also do that. So it's really cool. It's really cool. I'm probably going to dedicate a section for Evo WinRM and also for CrackMapExec because they are really good tools that we can use. Let's go ahead and exit. So we connected to the .11. Now let's connect to the 22 or Evo WinRM. Right, you can see the host name, IP config, see the IP address. You can also see the who am I. Boom, and who am I all should also work. Yep, it does. Cool. You can see the menu. And from here you can do a bunch of other stuff like the DLL loader, the donut loader, invoke binary, bypass, MC, services. Let's go ahead and see services. Cool. So you can upload anything you want, like a PowerShell script. So you can get a reverse shell another way. You can upload like Power View, so you can do privilege escalation. A lot of really good stuff. And like I said, I might create a section just to dedicate, a section just for Evo WinRM, so I can show you everything you can do from here, which is really awesome. And here from the services, you can see that we have SQL Express running on this, which is host name on Yonkers. So really good information. So yeah, I didn't want to make this video too long. I just wanted to show you that you are able to also pass the hash with Evo WinRM. So thank you guys for watching. Hi, we are now going to pass the hash with CrackMapExec, and we have used it previously on previous videos. And now I'm going to show you guys how you can basically pass the hash, and we can execute command as well. So we are going to the first command that we're going to be running is going to be this one. As you can see, CrackMapExec. We're going to be doing SMB, so we can authenticate with SMB 192.168 the 56.11. The D is for domain, which is North. Administrator is a user. The capital H is for hash, and the X is what we want to execute. We want to execute who am I, and see what we get. We are pawn, so here we go. So we got that back to us as administrator. You can also do an IP config. See what we get. Should be 192.168.56.11. There we go. So we got over here Kubins, and if you want to do a host name, you can also do a host name over here. And there we go. So we got the command back has Bronx, right? So we can clear this out. Now we can also dump credentials. So the next one, so you can see over here, the domain is North, administrator. The hash, the only thing that changed was same. So we are going to dump the same database, which we have done it before. Here we go. Dump in. We dump the administrator, which we already have, guest account and default account. Cool. We can also dump LSA, the process, right? And this one should also dump. Let's see. We get a lot more information. We can see that we have the administrator again. We got a couple others over here, which information that we had already, just a different way on how to dump the credentials. We dumped it before without having any credentials, so it was all as an anonymous user. When we did that NTLM relay, and we got that, we were able to pass it through proxy chains, and we were able to just dump credentials like that. And the last one but not least is the NTDS. Let me see if this one works. And there we go. So this one dumps basically, like every user that it's in the inactive directory. So you can see we have one for administrator, Vagrant, Pablo Sandoval, Fernando Alonso, Alejandro Rodriguez. So we dumped basically the entire database, or the entire the entire NTDS, which contains all the users in Active Directory. So that is really, really, really evil, and that we were able to do that because we got the administrator account for that DC, for that domain controller. So cool. I just wanted to show you those tricks. Those are really awesome. So thank you guys for watching, and just keep watching. Hello guys, welcome to a new video. In this video we are going to be coercing the Salisbury, that's Maryland, the local server, so we can get a we're going to coerce the SMB authentication, and we're going to be using coerced and the NTLM relay X so we can catch it, and then we're going to do the LLOps with we drop the mic. So it's going to be, we are going to coerce in the SMB authentication, and then the NTLM relay X is going to be doing the drop the mic. So it's a really cool one to do, and we're going to be using Coercer for this. And Coercer is a really cool tool that you should get familiar with. So let's go ahead and start. And before we start that, you need to make sure that you are connected or SSH into the lab machine, because it's only going to work in the lab machine. So let's go ahead, and this one is to be run as a super user, super admin, super administrator, whatever you want to call it. There we go. It is now running. So after we do that, we are going to be running coerce, and we are going to be using the Joaquin Pereira user account. And the domain is going to be Maryland, the local. The password for Joaquin Pereira is horse. The target is going to be Salisbury, Maryland, local, right? And the local local IP is the 192.168.56.31, which is the IP address of the parent OS in the lab. Okay? So let's go ahead and do that. And what we're going to be doing here is do C. And let's see if we caught it with the NTLM relay X. And it seems like we got it. So make sure that you copy this, because we are going to be using this for the attack, and it changes every time. So we can go ahead and paste this over here. We can go ahead and clear this out because we already got it, and we are good to go. And what this is going to do is basically going to impersonate the Salisbury server, and we can tell by going into the server, it is going to create basically another computer in here. If you go ahead and refresh it, remove my computer, right? That's what we did. We just created that. And now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and get a ticket, right? An ST from the Salisbury domain controller, or the Salisbury the Salisbury server, by running this command. Let me go ahead and clear this out. Then we need to remove that password because we are using a new password. Like I said, every time you run this attack, you're going to get a new password. There we go. So we are going to be doing at SPM, which is what is the SPN again? Inactive directory. It is the server's principal name. Yeah, the server's principal name. And yeah, the server's principal name. Okay, the SPN. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to set the SPN for the host Salisbury, Maryland, the local. We're going to impersonate the administrator. The domain controller for the Salisbury is the .12. and we're going to be getting into the Maryland.local. Remove my computer, and here's the password. So let's go ahead and press enter. Good. So we now got this basically ticket over here, the administrator -c cache. So now we need to go ahead and set our environment, and the way to do this, excuse me 1 second, my computer froze. There we go. Good to go. So we are going to do a pwd, right? This is where it's at. So we are going to do an export to set the environment variable, and we are going to be doing it in the home fa that. Boom. So now what we're going to be doing is we are going to be dumping the same database, same hashes from the Salisbury server. Good. So here we're going to be using the secrets dump.py, and we are going to say no password, right? Because we are going to be authenticating with this administrator.c cache over here. So no password. We're going to be authenticating with the Maryland.local domain administrator at Salisbury.Maryland.local server. And I got an extra quote over here. And boom, we dumped the entire same hash or same database from the Salisbury.Maryland.local. Look at that, really awesome. We got the administrator hash, the guest, vagrants, the SQL server. We also got some plain text password in here. I know it's not that plain, but okay. And we do get a the SQL _SVC password in clear text. So this is set for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Hopefully you guys learn something. And I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, we are now going to be performing the ASRep roast attack. And the ASRep roast attack looks for users without the Kerberos pre-authentication required or the don't rec pre-auth. And that means that anybody can send a AS request, right? A request to the domain controller on behalf of those users and receive an ASRep message back. And this kind of message contains a chunk of data encrypted with the original user key, and which is where the password comes from. Then by using this message, the user password could be cracked offline, which we are also going to be doing. Furthermore, no domain account is needed to perform this attack, only connection to the domain controller. However, a domain account or LDAP query can be used to retrieve users without Kerberos pre-authentication in the domain. Otherwise, usernames have to be guessed. And that's what we're going to be doing. We are going to be guessing, and I love guessing. And we are going to be using users that we gathered before from the previous attacks that we were doing enumeration. If you remember, we gathered these users, and I have a save over here. So we are going to be using that for that. And we're also going to be using the get npu users script, and we're going to go to north that's New York that's local, and we are going to say that we don't have any pass, so no pass, right? And users, we're going to be using the users file, and it's going to be the users.txt that I just showed you over here. And what this is going to do is going to try to get the like I said, that request back from the domain controller, that ASRep message back from the domain controller, and it's going to be trying to get it from these users over here. So let's go ahead and do that, and voila, there we go. We got the Claudio Ortiz KRB5 ASRep. So let's go ahead and copy that guy, and guess what we can do? We can go ahead and crack this offline. Make sure that you are doing this on your virtual machine and not on the virtual machine that is provided for you on the labs, because otherwise it's going to be really slow and it's going to take you years to do that. All right. And we are going to be using the raku.txt. You can download that from the GitHub. I believe I showed you how to do it before. So let's go ahead and let's start cracking, right? So I already copied that, and we are going to be using Hashcat for that. So Hashcat, the mode right here, the mode that we're going to use is going to be the 18200, which is specific for this Cabrera roast. And then we have to do, I believe we got to put in quotes in here, we got to put the, that what we got back from the domain controller, which is this over here, right? In single quotes, okay? And then after that, we are going to specify A3, which is the attack mode, and the attack mode is 3, and 3 for the attack mode means that we're going to be doing brute force. And then I'm going to specify the basically the word list that we're going to be using, and we are going to press enter, and that's going to start cracking. Okay, and let's see if mine is able to do this. Start and digest, and let's go ahead and do, make sure I got everything right. Q, let's go ahead and do it as yeah, I need to do this offline anyway, so I'm not doing this offline. Let me go ahead and copy this. I need to be offline. Here we go. And paste it in here. Run it. And let's go ahead and run this bad boy. And now you're going to see my CPU is going to go a little bit high, and it's going to start cracking. So let's go ahead and pause this video and see what we get back. And there it is, guys. We were able to crack this password in, I don't know what it took. I think it took like 2 minutes to crack this. It depends on how you set up your, how much RAM and CPU you gave your virtual machine. But you can see right here, it was cracked. You can see the what we got back, right? What we were trying to crack, and the password is baby boy. So this whole long string means it is the, you know, that request that we got from the domain controller when we tried to do that AS rep AS rep roast. So we were able to roast Claudio Ortiz. We got this back from the domain controller, and we start cracking it with Hashcat. We were able to crack it, and it is a Kerberos 5. That's what we got from the domain controller. It's a Kerberos 5, and it's Claudio Ortiz, right? We got it back, and we started cracking with Hashcat, and we were able to crack it. And it is, the password is baby boy. So we got another password. We got another user and another password. So Claudio Ortiz. So we're going to be able to authenticate to the New York local. Good. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next video. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be doing some password spraying to see if we can get more users, more credentials basically. And for this video we are going to be using Sprayhound. Sprayhound is a really cool tool that I've been using for a while now, and you can do a lot of stuff. You can even import some of the credentials that you find with Sprayhound, and you can add it to Bloodhound, which is really good, and we are going to be doing that later, not on this video but later on. I'm going to be using, as soon as I know the users.txt that I used in the previous video, but I want to delete this one, Vagrant, because that's the one that I use for the labs to access the Windows devices and configure whatever I need to configure. So I'm going to be using this list, users.txt, and here's our list that we're going to be using. All right, so for this we are going to do a spray. We are going to go Sprayhound, and on the command page where I list all the commands, I'm going to be showing you guys how to install Sprayhound. It's really cool. You just download it from the GitHub, install the dependencies, and install the requirements, and boom, you should be good to go. Okay, so for here we are going to do a capital U, and if you want to see the entire menu, what you can do with Sprayhound, you can just press enter, over here, and this one gives you the all the commands that you can basically do. All right, and just like any other tool. So we are going to go again, Sprayhound. Okay, so for Sprayhound, capital U is that we're going to do a list. So the list of users that we're going to be using is going to be users.text, right? Negative D is going to be for the domain. So north.newyork.local, right? And the DC is the domain controller, 192.168.56.11. And we are just going to press enter. Let's go ahead and say yes. So yes. No. And there we go. So we found a valid one. So what happened was that Sprayhound used this user.text for the username and also for the password field. So basically that's why we're able to find Pack-O-Fish, right? So Pack-O-Fish is the username and Pack-O-Fish is the password basically. So for cats, let's go ahead and so what it did was it tried to authenticate administrator against the password administrator, KRBTG against the password KRBTG, and Pablo Sandoval against this password Pablo Sandoval, and yada yada yada. So that's what happened. That's how you're able to do password spraying. And if you remember, when we were just doing enumeration, we were able to find the password policy, and the password policy I believe was 5 times. So if you enter the credentials 5 times in a row, it will lock the account. So you need to be careful on that. And I believe Sprayhound has a feature where you can just tell it how many times, or like how many times to try it, like the threshold right here. So if we put the threshold to number of password left allow before locked out. So you put like a like a T and put like 3 on it, or just 4 right before it basically locks the account. It will only try that user 3. If you put 4, it will only try against that password 4 times against a user. So that's a really cool feature that you can basically use. So yep, we were able to find a credential, Pack-O-Fish. Pack-O-Fish is using the same password as the username. Let's go ahead and run it again. Yes, yes, and there we go. To Blowhound, as you can see right here, you can import this to Blowhound, but since we don't have that running yet, I'm going to say no. So here we go. Looking good. I'm going to save that. And now we have found Miguel Cabrera password, Claudio Ortiz, and Pack-O-Fish password. So also we are doing good, guys. Now on the next one, we are going to be doing some get AD users and also LDAP search. Thank you guys for watching. Hi guys, now we are going to be doing some user listings. So we are going to query LDAP with get AD users and LDAP search, but this time we are going to be authenticating to the domain controller so we can get the entire list of the users basically, because before we did it anonymously, and when you do it anonymously you don't get the entire list. So that's what we are going to be doing. So we're going to do the get AD users Python script for impact, and we're going to do all. So we want to get all of them, and we are going to get it from the north. That's New York. Local, and we're going to use the Claudio Ortiz password that we were able to crack on the previous video. I believe it was 2 videos ago, and the password was baby boy. There we go. There we go. So we have a list now, which you should save, right? The entire list. You can see before, I believe, I think it was the guest one, and that was not there before. That I think that's the only one. So I don't think we even need to save that. So when we did it, maybe Valentino Alcantara was in there. Let's do a cat users text. Valentino was in there. KRBTG, everything was in there. The guest user was the one that was not in here. That was the only user. So yep, that's how you are able to basically just query all the users from LDAP from the domain controller. Now I'm going to show you a different way that we can get this, and I'm just going to copy and paste the command because it is too long to type. There we go. Press enter. And this one is LTAP search that we are using. You can see that we are doing LTAP against the domain controller .11. We are using Clarity Ortiz at North New York .local with the password baby boy, and we are putting over here the domain controller, and then we are querying with this command that I got. And as you can see over here, basically the same. So this is just a different way, right? A different tool that we can use. Just like get AD users, we get the same information. There we go. Looking good. Now let's see if we are able, if Clarity Ortiz is able to get it from the Maryland.local domain, which is the 12 domain controller. So LTAP, we are going to do Clarity Ortiz, North New York.local, North.New York.local, with the password baby boy, but the domain controller is going to be Maryland.local. So let's see if we are able to get anything from here. So as you can see, I guess Clarity Ortiz is unable to authenticate to the Maryland.local domain controller. So that's cool. Let's go ahead and see if we can get the other domain controller. The other domain controller that we found when we were doing enumeration was the .10. So let's see if we can get the .10 in here. See if I can copy this. Command not found, LTAP search. LTAP search. What do you mean? LTAP search. It is in here. Let me see if the commands are okay. H D W B New York.local, which is the .10. Yep, that should be working. Let's go ahead and just copy this whole command. Just paste it in there. There we go. I don't know why that wasn't working. Maybe I don't see any space. LTAP search. I didn't spell anything incorrectly. All right, but now you can see we have users for the New York.local. So let's say users New York.local. Let's go ahead and copy all of this so we can save it for later. Copy. We are going to use Nano for this. Just paste it all in here. Save it. Convenient. So we were able to get that. And if you want to get a better list, you can just run it like this. Well, not a better list. This is a more raw list, as you can see over here. Because this one gives you the description. Let's see if we can find anything in the description. This one gives you the object group ID as well, last password set, the last logon, and all that cool stuff, and where it is located too, where the object is located. See if we can find any passwords in the description, because this one does give you the description too. Nope. The description for this one, nope. Description for this guy, no. No description for that one. Description for Raphael. Did I pass Rafi? Because he doesn't have anything in the description. Let's see for Ramon Maldonado. Nothing in here either. Marco Lopez. Nothing, just Marco. Nicolas Maduro. Nothing in here. Mateo Pacheco. Nothing in there. Hugo Chavez. So did I pass Hugo? No. Donald Trump. Yep, it looks like we don't. There's no passwords in here. The description for these users. So that it's fine for me. All right, so yep, so those are the commands that you can run to basically query the domain controller to get all the users with authentication, because we were able to authenticate with Clarity Ortiz with the password baby boy. So this is it for this video. Just wanted to show you guys how you could do that with an authenticated user. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next one. Hello, in this video guys we are going to be doing some Kerberos roasting. And what is Kerberos roasting? Well, Kerberos roasting is a post exploitation attack technique that attempts to crack the password of a service account, right, with an Active Directory AD. And in this attack, a hacker or ethical hacker tries to impersonate an account user with a service principal name or SPN requests, and the hacker is going to request a ticket which contains an encrypted password or Kerberos. And an SPN is an attribute that ties a service to a user account within the Active Directory. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to basically do a Kerberos roasting, and then we are going to crack that ticket that we're going to be getting. And this command is quite long, so I'm just going to copy and paste it again. Sorry for that guys, but we can go through it, right? We are going to do a get users spn.py, right, which is the aim packet script. We are going to be requesting from the domain controller 192.168.56.11 to the north.newyork.local account or domain with the Claudio Ortiz account, password baby boy, and we are going to output that Kerberos ticket that we're going to get to this file over here. So let's go ahead and press enter, and we got a couple over here. We got Elena Lopez, we got 2 for her, and we got the SQL SVC, right? So what we could do now is that we can also, let me show you how to do this with the with crack map exec, because you also can do it with this with crack map exec. So we are going to do a crack map exec LDAP, the same IP for the domain controller, Claudio Ortiz, same password, the domain, Kerberos roasting, and we are going to be saving this as Kerberos roast. Let's go ahead and give it another name, and underscore CME hashes, and that's going to give us those accounts or that tickets, right? We got a couple of tickets over here. If we do a cat, we save it as Kerberos roasting, and that hashes, which is the first one that we got. We see that we got 1 Elena Lopez and we got 2 for the SQL SVC. So what we could do now, we can try to crack these 2 right tickets that we got in here with hashcat. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be saving this individually, and we are going to take it to my my local VM, because you cannot run this from the parent OS that I provided you for the lab. Do not do that on the lab, just like I said before. All right. So for this one, let's just call it Nano. Which one was it? Kerberos Elena. I'm gonna call it Kerberos roasting Elena. Yeah, copy it in here. Cool. And then for the other one, it's going to be the SQL SVC. And go and save it. So now we are going to basically brute force this with hashcat. So let's go ahead and do hashcat. Or before we do that, let's do a cats. I want to do it like this. Kerberos roasting Elena. Copy it. So we're going to do hashcat. And let's see if the if we have the RockQ.txt in here. Yes, we do. Clear this out. Hashcat. The module is going to be, I think it's 1.5 or 1.8. 200. We are going to force. We are going to attack it. RockQ.txt. And we are going to paste it in here. Enter. No hashes loaded. I think I got it wrong. Let me see. It's a 1100. There we go. So it's 13 instead of 1.8.200 for the mode, it is 1.3.100. So this is going to start cracking right now, and let's go ahead and just give it a couple minutes. And as you can see right here, I was able to crack that Elena ticket, and the other one we won't be able. I don't think we're going to be able to do it. You can try it, but the one that we really need to move forward is Elena.Lopez, and the password for this cracked was Princesa1. So we are good to go. Thank you guys for watching, and keep watching. It's getting better. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video. In this video we are going to be setting up Power View, and as you know, we have 4 accounts credentials, so we are able to authenticate with 3 different accounts. One is Miguel Cabrera, the other one is Claudio Ortiz, Paco Fish, and Elena Lopez. And if you go around, you know, spraying the credentials around and trying to authenticate with different servers and services, you are going to see that Elena.Lopez has RDP access to 192.168.56.22. So that's what we're going to be doing. We are going to create an RDP connection to that server, which is Yonkers.North.New.York.Local server, and we are going to be using X-Free RDP to connect with that account. And you should be doing that from your local VM, whatever you're using, either Parrot OS or Kali Linux. And you're gonna have to install X-Free RDP if you don't have it already. In the where I post all my commands that I'm using, I'm going to leave in the steps on how to install that. And so let's go ahead and start that over here. So like I said, we're going to be using X-Free RDP, domain north.newyork.local, user Elena Lopez, password is Princesa1, 192.168.56.22, size is 80, and I want to search ignore, and that should let you write in. All right, hopefully, right? Let's see what it does. And there you go. And just make sure that you are connected to the VPN, right? Because if you're not connected, you won't be able to RDP into that server. Okay, so we are in here in this server. So now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and SSH into that lab Parrot OS. And I think I am already in there, but let me just go ahead and show you. There we go. Now I'm in. Right, if you do IPA, you can see that I'm in the lab machine. Cool. So now what we want to do is that we want to download the Power View tool that we're going to be using. And if you do actually before we do that, I want to go and make a directory, and I want to call it Power View. And I also want to CD after that to Power View. There we go. So now over here, what we want to do is that we want to go ahead and download that Power View tool that we're going to be using. So go ahead and do wget, and this is the URL where we are going to be downloading the Power View, right? So wget, and let's go ahead and download it. Cool. If you do an ls, you can see that it is in here. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and start a HTTP server. So the best way to do that is by using the module http.server, the Python module. let's go ahead and start this. And we need to now go to the free XRDP, and we are going to open PowerShell. Here it is. And we are going to go into the desktop. Cool. So now we are going to be downloading the Power View, and for this we are going to be using the download file functionality in PowerShell. So if we go ahead and do a PowerShell, and we are going to be using new. The thing that I'm typing the whole thing is because we don't have clipboard functionality. I tried to do that through free RDP, but it didn't work for some reason. So you might have to type it again: system net.web client download file. So in here you need to put the IP address for the parent OS lab machine, which is 31, and it's going to be 8,000, and the file that I want to get is powerview.ps1, and I'm missing something because I need to put over here HTTP. Whack. Okay, so then after that we need to specify where do we want to save this, right? And you put a comma, and you basically just can copy this, paste it here, and just put over here powerview.ps1. Download file argument. So let me see. HTTP whack 192.168 powerview.ps1. Let me see, did I miss? I typed something incorrectly over here. Yes, that's because these two, they need to be in the same right here. This all needs to be in the same right here. Yep. Still, comma. Oh, I need to put this in quotes though. There we go. Cool. So there we go, and you can see it in here that has been saved. If you clear this out, there we go. Now the way that for you to use it, you need to do an import module, and you want to import the Power View, right, which is in the same desktop. You need to be in the same location as the this file. Then after this, you can just do a simple get net user. Get net user. There we go. And this one will give you the information for all the users. And on the upcoming videos, we are going to be basically doing enumeration with Power View, which is a really strong and really clean manager, and it's a really good tool. And it uses, it just uses PowerShell. It's just straight PowerShell, and a lot of antivirus will not detect this as a it's a virus. So that's why we were able to just do this. So like I said before, we are going to use in Power View. We're going to be enumerating the user, group, computer, file, servers, group, the net, the group policy objects, net, the object ACL, and the net domain trust. So hopefully you guys are enjoying these videos. Tutorials is how to hack and all that cool stuff. So I would say thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. How are you guys are doing? Hopefully are doing great, enjoying these videos and all that I'm doing, and hopefully you guys purchased a lab, and if you guys did, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys are having fun with the lab. So now let's go ahead and continue. On the previous video we created an RDP session with Elena Lopez, and we uploaded Power View to the 192.168.56.22, which I believe is the Yonkers.North.New York.local server. So now we are going to start enumerating with Power View, which is a really powerful tool. I mean, it's just powerful. And like I said before, the way that you import the module, or the way that that to be able to use it, you need to do an import module basically, and then you do power view, and just remember that you need to be in the same directory of where the file is. And there we go, power view.ps1. Boom, we are good to go. So now we are going to be using power view to do enumeration, right? So the first command that we're going to be doing is get net user, and that's going to enumerate all the users in this domain. Remember, we have 3 different domains, and this machine or this computer is in the north.newyork.local domain. So therefore, it's only going to be looking at this. It's only going to be looking at this domain. But if you want to, let me see if you do an H. No, that doesn't work. Help. Nope. So you can do a question mark. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Okay, let's go ahead, and what you could do is, if you specify the domain, right? Remember, we are in the north.newyork.local domain. So by default, it's going to be looking at all the users in that north.newyork.local domain. But you could specify a domain. So let's say you do a newyork.local. You're going to get results for the newyork.local, right? Because since this current user that we are in has access to the newyork.local, it's going to be able to get those users. Let's see if it is the same for the domain maryland.local. Yep, we're also able to get those users. So that's how you specify. If you want to jump to a different domain, you can just specify with the domain over here. Okay, so get net user gives you just all the usernames, right? All the usernames, and it gives you a lot of information. Like, it gives you the user account control, bad password count, when it was created, the given name, last log off, same account name, last log on, the country code if there's one, the SN, right, the CN, the password last set, when it was last set. So it gives you a lot of good information. It gives you also the description, bad password time, when was the last time you got the bad password time, logon count 27. So it gives you a lot of really good information. But if you want to just get a list of the same account name, just the usernames, what you could do is you can do a select, right? And you want to expand properties or property, and you just put same account. So basically, you just want to get the list of, you just want to get the same account. You can do it just like this, and it will just give you a list of all the usernames, right? Which is the same for the principal name. If you just want to get the principal names of all the users, you can do expand property, and you can do, oh, that did not work, service principal name. So because the other ones do not have service principal name, only the ones that have the SPNs are going to be working. The other ones are just going to give you an error, right? But let's take a look at another one. Let's take a look user. If we take a look at the which one is going to be one that all the users have password last set, right? All the users are going to have password last set. So if you filter by that, you're going to get, but the thing is that you're not going to get the username, so you're not going to know which ones they are. But yeah, that's how how you can filter by, basically, a little bit, right? And if you just want to get and specify user, let's go and do like Joel Exposito, right? If you just want to take a look at one user, you can just do username, username. It needs to be user name, and you put Joel Esposito right here, and it should have given you getnet username. How about same account name? There you go. I think I'm getting mixed up with the old one, because the old one used to be your username, But for this new PowerShell, which is not new, but I was used to the old one, if you put your same account name over here and you put the specified user that you want to see, it will only give you the, it will only give you the what you're looking for over here, just the username. So you can, if you just want to look at one user in a specific, you can just put same account name and then the username that you want to basically take a look at. And you can do a lot. You can do, if you just want to get the description of all the users, right, which is really good because sometimes they add a password in the description. So if you go and do like the get name user and you want to just look for, let's say, name, you can do properties, right, and just put name and you put a comma and just put the description. Description over here. This one would share. Okay, so that's because nobody has, so administrators and name or description, that's because I didn't. There we go. So now it will give you the name, right, the account name, and it will give you the description of that account. If you remember on the previous video, we were able to get the Miguel Cabrera's password, which is I love password, right? And also if you want to just specify the domain, right, and you want to put the New York local over here, because remember by default it is going to be looking for the north that New York local domain. But if you want to do it for the New York domain, you could do that. Also for the Maryland local, you could do that, right? So this is really a lot of good information. But I guess we are going to leave it here. I'm going to post where I put on the link where I put all the commands. There's going to be a lot of other commands that you can use, and just take a look at all the commands. Just go through all the commands, and see what each and every one of those do, because you want to get familiar with this when you're doing enumeration and all that stuff. Power View is a really powerful tool, and you should get familiar with Power View. So this is it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Peace. How you guys are doing? In this video, we are going to take a look at Power View again, but we are going to be enumerating the groups in Active Directory. And for this, we are going to be using the getNet group. On the previous video, we enumerated the user and we used the getNet users. So let's go ahead and do net get group, right? And like always, make sure that you import the module, and it is Power View. There we go. It's imported. Now you should be able to use the Power View options like get net group. Oh, not group, not GPO. Let's say group. All right. So if we do from here, if you just press enter, it's just going to give you all the information on all the groups. Boom, here are all the groups, lots of groups. We have the North multi-DOM. So let's go ahead and actually just take a quick, we are going to, I'm going to take note of that, North multi-DOM, right? And what else do we got? We got the, so multi-DOM, and you can see that in here, it tells you what it is, all that good stuff. We also have the North Manager. What else do we got in here? We got the Patrol. So the name Patrol. Let's go ahead and put over here, Patrol. And we got, lots of other groups. We got the North group as well. So North, blah, 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 all cool stuff. So like I said before, this is only for the north.to-new-york.local. If you want to, go ahead and go to another, let's go ahead and scroll down. If you want to go to another domain, right, you can just specify the domain where you want to go. Just type domain and just put New York.local. And here we'll give you all the main multi-DOMs. Let's go ahead and copy that. New York.local. It is main multi DOMs. So over here we'll give you, like, the groups that are in that specific domain. So like Times Square, let's go Times Square. And now if you want to do the Maryland.local, it will also give you the Maryland.local, but you need to specify, because the current domain that we are in is in north.newyork.local. We have the KGB, funny, Maryland.local, we have a KGB. All right, so clear. Let's go ahead and clear this bad boy out. And like I said, you can specify the domain that you want. Now, if you want to look at a specific group, right? Let's go ahead. I took notes, and let's say we want to take a look at the net group, but we want to take a look at a specific group. You can just say that net group, and you want to take a look at the let's say in the north, let's say north multi DOM, and just go like that. And in here it should give you all the data just for that specific group. There we go. That's all you need to do. So we give you all the data. You see the same account name, and you also see the CN. You see all that stuff in here. You know, the object SID, object class, the members in here, and all the cool stuff. Now, if you want to look at a specific group, but for a different domain, all you have to specify is a domain. Or let's just go ahead and say, like, the New York.local has a Times Square. Let's go ahead and put in quotes, Times Square, but it is in a different domain. Like the domain, this one is in the New York.local. Times Square, there's nothing in. I should have given you time. I don't think it is case sensitive. No, it's not. But it didn't give me anything. What if we just specify like the domain, and then put over here Times Square? Still nothing. So domain Times Square, it didn't work. So how will you do? Let's go ahead and do like same account name. Same account name, Times Square. I thought it was in New York. Still not coming up with anything. Not cool. What about if you do? I thought I took a look. Main multi DOMs. Oh, okay, there you go. So maybe Times Square is not in New York. I thought it was, but this one came up for the multi DOMs. Let's go ahead and take a look at just the New York.local. We got the multi DOMs. We got the Times. Okay, that's what it is. I'm missing an S over here. So that's why I wasn't able to come out with anything, because I missed an S. Times Square. Maybe I misspelled over there. So let's go ahead and put Times Square. If I spell it right, Square. There we go. So that will give you just for that domain, and for the Maryland, you could also do the same thing. Yada yada, right? Now, if you want to identify the group members, what you need to do is you actually need to do another one, which is net group member. And in the group member, if you give you net whoa, group member. Why is the tab not working? Let me see. Net group member. It's not. I guess it's not. This one is not in it. Interesting. Let me see. Net group member. Identity. And we can say North. Yeah, net group. Oh, that's what it is, because I need to put get net group member. There we go. So with the get net group member, and if you put the identity, it will give you all the members in that group in a specific, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at another Times Square, right? But this one is not in the same domain that we're looking at. It is going to be in the, you can just specify the domain and you put New York.local. So there's nobody in that Times Square. Is there anybody in the, what was the other one? I'm looking at my notes, multi-doms. And so there's nobody, there's no members in Times Square for some reason. Is there any members in the main multi-doms? Yep, there is just one member right now, which is Carmelo Anthony. So, you know, looking good. That's how you are able to do that. If you found a group that you want to take a look at, which is in the Maryland local, you can do that, you know. And let's say who is in the domain admins for this. Domain admins. And you can see there's 1, 2, 3 people that are domain admins. So good. And this is for the New York. How about for the Maryland local? See, there's 2 members, Carmelo Anthony. We got administrator. So those are, you know, users that you want to look for or target, right? Because they are domain admins. And if you are domain admins, you can do a lot of damage to a domain or to an Active Directory. And here's for the North.NewYork.local. And you didn't really have to specify that because it would by default just search for that, like I said before. So like I said before, on other commands, I'm going to, or the link that you go to see other commands, I'm going to leave some tricks that you can use. So go ahead and take a look at that. I have a lot of data in there that you can use to do more enumeration. I just want to show some of the basics ones and how you can get to, you know, to different domains and all that, and to filter some data that might be useful for you. So this is it for this video. I just want to leave it here, and guys, I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be enumerating the computers and the servers on all 3 domains, but I'm just going to be showing you some tips and tricks that you could do with the GetNet computer, because you guys know how to do the basic stuff, right? So now what I want to do is just show you some of the tricks that you could do, and one of them is the GetNet computer, not compartments, computer. And if you send a ping, right, it will send a ping to all the servers in there, and it will give you, you know, all the data in there. Ping. So it basically pings, or it should have. Never. But yeah, this will give you all the information. It should have just sent a ping check. For some reason it's not working. All right, let's keep going. Another one is on constraint, and this one always appear but aren't full useful for, you know, privilege escalation. But let's go ahead and do on constraint. There we go. And you could take a look at the on constraint, and on, I believe what section is going to be, we're going to be doing an on constraint domain exploit. Okay, so the next one is we are going to find constraint delegation. So on constraint we did it. Now on constraint delegation we did it. Now we're going to look at constraint delegation, and for this one it's not constraint, it's going to be trusted to auth. So if you do trusted to auth, you're going to find all the machines are trusted to auth. And if you want to, change the domain, like always, you can just change the domain to newyork.local. Right, there's nothing in newyork.local, or you can change to maryland.local as well. And there's none of that in there either. Another one, cool ones that you could do is you can just filter by operating system. Like if you're looking for like a 2008, you can do that operating system, and you, in quotes, you want to put an asterisk over here, and let's say server 2012, none. But let's say server 2016, there's nothing in there. Server, let's just say server, nothing in server. So this one is for GetNet computer. Oh, and operating system, yep. Server, nothing. So this one doesn't seem to be working either. Interesting. So asterisk. Oh, let's go ahead and do this like this way. Yep, nothing in here. Weird. Oh, there we go. I just had a space there. Let's just go ahead and do like 2016, nothing. 2012, nothing. 2022, nothing. How about just server? That's when we got the other ones. So we can see that we got 2019 in here. So if you specify just 2019, there you go, should be able to show it. And if you want to change the domains, like always, you can just go to domain and say newyork.local or maryland.local, yada yada yada. Here's a 2019, there's a 2012 in there. There's also a 2012, and this one is a 2012 R2, and it is the Worcester server. Cool. And another one that you can do is the full data, and this one will give you a lot more information. So let's go ahead and go full data. Oh, full data. Full data is not working on this one. GetNet computer full data. I gotta delete that one from here. Okay. And also, if you want to look at the logo and sessions, which is a really cool one, you can do a get net logged on. And this one will give you the logon users at the moment for that computer, but you need to specify a computer. Let's say like computer name Yonkers, which is where we are right now. You can see that we have the SQL has a session, and Elena Lopez, which is us, has a session over here. If we want to look at like Baltimore, which nobody there. If you want to take a look at Salisbury, nobody there. Let's take a look at the Worcester server, no sessions there. You can also have NYC, nope, nothing there. The last one is the Bronx. Oop, with an X, not a Z, right? And here we go. Yep, so no users, just in the, well, actually, I think for the Baltimore, you need to specify that it is in the domain. No domain. Yep, that doesn't work. Maryland.local. Yep, that doesn't work. But if we specify it on the actual computer name, yep, nothing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So not 100% how that one works. And if you look at the sessions as well, if you want to look at the sessions, you can do a get net sessions, and you can look at the sessions. Let's say for computer name Yonkers, it will give you all the sessions. There's nobody with a session in here. And you could also do the last logged on, right? There you go. The last one was vagrant for this one. How about for Baltimore? You know, it's a lot of good information. Nothing for Baltimore. Let's say Baltimore. Do we have a domain here? No, you cannot specify a domain. Let's say .maryland.local. Yep, there's nothing for that. Okay, cool. Um, you can also see the RDP sessions, which is a really good one. Let's say for Yonkers, since we are logged into that one, you can say the get net RDP sessions, and you can see that a couple Yonkers computer name. We can see that Elena Lopez has a session, and you can see where it's coming from. 192.168.236.2. That's because that's the VPN IP address source. Cool. So yeah, this is it for this video. I have a lot more commands that you can run on. I'm going to post that on the description below, like I always do. So go ahead and take a look at that. Run all those commands, do more, try to do some filters, get familiar with Power View because it's a really powerful tool, like I said before. So thank you guys for watching, and like always, I will see you in the next one. I hope you guys are having fun. Love you guys. Bye bye. Hello. In this video, we are going to be looking for share files, and for this there's a couple, or there's like four basically options that you can use. One is the getnet file server. The other one is invoke share finder, invoke file finder, the getnet server, then define domain share, and define interesting domain share file. I'm not going to be running all of them because it takes a little bit, because it's going to be querying through all the computers, and it's going to it's going to try to get those shares for you, and it takes like 2 minutes per execution, also depending on how many servers you have in that location as well, or in that specific domain. And for this video, we are only going to be using the invoke share finder. For the other commands, I'm going to just post it there that you guys can run it. So like always, you need to import the module, and you're going to import Power View. After that, we can go ahead and start and invoke share finder, and if we run that, it is basically going to be running it, like I said, multiple times for the north.newyork.local, because this server is in the north.newyork.local domain, so it's only going to be looking for in that domain. So it takes like 2 minutes. I think it's about 2 minutes. So I'm going to just pause this video and see what we get back, and see if it's able to find anything over here. And there we go. So we got the information back, and like I said, here we go. This is for the Yonkers.north.newyork.local. So this is for basically this server. So let's go ahead and take a look and see if we find any shares in here. Nothing in here. Let's see. We got the all, and we have read and write for everybody. So if we do a run and we go to 192.168.56.22 and we say all, there we go. So we have access to the all. There's nothing in there. We got the C drive, we got IPC, and we got also public. So now let's say I'm like, okay, I want to take a look at the other domains. What can we do to find for the other domains? Well, you can just do the domain like we have done before, newyork.local. So let's go ahead and take a look at that, and let's see what we find for the newyork.local domain. Now for the newyork.local domain, there's two servers, the NYC and the Worcester server. So let's see what it finds over here. And here we go. This one scan. Let's see this one for the newyork.local. We got the admin, so remote admin, default share, which is a C, but it doesn't tell me which one it is for, which is kind of funny. So for the newyork.local, we got the search enroll. Is there anything that we have? Local server, network share to be used by the client. So this one seems to be, let's see, the admin. So it starts with the admin. So the admin, this one over here seems to be for the Worcester server over here. And then after here, this one seems to be for the NYC server. Let's see if we are able to like navigate to The NYC server is the .10. So let's see if we are able to go to like the admin. We probably don't have access to it. Yep, we don't have access to it. Or do we? It looks like we do. Nope, no access to it. So the remarks so in the remarks, remote admin, default share, active directory, certificate services share, which is for the that has to be for the ADCS, which we are going to be exploiting later on. It's going to be really cool, really nice. So make sure that you look at that session. Okay, what about for the Maryland.local? Is there anything in the Maryland.local? In the Maryland.local, there's also two servers, which is the Baltimore and the Salisbury. So per domain, there's going to be, I believe, two servers for. So for the North.New York.local, there is the Bronx, and there's the Yonkers. So the Bronx is the domain controller for that domain, and then the Yonkers is just another server, and I believe it's running SQL Server. So let's go ahead and see. For the Maryland, the local is Baltimore and Salisbury, and for the New York, the local is the Worcester server and the N1C server. So let's go ahead and run this. Like I said before, it takes like a minute or two to be able to get all that information back. So let's go ahead and pause this video so you guys don't have to just stare at the screen. And here we go, guys. For the Maryland.local domain, we can see some shares. We have the admin, the C, the IPC, the net logon, the sysvol, and that is all for the Baltimore.Maryland.local. And the Baltimore.Maryland.local is the domain controller for the Maryland.local domain. And then we have the Salisbury. In the Salisbury, we have the admin, the A, the C drive, and it looks like we have the cert and role. So this one looks like it has the ADCS services in here. We have the public, so we should be able to navigate because we have read and write access for all. So for the all on the Salisbury, which is the 23, I believe. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go to 23 over here. If we switch to that 23, we should be able to navigate to the all. There we go. So there's nothing in there, right? If you saying that we have access, we can just put a text document. So yeah, we do have access to it, read and write. Cool. Okay, so yeah, this is all for this video, and on the comments below I'm going to leave the link, like I always do, for all the commands that you can run. And there's going to be more commands that you can run in there, like the actual getnet file server, the invoke dash file finder, and define interest in domain share. So just run all of them and see what you get. See if you find something, you know, in those share files, and if you do, could they be used? Could they be in use? You know, to possibly exploit this lab environment. You never know. So go ahead and take a look, run those commands, and let's see what you can find. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Hello guys. In this video we are going to be continuing to do enumeration with Power View, and for this video in specific we are going to be looking at the net, or the get net GPO, and GPO stands for Group Policy Object. And if you don't know what GPO is, or you don't know, or you haven't worked with GPO, you haven't created a GPO before, I don't think this course is for you. I think you should, you know, go back and learn Active Directory before you start hacking Active Directory. But Group Policy Object, or GPO, is a collection of group policy settings that defines what a system will look like and how it will behave for a defined group of users. That is the definition from Microsoft. And I didn't want to get anybody mad by saying that If you don't know what a GPO is and you don't know how to use it and you haven't created one before, you should go back and learn Active Directory. But if you don't know how something works, how are you going to hack something, right? It just makes sense, right? You need to learn something, the ins and outs, before you start hacking it, right? If you don't know how to hack, if you don't know how it works, how are you gonna hack it, right? So that's just something that I stick with, right? Like if you're gonna hack a website, and if you don't know what HTTP is and what HTTPS is and what ports are used, how are you gonna how are you gonna start hacking HTTP or HTTPS? You should know what they are and how to use it and how to create a website and all that, right? Just saying. But let's go ahead and start with NetGPO. So like always, go ahead and we need to go ahead and import the module. Like always, we want to use Power View. Ta-da! We can go ahead and clear these out so we can start fresh. So if we do a get net GPO and you hit enter, this one is going to give you all the information or most of the informations for every group policy object that is out there. And remember, like I said before, multiple times, this is only for the north.newyork.local domain. If you want a specific domain or another domain, you will have to specify that domain like newyork.local. It will give you the policy, and also for the Maryland.local as well. Maryland.local. There we go. So let's go ahead and stick with the regular net GPO. You can see that we have our north wallpaper, which we are going to be hacking it. Later on, we're going to get a shell, which is really cool because of an ACL access that we have. You guys are going to be looking at that later on. Really cool. So there is a north wallpaper, which is the display name. You can see the GPC machine extensions names in here. You can see when it was changed, the last time it was changed. You could see the last time it was changed. Yep, yeah, that makes sense. I know why that is, right? Today is the 3. It is March 3rd, and this one was changed March 2nd. I know why, because I was working on that. And there's a lot of good information. You can see the distinguished name, when it was created, the version number, the instance type, the object group, user ID. So a lot of good stuff in here. You can see the flags, the name, all the cool stuff. And like I said before, we are going to be hacking this one because there's an ACL, and through an ACL we are going to create a task, and that task is going to give us it's basically going to give us a shell on a specific server, which is really cool to watch. Really cool how it's done. All right, so this one gives you, like I said, all the information. If you just want to get the display name, for instance, you can do a get net GPO, and you can do like, I just want to select the display name. You just display name, and this one we only give you the display names for them. We have the default domain policy, the default domain controller policy, the Ansible labs, and the north.wallpaper. And like I said, if you want to be, let's say, more specific, or you want to go to a different domain, you can just say the domain newyork.local, like always, and you can just select the display names for that specific domain, right? Really straightforward. Kind of cool. So also, if you just want to get the group policy object for any specific server, you can also do that. You can do the get net GPO for, you can just say the computer name, well, not computer identity, the computer name, and you can say like Yonkers north New York local. I guess it doesn't work. Computer name north New York Yonkers S. There we go. It was I missed the S, so I did not spell it correctly, so that's why. So here are all the group policy object for that specific computer name, or that a specific server name. Basically, it's a server. You can see we have the North wallpaper, and we have the default domain policy and all the cool stuff. What if you want to look for the domain controller NYC for the New York, and this one gives me you cannot call a method null, blah blah blah. No, New York. Yeah, it doesn't work for that one. How about for the Baltimore? Hey, you can always try, right? Name Baltimore. That's Maryland. The local. Still the same error. Okay. They're not clear. I guess for some reason you are unable to run that. So get users. Now we're going to see if we can get users which are in the local group of a machine using group policy object. So if we do a find GPO computer admin, and let's specify like a computer name, and for this one it's going to be, let's say, Yonkers. Let's spell it correctly. Yonkers. That's North. That's New York. That's local. Let's take a look at that. And there's no object Yonkers and there's no such object on the server. So there's nothing on the server. So there's nothing in here. What about for North Yonkers? Let's go see Bronx. If the Bronx has anything. Nope, there's nothing in there. So Yonkers, the North. I spelled that correctly. I don't know why I got that error. What about for the NYC? NYC. Nope. Nothing. I guess you can only do this for, because it's telling me that it's fully qualified. Try a fully qualified domain name. There's a fully qualified domain name. I guess you cannot change. That's because you probably need to specify the domain, right? If you put the domain here and you say that you want to go to the New York.local, there's nothing in there. Okay, that makes sense. That's how you do it. Now, if you want to basically get GPOs which are restricted, which use restricted groups or groups that XML for interesting users, you can do the, let's see if this one still works, the get net GPO group, and there's nothing in here for that. And so another one that you can do, you can get machines where the given users is a member of a specific group. So let's see if we do like a find GPO location, and we say username. No username in here. No, that won't work. Let's just go and run that one. There's nothing in here. Okay, how about the same account? Let's go ahead and do the same account name. And we do Elena.Lopez, and let's do a verbose. So this one is going to find, like, get machines where the given user is a member of a specific group. And you can see that this user is a member of multiple group policy objects in here. Some of them cannot find. That's cool. You can see the get search. We can see that the LDAP group, blah blah blah. So there's like a lot of good information in here that you can take a look and just save it and see if you can use it to attack the Active Directory later on, right? But yeah, this is it for this video, guys. It's getting a little bit long, but for, like I said before, I'm adding all the commands that I'm running for this video, and I'm also adding more commands that you can run on your own. I just don't want to make this video longer, because I want you guys to also use and just run commands on your own. So this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys find this really helpful, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to take a look at the option of get object ACL, or just basically it's going to be more taking a look at the ACL overall. So an ACL is basically what permission an object has over another object. And an object in Active Directory is basically, anything that's in Active Directory. An object is a computer, an OU is an object, a username, a group, any of that is an object. And so basically we are going to be taking a look at the permissions of each object. And some of the interesting permissions are like generic rights, force change password, right DACO, add self on group, add member on group, right owner, generic all on user, and so on. So, like I said, we are going to take a look at that. So the one that we're going to be looking at is the get object ACL, and same account is going to be like the username that you want to take a look at. So let's say Elena, or actually we are going to be focusing on the New York.local domain, because the New York.local domain is the one that has all those ACLs abuse that you can do. It's going to be the New York.local. So therefore we are going to be focusing on the New York.local domain. And let's go ahead and take a look at Donald, not Hugo, that Chavez, I believe is one of those. And domain New York.local. And we are going to resolve all the Google IDs. So in here, it gives you it gives you all the access that other users have over Hugo Chavez. We can see over here that there is a user, which is this one over here, the object SID, that has, I believe, we're gonna have to take a look at that. So Hugo Chavez, right? There's an Active Directory rights. So create child, self, right property, extended right, delete, generic right, right DACO, and right owner. So this one over here, I believe is the user that has access, that has this Active Directory rights. So this ACL's access. And if you don't know what SID this is, you can convert this SID. So if you do a converts SID, or convert from, sorry about that, from, oh man, convert from, gonna type everything out, SID, SID. So now the object SID, if I know that's spelled right, there we go, object SID, and then we can just go ahead and copy this over here. It will tell you the name of it. So Hugo Chavez. So that's not right. So not this one. Let me see. 114. Okay, so I guess for this one, Hugo Chavez itself has this access. That's what it means. Over here, Hugo Chavez that's the access, right, itself. Generic all. You can see the security identifier over here is a different one. So there's somebody that has security identifier, object SID. So there is, and I think I'm not getting confused. So the security identifier is somebody else has access to generic all over Hugo Chavez, and it's this SID right here. So let's go ahead and copy that SID, and let's see who's the one that has this access over Hugo Chavez. And the enterprise admin has generic all, which makes sense because it's a higher level. Let's see if we can find another one. We should be able to find another one over here. Let's see. Any security identifier. Here's another one, 527. Where's the 527? Enterprise keyed admins. Okay. So anymore, let's go ahead and go all the way to the top. So yeah, you can see that other ones have access to it. And here's a 1113. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. So Trump. So Donald Trump 1113 has, let's see if we can abuse this one. See if we can find it. Right here, has extended right. So it has user force change password over Hugo Chavez. So Donald Trump is going to be able to literally change the password for this user Hugo Chavez. So there is something that we can abuse, right? And on the user ACL exploits chapter, we are going to be exploiting that vulnerability or that abuse of ACL, and that's going to be one of the first ones that we're going to be doing. We are also going to be setting up Bloodhound, which is a lot easier to find this ACL's abuse, and you're going to see why. It's because Bloodhound actually gives you a graph, and it's really nice to find all of this. And so yeah, that's how you find the ACLs. Another command that you can do is define interesting domain ACLs. And like I said, we're going to be focusing on the New York.local because that's where most of them are. And let's see what we can find in here. And so it's going to find interesting domain ACLs, right? Not just all the ACLs that are out there. And you're going to see a lot in here. Like for instance, let's see. We can see that for Diego Montenegro, there is a user out there, security identifier 1110 or 1110, that has generic all access over Diego Montenegro. And let's see who that user is, right? We can just put we can just put 1110 and the Central Park. So the Central Park group has generic all access over Diego, and we are going to be abusing that as well. So if you take a look, you don't read all of this because they are really interesting, and these ones are the one that we should have access or we should be able to abuse, and we are going to be abusing that on the, like I said before, on the user ACL exploits or user ACL abuse. So that's how you use the get object ACL. So you can find interesting domain ACLs abuse that you can do. And we also use the get object ACL, the convert from SID, and that is all that we're going to be doing. And if you want to learn more about how to find this object ACL, in this chapter, I'm going to be giving you a link to the, to the entire, to the entire Power View options that you can use, like all the options that you can use for get object ACL and a lot more. So go ahead and click on that, look at that, and see what else you can find, and just run it on the lab, right? It's a lab. That's what you use it for. So, and if you're going to be running it on a domain, you're going to find a lot more on the New York.local domain than any other. So this is it for this video, guys. I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, in this video, we are going to take a look at the domain trust. And why is this important? Well, this is important because if a domain has trust over the other domains, that means that there's going to be a couple users or all the users that are going to be able to authenticate to the other domains. So you can, hop domains and start exploiting the other servers. So that's the reason why we are going to be doing that. So let's go ahead and import the module if you haven't done so. Power View. In here, remember you have to on the first video we uploaded Power View to 192.168.56.22 because we found that Elena Lopez had access to that server. We uploaded it, we put in the desktop, right? And now we are importing that PowerShell script basically. So let's go ahead and do a get net domain trust. And if you execute this, it is going to execute for the north.newyork.local domain because that's where the server is. The server is part of the north.newyork.local domain. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. And if you take a look at this, we can see that the source, right? Like I said before, is a north.newyork.local domain. And we see that we do have access, bi-directional access. So that means that the New York users are going to be able to authenticate with the north.newyork.local, and the north.newyork.local are going to be able to authenticate to the New York.local domain. Really cool, right? So therefore, not all the users, but some of the users are going to be able to do that. You can do that, by groups and giving access to them. But most of the time, all the users are going to have access to both domains unless you restrict the access. So as you can see, we are now going to be running it on the New York.local because, well, let's go ahead and just do it on the New York.local as well. So you can see, should be basically the same. There we go. But if you can see over here, so if we get to the north.newyork.local, we are going to be able to get to the New York.local, right? But you can see over here that the New York.local users, right? If we are over here, if we start in the north.newyork.local with a user, and we are able to hop in here and exploit or get a user for the New York.local, we are also going to be able to hop into the Maryland.local. So really good stuff to know. And it is bi-directional, meaning that the Maryland.local is going to be able to also authenticate in the New York.local domain. Really cool. So now let's go ahead and take a look at the Maryland.local. Maybe there is another hidden domain in here. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look. Nope. So that's it. So in the Maryland.local has access to the New York.local. It is bi-directional. That means that they have access with each other, both of them. All right. Another cool one is you can take a look at the get net forest domain, and it's going to be looking at the get all the domains in the current forest basically. So for this one, if you don't specify which domain, like I said before, it's by default it's going to be the north.newyork.local domain. And in here you can see that the forest, the New York.local, has this NYC, which is the domain controller, and the children. So you can see that the north.newyork.local is the children of the New York.local. All right. And you can see that the domain controller is at NYC.newyork.local. So you can write that down. That's where you want to go. That's what you want to hack. That's where all the passwords are, all the hashes are. You can see again over here the forest. We also have another domain controller, but this is in the child domain, which is the Bronx.north.newyork.local. So another domain controller over here is the Bronx for the north domain, and the NYC is for the parents domain, the New York.local. Let's go ahead and specify the domain Maryland.local. Maryland, I spelled that incorrectly. I cannot believe that. There you go. And okay, that's because it needs to be a capital D. No. So appearance cannot be found. The match is a domain. Am I spelling this incorrectly? Let's go ahead and go to. Okay. So there is no. So you cannot do domain over here. Okay, so that's because you're only able to look at the forest for the current domain. Cool. News to me. Okay, so another one thing that you can do, since you are only able, you cannot do the domain for the get net forest domain, is the get net forest catalog. So get net forest catalog over here. Let's take a look at the catalog for the New York local domain. You can see that we have the Bronx, which is a domain controller for the New York local. You can see the IP address, so a lot more information over here. It will also tell you the Windows OS. Over here is a 2019 data center for that one, and the New York local. This one should be the NYC, right? NYC name, and the IP 192.168.56.10. Let's see, are we able to do domain over here? No, the domain also does not work for that one. Okay, cool beans. I always keep doing that. Let's go ahead and clear that out. Let's go ahead and do it for the to map the trust of a forest, which we know that already. You can do a get net forest trust, and you can see the trust over here. So we have the Maryland is a top level trusted domain information, Maryland local. The source is coming from the New York local to the Maryland local. Forest is the trust type and is bi-directional. Can you do the domain parameter in here? No, it does not let you do the domain parameter in here. Okay, well, that's fine. But yeah, this is all for this video, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this video. I know it's a little bit boring. It's gonna get more interesting later on whenever we start exploiting ADCS, the ACL's abuse, SQL data, or the MS SQL, and we're going to be doing a lot of other stuff that's going to be fun. But this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be attacking what it is, the NOPAC exploits, and this was discovered in November of 2021. It's a CVE 2021-42-278, and it's basically a name impersonation. And this is because computer accounts should have a trailing $sign in their name, but there's no validation process, or it didn't have a validation process for this to make sure of it. And that's what we're going to be abusing. And to abuse these, we are going to basically, we are just going to be running an exploit, which is called NOPAC by Ritter. I think that's what it's called. It is a GitHub repository that we're going to be downloading for us to be exploiting this. And what that does is that it's going to create a new machine name. After it does that, it's going to clear the SPN, or the service principal name. Then it is going to rename the service principal name to our domain controller. After it does that, it's going to request a TGT, or ticket granting ticket, for that machine account that we created, for that machine account that we created, right? It is going to first create let me go back again. It's going to create a machine, right? After it does that, it is going to rename it to our domain controller. Then we are going to request a ticket granting ticket for that machine that was created and then renamed, right? Because we have basically the computer name or the username and password for it. So we're going to get a TET for it. Then we are going to reset that back to the old name. And after that, it is going to obtain that we're going to have that TGT, and we're going to request a S4U to self by presenting that TGT, and we're going to get a C cache, which we're going to be able to use to basically authenticate and dump the entire NTDS database. So that is going to be very fun. So let's go ahead and start this. The first thing that I want to do is I just want to make a directory I just want to call this oh, and make sure that you are connected to the VPN. I am. I want to SSH to the Parrot OS lab machine. There we go. Let's clear this out. I want to make a directory here, and I'm going to call it just exploiting users. All right, so in here we are going to download a GitHub repository that we're going to be using, and hopefully it's able to do that. Dun, 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 dun. We got it. So let's go ahead and go into this directory. So in here, also before we do anything, we need to make sure that we do have access to create a new computer. So for this, we are going to be using the user Donald Trump, and so this is for, so one more time. So I was not able to authenticate with this user. Make sure that we got the correct password. I think we do Donald Trump, the one that we want to North. This, let me make sure. There we go. I just had the incorrect domain over here because this is for the New York local domain. There we go. So we got the maximum quota. So let's go ahead and exploit this. So since we have the access, we got the clone. So now what we need to do is we need to see if we still have access. You can also run a scanner. There is a scanner in here in this GitHub repository. This one, so we're going to be running this one. We're going to be Python 3 scanner, domain name, the username, password, and the domain controller. And here we go. It looks like we got access. Got the TET. So now we are going to be running the exploit, and for this exploit, oh, I got the scanner again. So for this exploit, we are going to be running the nopac.py, New York.local for Donald Trump, make a grade, domain controller, the same one, and we are going to try to impersonate the administrator. So let's go ahead and dump that guy. As you can see over here, we got the current quota. We selected the target, right? We tried to impersonate it. It created a computer, and it set the password for that computer. We were successfully adding that computer, the object of that computer. You can see that we changed the account to NYC, right? The name. We got that ticket for it because we got the username and password. We reset the machine back to its original name. We got the granting ticket from Ccache, and we impersonated administrator. We requested the S4U to self, and it saved that ticket over here. Let me see if it is here. It looks like it did. Awesome. But it wasn't able to delete that machine. That's fine. We can leave some trace behind, right? So now let's see where we are. All right, so we are going to be adding this C cache that it got exported. So we are going to copy this directory, and in here we are going to add the administrator. Let me go ahead. Okay, so I'm missing so it is missing this equal sign in here. Let's go ahead and go back to the end, in which you find administrator. Let's go ahead and add it. Clear this out so we can go to the top. So now we are going to be able to do a dump with secrets dump.py that we have done before, and we are going to say no pass k. Basically, we are going to use the Kerberos C cache that we got, and let's see if we're able to exploit. And here we go. We got the dump. So we were able to dump everybody's password in here, and that's because we impersonated the administrator, and we got that administrator C cache, and we were able to basically do a secrets.dump.py. We said right to use Kerberos, no pass, domain controller, and here's how it is set up. We were able to dump it, right? And if you want to see secrets dump.py for all the commands that are run, you can just run this guy over here, right? And you can see all the options that you have. You can do a debug, you can do SAM dump, just do the SAM dump, do NTDS. You can just specify just user, right? You can specify the user that you want to dump the hash for. You can do a hash instead of a Kerberos. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do. So always take a look. Every time I run a script, it's always a a good way to see what other commands you can use. So there we go. We dumped the entire password. So in another one, or another trick that you could do, instead of just dumping the password, you could have just done the get a shell instead of dumping the C cache. So let's see if we are able to get a shell. So we were not able to get a shell, I believe, because this user let me see, I think I got the incorrect impersonate shell. Let's try New York host connection reviews. That's probably because NYC New York local. It's probably because this user doesn't have all the. It's probably let me say that again. It is probably because we exceeded the quota already for other machines that we can add. But whenever you're doing it, the lab environment is going to be reset every 2 hours. So we should have access, or you should be able to do that. I forgot to reset it, so that's why it's not working for me. But I'm going to leave that in the description below, or not in other commands, so you can run it and you can see that you're able to get a shell. And another thing that we need to do is that we need to do some cleanup, and we need to delete that computer that was created, but I don't remember what it was, right? So what you could do is that you can basically RDP to it. Let me see if I can RDP to it real quick, and we can see, and we can delete what we got in there. And that you cannot do it from the Parrot OS. So if you open a new terminal, just do it from your VM. And what we're going to be running is X3RDP, which we have used before. So X3RDP, we're going to specify the user, which is going to be administrator, because we dumped the administrator hash, right? And for here, it's going to be pass the hash. For the hash, the V is going to be the victim, machine, size I want it set up to 80%. That should be good. And 80%, and then search ignore. Search ignore, and we just need to pass the hash. Let's see if we're able to RDP to it. The hash, I have it in, it's going to be under all the commands as well. So let's go ahead and get the hash for it. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to look for it. Should be this one. And we should get a primitive blank passwords are not allowed. So there's a restriction on it. So we won't be able to RDP to it. So we won't be able to clear that, but it's fine. We're leaving some trace behind. But let me see. I think we have another. We can XRDP with Pacheco. With this user, Mateo Pacheco. Yep, to be able to do that. So let me go ahead and if we go to the administrator tools, we're going to go to the New York.local, and you can see over here that there's some computers that got created because of it. So we can just go ahead and delete it, right? So yep, guys, this is it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be exploiting NoPack, but we are going to be doing it from the from Windows. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to RDP into that domain controller, right? 56.10, and oh, that's because I'm doing it from the I was doing it from the Parrot OS in the lab, and I'm just SSH to it, so that's not going to work. Let's go ahead and do it. You need to do it from your VM. Make sure that you are connected to the VPN for you to be able to connect. And here we go. I have it over here. Let's go ahead and just delete it. And I'm going to show you how to upload it. So we're going to go to PowerShell. We're going to run this. We are going to go into the users. Okay, and we make this bigger. Can we make this bigger for you guys? Bigger than that. Now, font, let's make it like a 20. There we go. That should be better. Mateo Pacheco, desktop. So in here, we are going to be uploading that. But before, you need to go ahead and download NoPack and also Mimikatz. We got NoPack.exe and Mimikatz. So we are going to be downloading it or uploading it to this server. And we are just going to be using PowerShell for this. There we go. PowerShell new object is going to go to that IP address where we are going to be setting up Python server real quick. HTTP.server. There we go. Now we are listening. Let's go ahead and upload it. It's been uploaded. Now let's go ahead and upload Mimikatz. There we go. We got Mimikatz in here now. So we can go ahead and extract this Mimikatz, that zip folder. We got it. Cool beans. So after that, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to be running that NoPack first. NoPack.exe. And what it's going to do, NoPack.exe, domain New York.local. Domain control is the NYC, the account, right? This is the account that we're going to be creating, test.1b. The password is test1b13. We're going to be using Donald Trump, the password for Donald Trump. The service is CIFS, and we're going to pass the ticket. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. So we got the ticket, and the ticket was imported, and the ticket name is ticket Kirby ticket.curvy, right? So now what we could do, since we have that ticket, is that we can do this is sync. And if we need to change the directory, let's go ahead and clear this out. Change the directory, go to the Mimikatz folder as x64, and in here we should have mimikatz.exe. So let's go ahead and execute the mimikatz.exe, and from here we are going to do an ls a dump dc sync domain New York local, and we're going to dump it all. And there we go, we have dumped everything again. You can see the if we scroll up, we should be seeing some hashes for Donald Trump, which we have the password, the KRBTGT. So we got all of it in here. And let's see if an account was created, or it was created and then deleted. There we go, test.1. It's still there. So for a good measure, you should just delete this, right? So we can clear our tracks. So yeah, guys, this is it for this video. I'll show you guys how to do it from the Notepad exploit from Linux, now from Windows. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy it, and I will see you guys on the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be doing a print nightmare on the Bronx server. And the print spooler service basically starts as the system account, which is the highest account in Windows that you can take over. You will trick, well, in this video we're going to trick the print spooler to install a new driver from an UNC path and load that driver. And in this case we're going to basically load a reverse shell to our machine, so we can get a system account user. So the first thing that we want to do is that we want to see if any of the spoolers are running, right? This is the way that you verify it. You can run it with crackmap exec smb, and you can put a range of IP addresses. You can see that in Yonkers, Bronx, NYC, Salisbury, and Baltimore, they are all running. But we are only going to be doing for the Bronx, and then we're going to do Baltimore. So we're going to be doing one from the North, that's New York, that local domain, and another one from the Maryland, that local domain. If you feel up to it, you can do it from the NYC, the Salisbury, and you can also try the Yonkers because they are all running here. And another way to see if it is running is that you can run the rpc dump.py, but this one doesn't let you do a range of IP addresses. It only lets you do one IP at a time. Since we are going to be attacking not that 10, we are going to be attacking that 11. We can take a look at that, and you can see that they are running. So cool, let's go ahead, and the first thing that we want to do is that we want to create a directory here. We're just going to call it SMB, right? And then after that, we want to run the SMB server so that we can host our DLL to get that reverse shell. So we are going to be hosting that. So since that's the case, we're going to have to create another session to our Parrot OS lab machine, and this one is also on the lab machine as well, so you need to do this from the lab machine. Okay, so did we get in here? Yep, we did. So we got SMB. I'm gonna set a title saying that it is the SMB. Cool beans. On this one, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be creating a reverse shell DLL, and we are going to place it in the SMB location. So there we go. So we are going to get a Windows x64 reverse shell TCP. Here's the host, right? Is the IP address of our lab machine, and here's the port. You can change the port if you want to, and here's where we are going to be saving it. Just make sure that you save it in that directory where the SMB server is running. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that, and it's going to save it there, and we're going to verify that in a moment whenever MS Venom is done. Right, okay, so it said that it's saved it there. Let's go ahead and do an ls in SMB, and it is there. So that's looking good. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing an FSF console so we can set up the listener. So MSF console, basically Metasploit. So for here, we are going to set the payload of Windows x64. Right, did I spell that? Yep, x64. Set payload x64 shell underscore reverse set TCP. Okay. Now we are going to set the L host, which is the IP address of our parent OS machine, and set the L port as well, which is 444. Right, that was what we set up for the MS Venom. It was port 4444, and now we're just going to have it running. So we set the payload, we set the host. Why? Why is it not running? So we set the payload, we set the host. Agent. Oh, that's because, silly me, the first thing that we need to actually do is to use multi handler. There we go. And we have configured the payload, right? If you want to, we can just do it again, just to make sure. Sets payload of this guy right here. We're gonna set the L host 192.168.56.31, set L port 4444, and now we can run it. There we go. So we can say that this is going to be the shell for the title. Now in here, we are going to be running a CVE, which is for, let me go ahead and get the GitHub repository for this. And so the CVE, yep, so the CVE, how come I don't have it? I think I have it. Let me go ahead and connect to, let me go ahead and SSH real quick. I have it downloaded. I'm gonna give you guys the GitHub repository for this. If we do an ls over here, we have it in here. All right, so we are just going to, let me see, make sure it is the correct one. Want to make sure that it's the same one that we are going to be using. Python 3. And I forgot where it was located in Prince Nightmare. So this guy, well, I'm gonna go ahead and find it for you guys, and I'm gonna put it on in all the commands. All right, so let's go ahead and clear this out. All right, so we got SMB waiting for the execution of the DLL from the which is going to be from the print spooler. And we got the shell that whenever they get that DLL from the SMB, is going to trigger that, right? So we are going to go ahead and execute that. And for this, we are going to be using the Claudio Ortiz user. As you can see, the CVE we're going to be in the North New York local. Claudio Ortiz, baby boy. We got this password. I believe it was through NTLM, and then we cracked it. I believe that's what it was. Bronx North New York local is the target machine, right? The domain controller, and we are going to be going to my SMB that I have running over here, right? And after it gets to my SMB, it's going to download that DLL and it's going to execute a shell. Hopefully, let's see how that goes. Let's go ahead and execute that. We got a broken pipe in here. We did get a here, and we did get a connection. There we go. So as you can see, when we executed this, it downloaded the DLL, right, from my SMB server, and it executed it, and we got a shell over here. So if we do host name from here, you can see the host name is Bronx, IP config. You see the IP address, and who am I, which is very important, the authority system, because that's how the print spooler runs with the NT authority system. And if you do a who am I, oh, you can see that we are one of the highest users in here. We are part of the built-in administrators, and we have a privilege, right? So we can do privilege escalation. We can do an SE impersonate. We can do a lot of things. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy this video, how we set up this, an SMB server, created a DLL, started a listener, and then we executed that CVE 2021-1675, which is print nightmare, and that executed SMB, and we were able to get a shell. So guys, this is it for this video. In the next video, we are going to be exploiting the Baltimore, Maryland, the local browser, or not browser, server, and it's going to be almost the same way, a little bit different, but we are going to be exploiting the print nightmare. I will see you guys on the next video. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be doing another exploiting of print nightmare, but in this video is going to be for the Baltimore, Maryland, the local domain controller. On the previous one we did the Bronx, North, New York, the local domain controller, which we got a reverse shell, and it was really cool. So now we are going to go ahead and do it for Baltimore, and let's see how it goes for us, guys. So we first recreated the DLL, so we're going to be using the same DLL that we created before. Before we do that, we can just verify that actually the Maryland is actually vulnerable to this print nightmare, and you can see that it is, right, by executing the RPC dump.py IP address, and we get these parameters over here, and we do get it. So from the SMB, I still have that SMB server up and running, right? On the shell, I'm gonna have to go ahead and run SMB again. I'm going to be using the same DLL and see if we can get a shell, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and start MSF console. All right, let's see. All right, so that is working. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Also, I forgot to add something on my other command, so I'm gonna go ahead and add it now, so you guys don't get mad at me because I missed something. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to use the multi-handler, right? After that, we are going to set the payload to the same payload that we used before, Windows x64, and we are going to be using the shell reverse TCP, the local host or set host 192.168.56.31 set L ports 4444 since we're going to be using the same DLL. And let's go ahead and run this bad boy. So this one is up and running. We are looking good. So now we are going to clear this out. We are going to run the same Python script that we ran before, but since it is from the Maryland local, we are going to be authenticating with a hash that we got from Teresa Paris before. So here's the hash, right? We're still going to be getting the, let me see, I got this incorrectly over here. This one needs to be the, it needs to be, man, I forgot, it needs to be remote.dll. Remote.dll. That's the one that we want to execute, right? So the hash, right? We're authenticating with a hash. So you can authenticate with a hash. You can authenticate with so many others. So let's go ahead and copy this before we do anything else. I want to go ahead and copy this. And I can show you that if you do a Python, you know, this is something that I always do. Whenever there's an exploit, I always like to take a look at what we can do, how we can authenticate, and you know, what are the options for this. So whenever I, you know, tell you to use this script, always take a look at what options you can use. Always, it's really interesting what you can find, what you can do with a script. Now because I'm using it one way, it cannot be used another way, right? So just go ahead and take a look and read through it and see what options and arguments there are that you can use. And that's how I found out that I was able to do the hash, right? I was able to pass the hash with this. So let's go ahead and do that. And when we execute this, we can see that we get this authenticated successfully on the SMB, but it did not get anything, right? We did not get a show. This did not work. What is going on, guys? This is because the Windows Defender was caught this file, and it says that it contains a virus or potentially unwanted software. So it didn't work. It was caught by Defender and it got deleted. So we have another, we can do something else, which is basically we are going to craft a new DLL, and this new DLL is going to be able to bypass Defender because it's basically just going to create a new user, and with that new user, we are going to add that new user to the administrator, and we are going to be able to basically to just dump everything through crackmap exec, and we're also going to be able to RDP to it so we can clean up all the spool drivers that are in there, so we can clean up our mess, right? So let's go ahead and start with this. Let's go ahead and go to the SMB where we are hosting the DLLs, right? And here's the one that, you know, that got caught by the antivirus. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be creating a new file in here. And this one, we are going to be naming it, let's say add user dot C. We are going to paste this, and this DLL is basically just going to be creating a user. If you take a look at over here, if you want to change this, you can. So here's the username, your nightmare, and here's the password, just browsing 123 exclamation. So if you want to change that, you can go ahead and change that. And here's what we are going to be adding it as an administrator, right? It's going to be a local admin, so we're going to have local access to that server, which is the main controller. So basically we're going to be able to dump everything. So let's go ahead and save this. After this is saved, we are going to need to compile it. So to compile this, you need to download the main GW, which I'm going to leave you the commands on how to do that. Since I already have it, I'm just going to go ahead and run this and compile it. There we go, no issues. That's awesome, cool beans. And we get this new DLL in here. So if you change the name, let's go ahead and just change the name. I don't like that name, right? Let's go ahead and just change it to Your Nightmare. If I know how to spell that, Your Nightmare, that's DLL. All right, so now we are good to execute this guy. We don't need this handler anymore because we are now going to be running the remote execution, right? Because it just didn't work. So let's go ahead and run this, and we are going to be running, where's the command that we ran before? It's this guy. But before we do that, we need to go ahead and go back to the directory where we downloaded, or where we have that Python script, because otherwise it won't work, right? So we are going to be running this one more time. We are not going to be using the remote DLL because we got called by the antivirus. We are going to be using Your Nightmare DLL. Run that guy. You can see over here, exploit completed. All good to go, right? So hopefully our user got created. So since we think that our user, let me go ahead and copy this, got created, what we can try is try to do a dump with crack map exec, right? So if we run crack map exec, we're going to be using the SMB module. The target is going to be the Baltimore, the Maryland, the local DC or domain controller. The user is the one that we just created, Your Nightmare. You can change that user if you want to on the .c before you execute it, right? Or before you compile it. And the password was just browsing 123 exclamation, and we want to dump the NTDS. Let's see what we get. Boom, there we go. And we got the dump of the database. That's really awesome. So let's go ahead and copy this guy. All right. So also, if you want to do like execute something, see who am I, you can do that here on crack map exec. There we go. NT authority system. We are good, man. We pawned this server, and we got the NTDS. So we got the hashes for the actual administrator in here. Let's see if we actually, okay, run this one more time, the NTDS. We can see Your Nightmare is in here now. And this one too, that one was created before when I was testing everything to make sure that it works, right? So here it is, Your Nightmare, and P Nightmare is also in there. So that's awesome, guys, that's awesome. So now we are going to be able to RDP to it, but we cannot do it from Parrot OS. I always forget. We need to do it from our VM. Just make sure that you are connected to the VPN, right? So you need to do this from your VM. You cannot do it from the Parrot OS because we are only running SSH, and the RDP won't be able to open this window. All right, so we got it over here. The way to clean this up first, I believe you need to go to services. You need to go to, what is a print spooler? You can see that it's running. We need to stop this guy before we can clean this out. And we need to go to Windows, so C drive, Windows. We need to go to System 32, which is in here. After that, we need to go to spool. Here we go. After that, we go to drivers, because you know the DLL is an actual driver. So spools is drivers, x64, number 3, and we are going to see some sketchy drivers, which is this one over here. That was the test that we did. Let's go ahead and delete it. And if we didn't stop the service, we were not going to be able to delete this, because it's going to say that it is still open. So that's one of them. Is there another one? your nightmare. There we go. Your nightmare.dll. Yeah, we got to remove that guy from here. There we go. And I think that's all the ones that we created. Let's see if we do like a date modify. Yep, that's all the ones that we created. So yep, we are cleaning up. And let me see if we do 3. Let's see the old ones. 3 again. Here we go. Your nightmare is still in there. We got to remove it from there as well. And I think that's it. So yeah, we were able to do that. How about that? So yeah, in this video, we tried to get that reverse shell with the DLL that we use on the Bronx.North.New York.Local. It didn't work because it got caught by Windows Defender. And let me see if Windows Defender says something in here. Windows Defender. It got called by Windows Defender, and since it got called by Windows Defender, the real-time protection, that's why it's, we couldn't, because this is on, and that's why we weren't able to do that. I mean, we can now turn it off and get a shell, but we don't want to do that. So yeah, we tried to get a reverse shell just like we did on the previous video. We couldn't get one because it got called by Defender, the real-time monitoring. And what we did was we just we just copy and paste this .c, and we compile it into a DLL, and in that DLL, it was if you uploaded it and it got executed by the print spooler, it was going to create a new user, which it did, new username and password, and it added it as an administrator. Since it added him as an administrator, we were able to dump the NTDS database through crackmap exec, which is really awesome. And then after that, we just cover our tracks, right? We cover our tracks by deleting the DLL, but the username is still there. So, but at least they won't know for sure, or it's gonna take them longer to figure out how that username got created. But guys, this is it for this video. Hopefully you guys are enjoying these videos. I will see you on the next one. Wait, and before we do that, let's go ahead and start the print spooler again so I can keep playing with it, right? Boom, there we go. So yeah guys, see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be taking a look at constraint delegation. And what is constraint delegation? Well, before we can talk about constraint delegation, we have to talk about unconstrained delegation. And unconstrained delegation allows servers to authenticate to resources on your behalf by taking your TGT or your ticket granting ticket alongside the TGS or the ticket granting service ticket. And now unconstrained delegation has no limits in terms of what Kerberos services a server can authenticate to you on your behalf. Like once you have handed over your TGT or your ticket granting ticket, if the server is trusted for unconstrained delegation, then it can theoretically request a TGS ticket or ticket granting service ticket for any other Kerberos service within the realm, which isn't exactly ideal, right? It's not really ideal if they can do that. And that's why basically Windows realized that they really messed up, or not with Microsoft. Basically they realized that they made a mistake with unconstrained delegation, and that's why they came out with constraint delegation, right? That's why constraint delegation comes into place. It's basically to fix what they messed up on unconstrained delegations, because unconstrained delegation, whenever you handle that TGT, it can be used for anything. So they wanted to basically make it a little bit better. You can still exploit it, right? But long story short, basically constrained delegation limits what services a particular machine is trusted for delegation, and can actually access on behalf of an authenticated user too. So the difference between the unconstrained delegation And constrained delegation is that with unconstrained, there's no limit. But with constrained delegation, there is a limit to it. And we can take a look at this user that we're going to be exploiting for constrained delegation. If we go to the user properties, we go to delegations. Whenever this one is checked, this one means it is using constrained delegation, because we are saying I only want you to authenticate me, right? Only for the CIFS and for the computer of Bronx. So you can really specify what you want this user, or how this user is going to allow you or the computer, to authenticate. And if it is using unconstrained delegation, it's this one over here, which means that it has no limits. It can use any service, LDAP, CIFs, whatever, any user, any computer. It could be used for anything. And that's when the Windows or the Microsoft team realized that they made an error, and to make it a little bit better, they put constrained delegation over here. And this one is with and this one, whenever you use constrained delegation, and whenever you check this one over here, which is use authentication protocol, this one is called constrained delegation with protocol transmission. So we're only going to allow the CIFS protocol in only for the Bronx server. Okay, nothing else, right? But if you say, if you put it like this, unconstrained delegation, that means that it's going to use any service and any user or computer, right? But if you just put it over here, right, make it a little bit more secure, and put in some limits to it, that I only want the CIFS and the computer Bronx, right, to authenticate. So that's a little bit better. And this one is called constrained delegation with protocol transmission. And if you have it like this, then this one is constrained delegation without protocol transmission. But the one that we're going to exploit today is constrained delegation with protocol transmission. On the next video, we are probably going to be doing the constrained delegation without protocol transmission. Okay, so I talk a lot, blah, 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 blah. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. If that didn't make sense, I suggest you guys to do a little bit of research on it. It's really cool. So now let's clear this out. Just testing some stuff. I am connected to the VPN. I SSH to the ParrotOS lab machine. From here we are going to start exploiting, right? And to be able to do this, we first need to confirm that there is constrained delegation with protocol transmission on this user, right? So the way to do that is that we are going to be running the in-packet find delegation.py and the domain north.newyork.local for the user Elena. We are going to be authenticating with Elena.Lopez, Princesa 1. The target domain is north.newyork.local. So let's go ahead and run that bad boy. So in here, we are trying to find the delegation, right? Constrained delegation, unconstrained delegation. We're trying to find all of that. And we are authenticating to basically query the LDAP with the user and password of Elena Lopez Princesa 1. And for this domain only, that's what we're going to be looking at. And as you can see over here, like I showed you from the RDP, you see that Elena Lopez is a user, and it has constrained delegation with protocol transmission. With protocol transition, I said transmission. It is transition, not transmission. With protocol transition, and it is CIFS and only for the Bronx server. You can see it over here as well. It's the same one. It's just the fully qualified domain name, and here is just the domain name. All right, and we also see another one over here, which we are going to be exploiting later on, which is the Yonkers server. It is a computer, and it's using constrained delegation without protocol transition. All right, and this one is using HTTP Bronx. So looking good. So let's go ahead and start exploiting this, or basically we are going to impersonate. That's what we're going to be doing, right? So over here we are going to get an SD.py, the SPN, which is the service principal name, is going to be the CIFS /Bronx, right? That's the delegation rights to. And we want to impersonate the administrator, and it is going to be for the domain controller is 192.168.56.11, which that one is the Bronx.north.new.york.local, and we are going to be authenticating with Princesa 1. So let's try to do that. There we go. So as you can see over here, we have a Kerberos error, ticket and authenticator don't match. Did I get everything correctly? Let Princesa 1 CIFS Bronx. Let's go ahead and try to do it again. Impersonating. Looks like it's not working for some reason. KRB AP error bad match. Ticket and authenticator don't match. So impersonate SBN DC 56 So for some reason this is not working from here. Let's go ahead and bring it down to my VN. There we go. So from here it is working. Not sure why it's not working. Maybe I need to reboot the Pirate OS lab machine. But from here you can see that we got a ticket. And what can we do with that ticket? Well, we can do lots of stuff. Let's go ahead and do a PWD. So we are going to be adding this. We're going to be basically passing this variable over here, and we're going to be adding this ticket. Boom. There we go. So now we are going to be able to get a session with that administrator that we just impersonated, and that's what happens when we this is what happens with when we can find a user with CIFs and we can authenticate with that user, and therefore we're going to be able to impersonate the administrator for that 192.168.56.11 because it is the Bronx, right? It is the Bronx host, and it is a domain controller as well. So as you can see over here, we got a shell. We're looking good. So we do a host name, Bronx, and who am I? Who am I? North administrator, and IP config to verify that. There we go. We are looking good. Okay, and we clear probably now. We cannot clear the screen. Okay, so yeah, this is it for this video. You can also the task for you is that run the try to dump the hashes instead of creating a session or creating getting a shell. Try just try to dump the entire NTDS database either with crackmap sec or with the in-packet Python script that we have used before. Just try to do that. Like every time I do something like this, I get a shell or something, just try to go beyond that and see what else you can do. That's going to really help you. So yeah, this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I know I talked a lot, but hey, I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. How you guys are doing? In this video, we are going to be exploiting or abusing the constraint delegation without protocol transition. On the previous video, we talked a lot, way too much, about unconstrained delegation, constraint delegation with protocol transition, and constraint delegation without protocol transition. So we're not going to go too deep into that. All we need to know is that we are going to be exploiting or abusing this Windows feature that I said is a feature. And the reason that we're going to be able to attack this is because this delegation over here is checked. Trust this computer for delegation for the specified services only. So use Kerberos only. On the previous one, we did one that used any authentication protocol. Now we are going to be using one that uses Kerberos only. All right, and if you remember, the one that we did previously was Elena, I believe it was Elena Lopez. Yep. Let's go ahead and go to delegation real quick. If I find it, there we go. Yep, this one is using use any authentication protocol, and for this one it's going to be use Kerberos only, right? So let's go ahead and attack that. So the first thing that we'll need to do is that we're going to be adding a new computer, and this new computer is going to be called the RBCD_CONST, and we're going to use it in packet for that. Here is the add computer, the computer name, the computer password that we're going to be adding the password for that computer, because we're going to be using it later. And we are going to be authenticating with Pablo Sandoval password based for Panda. So there we go. That successfully added that machine count. All right, looking good. Let me see, does that appear in here? Yep, there we go. You can see now it is in here too, in Active Directory. So we are looking good. Now what we need to do is that we are going to be adding the RBCD from XRBCD underscore for that computer that we added to constrain Yonkers. So let me go ahead and take a look at this guy over here. Is there any delegation? There is no delegation. Let's see what happens after we do that. Is that going to add anything in there? So we added the attribute MSD allowed to act on behalf of other identity. So we did add that. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. I believe that's going to add the, no, it's still not adding. It did added a, then we're gonna have to go, I don't want to make this video longer. We have to go to advanced and all that. So what it did was it added the MSDS allow to act on behalf of other identity. It was empty. So they did add the delegation rights. Maybe we need to refresh. There's still nothing. I believe it is in the, we will have to go into the attributes and all that. So the RBTC underscore const can impersonate Yonkers via S4 U2 proxy. And here's the SID if we need it. We don't need that, and we're not going to be using that. So now, since we added the RBCD can impersonate the user Yonkers via S4 U2 proxy. Let's take a look at something real quick. Okay, via the S4 U2 proxy, what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be doing a classic RBCD attack on that. So here's the command for that. We are going to get the SD, right? And we are going to basically self-impersonate the administrator for the north.newyork.local, and we are going to be authenticating with this user over here, right? Because it's going to now impersonate the Yonkers. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I need to do onset. I forgot to do that before. Onset. If you ever run into this, it's because you need to do a onset, and you need to onset that variable in there, just so you know. There we go. Now we are impersonating, right, that administrator, and we got this ticket. So now what we're going to be doing is that, I'm sorry. So we did the, oh, I got lost. We got the ticket, right? So we are good. After getting that ticket, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be passing that ticket we are going to be adding or passing that ticket, right? And the SPN host Yonkers, I don't like this called Yonkers. We're going to be passing this ticket. We are going to go to the domain controller of that 11, and we're going to authenticate with that computer that we recently added. So we are just going to impersonate the administrator, and the service principal name that we're going to be using is the host / Yonkers, and this is the one that we added on the second right here. That's the one that we added in here. So let's go ahead and execute this. Now we're going to get, as you can see in here, did I run the, so yeah, now we got on this ticket over here, administrator, North, local. Oh, it's saying that it doesn't exist. Oh, my bad. I was gonna say, because we were supposed to be getting a different one. That's because it doesn't match, so it is a different name. So we're gonna have to copy the one that it actually saved in here, which is this one. Copy, paste it. Now we're gonna pass the ticket, and now it should work. Now we got another ticket, right? So we impersonated. What we did was we impersonated with the RBCD constant, right? We got a ticket, and now with that ticket, we were able to impersonate to get the actual administrator host that Yonkers won, and here it is. Let's go ahead and copy. We might not. I don't know. Let me see. How do I have it in here? So now what we need to do is that we are going to use or pass this one and verify that it is the same one. Administrator and host Yonkers, it looks good. So now we are going to impersonate the HTTP Bronx. So now we are going to impersonate this guy in here with this delegation. So so we came from here, we impersonated the administrator from here, and with that administrator we were able to impersonate the Yonkers, and we got that ticket over here that we got. That's what's going on. So we are now does not exist. Maybe it is a different name. Of course it is. It probably has, let me see. Yep, it has lowercase a. So you just got to make sure that you get the correct one in here every time, because usually it does either uppercase or lowercase. It depends. So now we have the administrator CIFS Bronx in here. So we are now going to be passing this one, right? So, and since we're going to be doing a WMI exec, we cannot just use the additional tickets because it doesn't have that functionality in it. So we are going to have to add a environment in here, variable, and this one is in the home of watchdog, and it's going to be this one. We need to just go ahead and copy it because we got a couple in there. Make sure that we got the right one in there, and now we are going to be able to get a shell, and here we are. So if you do who am I, you're going to see that you are the North administrator, host name to see where you are, and you should be in the Yonkers. So looking good. So now we are an administrator in the Yonkers host, in the Yonkers server. So yeah, we did a lot. Let's go ahead and go through it maybe one more time. What we did was we created a computer, right? And this computer we name it RBCD CO_CONST. You can name it whatever you want. Here's the password that we gave it. You can give it whatever password you want. And then we added, we want to delegate right from this new computer that we created to Yonkers, to this Yonkers server in here, right? To this computer over to this computer. So we were able to add it, and this is the hash for the Yonkers that we dumped a while ago, right? So we were able to add that delegation from the RBCD _CONST that we created on this previous command. Right after we did that, we started impersonating. So we impersonated the administrator, but we impersonated it with the computer that we recently created, right? So after that, what happened was we got a it gave me that error, blah blah blah. So we tried it again, and what this one did, it gave me a ticket, right? So we were able now to impersonate the administrator with the RBCD server. We basically doesn't exist. We don't have a server named that way. So we were like, yeah, we don't have a server that is named that. So what we did was we passed this this ticket, right? So we tried to impersonate now the host Yonkers, right? The service principal name host Yonkers with that ticket, because we have we have that access, right? We have that access over here that we added it. We want to delegate from RBCD to Yonkers, right? So that's why we did that. And when we got that, when we did that, we got another ticket, right? And with that ticket, what we did was we got the wait, did I did this? Yeah, that's because we got the error, so we did it twice. So yeah, as you can see over here, just like I said over here, right? We impersonated the administrator for that service principal name of host at Yonkers. Let's just say over here, and we passed that ticket that we got, right? But we impersonated it before by using this server that doesn't really exist. So we got that one. After we got that ticket, right over here, we went down here and we passed that ticket. But now we are trying to authenticate with the service principal name of http.bronx, because we have that access now, since we have that administrator we have that administrator ticket. After we got that ticket, I know it's confusing. I'm trying to explain it. Hopefully I'm not making it worse. Right after we got that ticket over here, now we were able to go in here and get the actual ticket that we wanted, and it was for that Yonkers server. And when we got that ticket for the Yonkers server, then we created we exported to an environment variable in here, and then we were able to get the shell with wmi exec.py. So like I said before in the previous video, go ahead and try to do something else with this ticket, with this administrator host Yonkers ticket. So go ahead and try to do something else, right? Get a shell, exit the shell, do something else, try to I don't know, get some data out of it, see what else you can do with this. So this is it for this video, guys. Hope you guys enjoy. I hope it was not that confusing. I'm going to provide a lot of links, some videos, some other videos as well, that probably just explain this a little bit better, or way better than me, because I guess I'm horrible at explaining things. I just make sense in my head. But this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoy it. And wait, before we do that, we need to go ahead and delete some stuff, right? We need to do some cleanup. So we have to remove the rights to delegate that we added on the second command. And after we do that, right, there we go, now it's empty, it's done. We need to go ahead and remove that computer that we created, so that it's not there anymore. Sorry about that, I forgot that. Let's make it real quick. There we go, delete it, so we can clear our tracks a little bit. And this guy should be gone. Oops, refresh. There we go, now it's gone. We are cleaning up our tracks. So yeah, now this is it for this video, guys. All the commands are going to be on that on the link that I'm going to provide below, and I will see you on the next one, guys. Bye bye. Hi, we are now going to be attacking the resource based constraint delegation, or RBCD. And RBCD is a functionality that was added post Windows Server 2012, and Microsoft introduced a fine-tuned delegation method here when they did that. And the resource-based constraint delegation allows for delegation settings to be configured on the target service resources instead of on the user account or interactive account. The resource-based constraint delegation, or RBCD, It's implemented by the MSDS dash allowed to act on behalf of other identity on the target object computer. And this is like I said, a field is available on Windows 8.1 and Windows Server 2012 Plus, and domain admin rights are not required to modify this field. So the exploitation of the RBCD is quite easily if you pay attention to what I was talking about. The first thing that we need to do is that we're going to create a fake computer account. We are going to trigger the legit machine account via account, and this one is going to be the NYC server via RBCD to authenticate. Then we are going. Then the fake computer account is going to act on behalf of that domain controller or the New York or the NYC account. It's going to generate a fake machine account hash. We are going to obtain the service ticket, and there we go. As soon as we obtain the service ticket, it's going to be game over. And this is an example of exploiting when you got generic or generic right ACL on a computer. And this is what we are going to be doing. Since Diego Montenegro got a generic right on New York City computer or that computer object, we are going to be able to do these RBCD exploitation. If you want to take a look at that, you can take a look at the Bloodhound that we have done before. Take a look at Diego Montenegro's and see what access he has to, and you're going to see that he has right access to the NYC server. So therefore, we are going to be exploiting this. The first thing that we need to do is we are going to be adding a fake computer, and we are going to authenticate with Diego Montenegro. We got his password whenever we reset it back with the ACLs when we were doing the XCL abuse. So we reset his password too. Let's do this. So now, like I said, we're going to create this fake computer. The name is RBCD. The computer password is going to be RBCD pass, and the host that we're going to authenticate is going to be the New York NYC.New.York.local. All right, so it's going to be adding it to that Active Directory as well. You can see right here it was added. The next one is that we're going to add the delegation right on our target. So as you can see, we're going to add the delegate from RBCD, which is the fake computer that we just created, and we want to delegate to the NYC, right, which is the object, and the action is right, because we want to have right access to it. And since this guy Diego Montenegro has right access to it, right, we were able to perform this abuse. Now what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be basically impersonating the administrator for the NYC, the New York.local, and we are authenticating with the RBCD fake computer that we created, because we created that computer, then we gave it access to write to that computer, right? Because Diego Montenegro has that access, and since we got that access, right, right here, the MSDS allowed to act on behalf of other identity. That's what we add over here. So now the RBCD has right access to NYC. Since he has right access to NYC, we can do whatever we want. We can, like for instance, impersonate the administrator of NYC, which is the enterprise user. So now we got a ticket over here, and with that ticket we are going to be able to pass the ticket and impersonate that user. There we go. We are going to add it to the environment like we always do, and then we are going to spin a shell with that no such file. That's because I added there probably I got the wrong one in here, sorry about that. Let's do an export again, and we are in the home watch dog. There we go. run it again. That's because I added the incorrect directory. Now we're going to try to get a shell. There we go. We got the shell. It's a semi-interactive shell. So you can do, who am I? We are going to be the New York administrator. If you do ipconfig, you're going to be seeing that we are the .10. If you do a host name, it's going to be the NYC, which is the domain controller for the New York .local domain. So boom, there we go. So from here, just try to do something else. Try to spin a shell with Metasploit, so you can continue exploiting. You can dump the hashes if you would like to. You can do everything you want. So guys, this is it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It was a quick video. It wasn't as long as the other ones. It was easier to explain this one than the constraint delegation without transition, and with transition is, it's a little bit confusing. But if you get confused, there's a lot of resources out there like Google. But yeah guys, this is it for this video. I lied to you, this is not it for this video. Let's go ahead and clean this up first. First, let's go ahead and remove that delegation that we had from the RBCD to the NYC. And after that is done, we are going to be deleting that fake computer that we created. And there we go. So now, this is it for this video guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hey guys. In this video, we are going to be doing some enumeration. We are going to be enumerating trust between two servers. The first trust that we want to take a look at, we want to take a look at the trust in the New York .local domain, and also the trust on the Maryland .local domain. And for that, we are going to be using LDeep. And LDeep is a really cool software, or script, whatever you want to call it. We are going to be using LDeep, and for this we are going to be using the module LDAP. We are authenticating with the username Donald Trump and the password I think it's Make America Great. Domain is New York. That's the domain that we're going to be authenticating with, and we are going to be querying the trust for the 192.168.56.10, which is the New York .local domain. So we're going to see who is able to trust. So as you can see over here, we have a trust between the New York .local and the Maryland .local. In here, you can see that the trust is bidirectional, so both ways, and the partner is Maryland .local. We also have a bidirectional with the North New York .local. Now the other trust that I want to take a look at is the Maryland .local. In here, you're probably going to see that we have a bidirectional trust between Maryland and New York, but I want to see if there's something else in there. There isn't anything else. It looks like we only have the trust partner, or New York .local, and it is bidirectional, like we had it over here. All right, so another way that you can take a look at this is by looking at the Bloodhound. So let's go ahead and go to my local machine. Let's go ahead and kill that. We don't need that anymore. We are going to be running, first we need to start neo4j. Oops, that's the wrong command, right? Incorrect command again. There we go. Neo4j. And over here. So neo4j is starting. Let's go ahead and start Bloodhound as well. Let me see, is neo4j up and running? Yep, neo4j is up and running. So now we should be able to log in to Bloodhound. So in here we can observe the trust. Yep, no errors. Let's go ahead and go to the analysis, and we can find all domain admins, or we can just map the domain trust. And you can see in here we have the trust. So the New York local is trusted by the New York local, and the New York local is trusted by the New York local. So they have bi-direction over here. So there's bi-directional between the New York local and the New York local, like we saw before with the OTIP. And from the New York local is trusted by Maryland local, and Maryland local also trusted New York local. So there's bi-directional trust between New York, Maryland, and New York and New York local. So just wanted to show you how you can enumerate. It's kind of easy, right? Just we ran a couple of commands with OTIP, and then we came into the big old bloodhound, and we were able to take a look at this. So yeah, this is it for this video, guys. I just wanted to enumerate this. So then on the next videos, we are going to be exploiting this trust between these domains. So I will see you guys on the next one. Bye-bye. How you guys are doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing great. In this video, we are going to be looking at foreign group and users, and how you can basically enumerate the group and users that are foreign, right? Basically foreign meaning that some users from the North New York local are part of the New York local, or Maryland local to North New York local, or New York local. So basically, you know, part of different domain, not only their domains where the object is located. And for this, we are going to be using not Neo4j, Bloodhound, but we need to start Neo4j first before we start Bloodhound. So let's go ahead and start Neo4j real quick. Doesn't take long. You know, you do the sudo as usr bin Neo4j console, just like I've shown you on the previous video when we set up Neo4j and Bloodhound. So here we go. Neo4j is up and running. Let's get it and start Bloodhound. All right, so now we are going to log in to the Bloodhound Neo4j. That's not my password, that's my other password. There we go. So now this is going to log us in into Bloodhound, right? And the Neo4j is a database that holds the whole thing. Bloodhound is what displays right here. All right, so now in here, what we could do is that we can go to analysis, and in analysis, you can take a look at the users with foreign domain group membership. Let's go ahead and start with the North New York local. So there's no users in the North New York local that have foreign group membership. So they're not part. There's no users that are part of the North. There's no users from the North New York local that are part of the New York local or part of the Maryland local. So now we can go ahead and select New York local and see if there are any users that are part of another domain. So you can see that Nicolas Maduro at New York local is part of the local admin and Maryland local. So we're probably going to be able to, if we get Nicolas Maduro, if we ever get that guy, right, we are going to be able to authenticate as a local admin on those servers. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Maryland local, and in here we have two. So we have Carmelo Anthony's in here. Is Carmelo Anthony's at Maryland local is part of three different domains at Maryland local, obviously, then North New York local, and also New York local. Interesting, right? So now let's go ahead and see the groups with foreign domain group and membership. And in here, if we go to the North New York local, we can see some membership over here. So domain users at North New York Local are part of the authenticated users for the Maryland Local, and they're also part of the Area 1 at Maryland Local, and they are also part of the Everyone at New York Local. So Everyone at Maryland Local, Everyone at New York Local, authenticated users at Maryland Local, and authenticated users for New York Local. Interesting. Let's go ahead and go into the New York. A lot more in here, huh? How about that? So all these groups in here on the left side are part of either the north.local or the Maryland.local. And what I'm interested in is in this radio city. So this radio city is part of the KGB at Maryland.local. Let's go ahead and double click on the KGB at Maryland.local. And it's going to pull the node information. And this node information, we see the direct members, so the members of the KGB at Maryland.local. We can see that Radio City is part of this KGB, right? So Radio City is a member of the KGB. So let's see if there's any outbound objects for that KGB. So the KGB has generic all access to Teresa Perez. So therefore, whoever is part of this KGB is going to have generic all access to Teresa Perez. And we saw before that Radio City had access, it was a member of the KGB. So now let's go ahead, and we were in the analysis. We go back to over here, and it was New York. Yeah. So now KGB has generic access over Teresa Perez. So anybody also on the Radio City and New York.local, it's also going to have generic access to Teresa Perez because they are a member of the KGB, and the KGB has access. So let's go ahead and double click on Radio City, and let's see who is a member of the Radio City. We have 7 people in here, or 7 users, and we see that Diego Montenegro over here is part of the Radio City. So therefore, Diego Montenegro is part of the Radio City is part of the KGB, and the KGB has generic access over Teresa Perez. So therefore, Diego Montenegro is going to have generic access over Teresa Perez as well. And for this, if we look at a path, right, let's go ahead and start path. Diego Montenegro and Teresa Perez. So that's what I want to go. I want to go to Teresa Perez. This one will give you a nice path, right? As you can see over here, Diego Montenegro is a member of Radio City. Radio City is a member of KGB, and the KGB has generic access over Teresa Perez. So therefore, right, like I said before, Diego Montenegro also has generic access over Teresa Perez. Generic access, you can do a lot of stuff, and one of that is to change the password on Teresa Perez. So that's what we're going to be doing. And for this, we are going to be using the NetRPC. So let's go ahead and open over here. So we're going to be doing the NetRPC. And for that, we want to change the password, and the password is going to be for the user Teresa Perez. And we are going to authenticate with the New York.local user, right? And the source is going to be the domain controller of where that user resides, right? The users that we want to change, which is Baltimore and Maryland.local. So let's go ahead and click enter. And here we are going to enter the same password as we have for Negro Montenegro, which is let's do this, right? Cool beans. So now we have changed the password, and before we do anything else, we want to verify if we actually have changed the password, right? Crack map exec. It's a really good way to verify this. SMB 192.168.56.12. The user is going to be Teresa Perez. Okay, and the password is going to be, you can put, I don't think we need quotes for this. Let's do this. And the domain is going to be Maryland.local. Boom, and there you go. If we get a plus sign in here, it means that you were able to authenticate, right? So when it has a plus sign, that's what it means, that the password actually worked. If it is a admin user, then you're going to be seeing the PWD or the pound sign over here, the PWD or the PWN pound over here, right? But so we can tell that Teresa Perez, we were able to authenticate. So the password that we changed was correctly. We were able to change the password, but this user is not an admin or a local admin. So guys, this is it for this video. Hope you guys learned something, and I'm pretty sure there's a couple more of the foreign domain grouping users that you can do. So I want you guys to investigate, take a look at it, and see if you can change something. If you can do an exploit from a domain to another, or either in a group or a user, just take a look at Bloodhound and see what you can find. But this is all for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. How you guys are doing, guys? In this video, we are going to be taking a look at 192.168.56.22, which I believe is the Yonkers.North.New.York local host. And this one, well, whenever it did the initial, nmap enumeration on the first video, we saw that it was running a website, and we never took a look at the website. So now I want to take a look at. But before we do anything, let's go ahead and just run nmap and map. And let's see what it comes out. I remember that we had it has MSRPC, has an HTTP server, right? So it's running port 8 is open. Microsoft DS, NetBIOS SNN, MSSQLS, MSWBT server, and this unknown port over here. So we have multiple ports, but the ports that I'm really interested in is that port 80. So let's go ahead and take a look at that bad boy real quick. And this one is going to take us to port 80. And we can see over here that is a Bronx uploader website. Welcome to Bronx uploader sites. In this site, the user will be able to upload all documents, which will be handled by our compliance team. Whatever. Home. Take us back to, okay, it's index.html. So this one is an HTML site. We can take a look at the source. It looks like it's all HTML. Okay, powered by IIS. So yeah, IIS is the one running this website. So let's go ahead and go to upload now. Now we got an ASPX. Okay, default ASPX. It's telling us to upload something, whatever we want. So in this site, users will be able to upload all documents will be handled by our compliance team. Okay, so this is an ASPX site. So we're probably going to be able to get a reverse shell for this. I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that. So let's see if we can upload something, right, and see what happens. So clear this bad boy up. So to do this, let's go ahead and see if we can get a shell. Have a shell that we can download. We do wget over here. Let's go ahead and download this ASPCN ASP.ASP and see if we can upload this bad boy over here. Browse, we're going to browse and we're going to go to home, and in the home directory, where did I put this guy? That's a really good question. Let's go ahead and go to the terminal. pwd. Okay, so it is in the home. Go back. So let's go home, and after home, oh man, I'm lost. So home, where is the Jefe? Let's go ahead and just go to home. Let's go ahead and go back. There we go, home. Oh, that's because I downloaded it to the I downloaded it to the Parrot OS. Of course I can see that. Let's go ahead and clear this guy up. Now let me go ahead and go to my local VM, right? I need to download it on the local VM. It shouldn't take long. There we go. So local VM, if we do a pwd, you can see that it's in the home watchdog. So now we can go ahead and do that. All right, watchdog, and it should be in here. It was called ASP.cmd, ASP.cmd.asp. Open, upload. Okay, let's see if we can go to that, which was the ASP.cmd.asp. So ASP.cmd.asp. So didn't find anything there. Let me go ahead and ASP.cmd.asp just to make sure that we got the right one. It was probably removed by the antivirus, who knows. Yep, there's nothing there. Let's go ahead and go back to that default ASPX, and in here let's go ahead and we are going to go ahead and do another one. So let's go nano cmd.asp. That's what we're going to call it. We are going to paste this. We are going to leave this in the link below. So browse. Now we have cmd asp. Upload. I guess it did. What is this? Nothing. Let's see if we can go to ASP or cmd.asp. Nothing. It looks like it was also removed. Okay, go back. See if we can browse and maybe like a text document. See if a text document is allow nano txt text.txt test. Let's go ahead and upload this bad boy. Cancel, browse again, and text upload. Done. It was not able to find anything in here. Interesting. What if we go to like upload? Is there like a directory called upload maybe? Access denied. How about the text.txt? Oh, there we go. So it is in the upload. Okay. How about, what was the first one? I want to go to the first one. The first one that we uploaded was called ASP CMD. .asp. And wow, okay, so I downloaded the wrong one. So it looks like it's actually in there. So I need to download the raw one. Nope. Let me I uploaded the wrong one. I need to upload the other one. So give me just 1 second so I can get to that link. And we don't need all this crap. 1 second, it's on my other screen. That's why you cannot see it. So I need to okay, I want to go to that GitHub repo, HTTPS. All right, I just want to show you guys. We need to go to the raw, and then you can download this one. All right, go to a terminal, remove what's it called, ASP CMD, and then we can go ahead and download this one. I put the incorrect link, but I'm going to update it for you guys. So I don't want you guys to get mad at me. All right. Yep, I got it right. Saved. Okay, so let's go ahead and we got this one. Let's go ahead and go to that directory. No, it's going to be this one right here. And it's still, did I download the wrong one? What is going on here? So raw, maybe let's go ahead and call it 1. Was not found. Let's go ahead and do ls. Let's go ahead and do remove ASP CMD. And let's go ahead and download it again. So it is the raw one, raw.github user content. Not found. Oh, that's because I put the one over here. Sorry about that. There we go. So let's see. Oh, I'm a dummy. I did not upload anything. That's why I need to update the file that is in there. And upload. Before we do that, I don't know if it's going to override it, but we can see if it's going to override it. Open, upload. Okay, so now if we go to upload APCMD, and there we go. So we got some shell. Where am I? There we go. So we got some command execution over here. So let's see. Who am I? Oh, okay. So yeah, we got everything over here. That's really nice. Okay, so as you can see, built-in users, anti-authority service. Nothing really crazy over here in the groups. But if we take a look at the privilege name, we have SE impersonate privilege. So that's what we are going to be exploiting next over here because it is enabled. So in the next video, we are going to be doing privilege escalation because we have that SE impersonate and it is enabled over here. So I will see you on the next video, guys. Bye-bye. How you guys are doing? Hopefully you're doing great, are enjoying this video. And in this one we are going to be getting just a better shell because right now the shell we have is an ASPX. We are just able to execute commands, but we want to get a better one, like a reverse shell on our machine that works better, because right now I think we have it's in the upload ASP CMD. So we are able to execute command, like you can see the directory, you can see the who am I and all that, but it's not that great. I want to get something else, something better, right? I want to get a reverse shell on my machine. So for this we are going to be using an ASPX reverse shell that I found on GitHub. It works great. And for this one we are just going to, this one needs to be on the local machine because you need to upload it. So I'm just going to call this, let's say nano reverse underscore shell dot ASPX. It is an ASPX. I'm going to leave you guys with the entire command and also with a link of where to find it. So we are going to go up, and you're going to see that we're going to need to change some stuff. So the string that you need to change right here is the host name. This one needs to be the IP address of the 192.168.56.31, an IP address of the lab machine, right? Of the Parrot OS lab machine. 1 2 3 4 5. Let's go ahead and change this to like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 5. That should be good. You can use whatever port you want. Let's go ahead and save this, right? If you do a cat reverse shell.aspx, you can see that just to verify that changes all the way up here. Yep, there we go. So now that we got that, we're gonna need to do an NC and netcat so we can wait for that shell. And VLP and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, right? That's what we did it on. 1, 2, 3, 5. That's the port that we're going to be listening on, right? And looking good. So now what we need to do is we're going to upload this reverse shell.aspx. We're going to go to the website. We can go ahead to the default. We're going to go to browse. We are going to go to reverse shell.aspx, right? Open that bad boy, upload it. It's going to be in the same directory, I believe. So if you want to take a look at where it is, you can just go to that upload ASP CMD that we had before. And I think it is in the, let's go into DAR and the C drive. Doesn't really give you the directory for C. Let me see. DRR C. There we go. So C, DRR C. I think it's gonna be in the init pub. Yep, and then root, dart cd init pub root, and then there we go. Here's the directory, upload directory. So dir c init pub root upload directory. And there we go. And we got the ASP CMD, and we also got the reverse shell.aspx. So it is in there. So now let's be verified that we are actually listening. 1, 2, 3, 5. Yep, it is. So let's go ahead and try to execute that bad boy. Let's go to upload, and we're going to go to reverse shell.aspx and see if we get a shell back. There we go. We got it. That's awesome. So this one is better, and we're gonna be working out of this. And if we do a who am I, you can see that you're still the default pool. Who am I? All. And in here you can see the groups that you're part of. We can see that we are the building IIS IUSR. Yep, authenticated user, this organization. So there's basically it's a low privilege user. But the thing is that for this one, we have a token enable, which is the SE impersonate privilege. And for that guy, what you could do with that is that this one is basically like a privilege or a token that allows you to impersonate, right? But not create any of them. You can impersonate any token for which it is able to get a handle. So we are going to be using this so we can escalate to an admin user. And that's going to be the next video. It's not going to be for this video. I don't like making long videos because people have depth. Like for me, people, or it's just a personal thing that people get bored whenever the videos are way too long, unless they're really entertaining and you are hacking and, you know, doing all this stuff at the same time. So I like to keep it short whenever I can. So on the next video, we are going to be exploiting or doing a privilege escalation for the SE impersonate privilege. And that's basically you can do it with a rotten potato, rock potato, rock WinRM. You can do a lot of different ways, but the way that we're going to do it is that we are going to be using the invoke. It is called the invoke bad potato .ps1. It is a PowerShell script, and this PowerShell script is by it's in the Power. I think it's called PowerSharp pack. So that's why we're going to be using. So the next video, make sure that you still have this shell. And from here, we are going to be executing or exploiting that SE impersonate privilege to get a admin user or a privileged user. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hey guys, like said on the previous video, in this video we are going to be exploiting the SE impersonate privilege, and we are going to be doing this with invoke bad potato.ps1, and it is a PowerShell script, and it is in the PowerSharp pack. And what we need to do is we need to download the invoke bad potato.ps1. I'm going to leave you a link on the description below where you can find it. And you also need to we're gonna need to create a shell with MS Venom. And after we do that, we are going to be listening on Metasploit. So we are going to be sending the shell to Metasploit, and after we send it to Metasploit, we should be getting a shell with the anti-authority system, which is the highest user. It is a admin user basically. So that's what we're going to be doing. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. So let's go ahead and start this. First of all, I want to go ahead and start, or to verify that we can actually do this, right? We need to have the SE impersonate privilege enable. It is enabled. And we also need to see, we need to make sure that the spooler, the print spooler, is running. For this, I like to go into PowerShell.exe, and it's a really easy command. You can just do the get service spooler, and this one should tell you if it is running. You can see the status is running, the name spooler, display name, print spooler. So it is running. So that is one of the if this print spooler is not running, we wouldn't be able to do the SE impersonate, because that's how we are going to be exploiting this. So just make sure that it's running, and make sure that you have the SE impersonate privilege enabled. All right, so now we are going to be using SM Venom, and with SM Venom we are going to be creating this. Well, it's not going to be from here. I'm sorry about that. It's not going to be from here that we're going to be doing it. You can just press enter, whatever. We are going to be doing on the local machine, my local VM, right? Because we need to upload it to that website. And we are going to be creating an executable.exe file so we can get a reverse shell on my lab machine on port 12034. Right? This one's going to be a Windows interpreter. So we are going to have interpreter enable MS Venom. So there we go. So we got that. We should also have the ls. We have the invoke in here. I already downloaded it, I believe. Yep, invoke bad potato. So we're going to upload invoke bad potato, and we're also going to be uploading that pawn or pwn.ex. Ooh, I think I'm missing an e. Yeah, I did. Dang it. Let's go ahead and just do it again. Run it again. I don't know why I'm missing an e. And come on, you can do it. So yeah, we're going to be uploading those two, and then we're going to be getting a shell back. And before we do that, we need to go to my lab machine, and we're going to be starting Metasploit MSF console, and we are going to be using for this clear this out. Use exploit multi handler, and we're going to set the payload that we're going to be using. The payload is Windows interpreter reverse interpreter reverse TCP. Set the L host, not log level, L host to 192.168.56.31. Set L port to 12.034, and we're going to run so we can start listening on it. 12.03.34. That's the one that we did for the .exe. Yep, we did. So now let's go ahead and go to the website that we found. We're going to go to browse. We're going to look for invoke bad potato. upload it. We're also going to be looking for the pwn.exe. Make sure that you upload the correct one. And let's go ahead and upload it. Cool beans. So now let's go ahead and go to the show that we got on the previous video. We do dir. We still got a show. That's great. We're going to go to c init pub root upload. I think it is. CD change directory. Let's go ahead and copy this over here. So we get a little bit. We don't have to copy the. You don't have to pay. You don't have to type the whole thing again, right? There we go. dir. You can see that we have the invoke bad potato in here. We got the pawn.exe, ASP, CMD. So now what we're going to be doing is we are going to be getting a reverse shell with the token of the anti-authority system. So we are going to be getting a higher user, and that's going to be sent to the Metasploit over here. Let's go ahead and change the title to Metasploit. All right, there we go. So we know where to click. All right, so now what you need to do is that we need to do a dot and then invoke bat potato C. So we're gonna run a command, and the command that we need to run is basically, oops, what happened here? It needs to be capital C, and it's going to be in the init pub root upload pawn.exe, and close that. Let's run this. Bad potato, invoke bad potato, and bad potato is in here. What did I do? Let's see. Why is it not working? We are in the PowerShell. Let's see if we can use maybe oh, I forgot something. That's fine. So I forgot this. Oh man, I don't know what that is doing it. So we forgot to put this over here. That's why it didn't work. See that? Yep. Let's go ahead and run this. And now if we go to Metasploit, we should be getting a shell here soon. And here we go. Awesome. And now if you do a get UID, because it's an interpreter session, you can see that we have the anti-authority system. So we are looking good. So now we basically have admin user in here. So now we are going to be creating some Metasploit videos, so I can show you how Metasploit works, how you can use Metasploit to take advantage of the system. So we're going to be doing a little bit of enumeration. I'm going to show you some exploits, and we are also going to be doing some cool stuff. So stay tuned for the Metasploit videos on how to enumerate and try to exploit and dump hatch with Metasploit. It's really cool. It's a really good software. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next videos. Stay tuned. Hello guys, in this video we are going to be continuing with the previous video where we got the anti-authority system by abusing the SE impersonate, and we use the invoke bat potato.ps1 script, and we also we sent that shell to Metasploit. So now we are going to continue the session with Metasploit, so we can take a look at Metasploit and how Metasploit works, so you guys can get used to it. Well, it's a really cool tool. If you heard bad things about it, it's probably from the OSCP, that they don't allow you to use Metasploit whenever you're using or whenever you're going for the OSCP. I don't know why, but hey, whatever. Let's go ahead and start. The first thing that we want to look at is the sessions command, and in the sessions it just lets you know what sessions are running. So let's go ahead and do the sessions and do a capital, do a -i. Oh, okay. Before we start with that, we actually want to do a background because we are in the interpreter session. So we want to background this session so then we can run the Metasploit commands. So the way they do that, background, you type background, and that's basically going to keep your shell, but it's just going to put on the background so we can run all the commands. There we go. So now let's go ahead and clear this out. You can see we are back in Metasploit. So now if we do the sessions, even just with sessions, it will tell you what sessions you have open. You can see that we have an interpreter session and an x86 Windows, and the information, basically the user that you have anti-authority system. You see the IP address where we got the shell, and you see where that 192.168.56.22 is listening on, that we got connected. So that's it. You can also do a sessions I. It gives you the same information, and if you want to go back to that session, what you can do is -I, and you do the ID one. So if you have multiple ones, and if you want to go to like number 10, you can just type 10 here, and it will take you back to that session, and you do get UID. It gives you the UID over here, right? So now let's go ahead and do a background so we can background this one more time. Looking good. Let's go ahead and clear this out. And in here, what I want to do, and also another command that you can run, let's go ahead and go to interact with this session, right? If you just want to do a shell, basically a shell, instead of having the interpreter, you can also do that. That will gives you, it will give you a shell, and from here, you know, you can do like power shell.exe. You can get into PowerShell and all that and execute PowerShell commands, and also just run, you know, just Windows or CMD commands or PowerShell commands, right? So let's go ahead and exit out of here. Exit one more time. You are in interpreter. So now let me go ahead and background this. Clear. So you see how it basically goes. It is kind of cool. So now we are going to start doing running modules, running exploits in here. So the first one that I want to run, let's go ahead and go to that session again. The way that you can run are, if you do a run, you can just run it straight from here. You can do a run post and Windows gather enum on AD users. So you can specify gather. That's because I put that incorrectly. It needs to be like this. There we go. So this one, it looks like it failed, but you can run some, you know, post Windows gather AD users, so you can get some AD users from here. It is not running. So this is one way that you can run it. If you're in the interpreter session, if you don't want to background it, you can just run it straight from here. Another way that you can run it, you can just background this guy. Let's go ahead and copy this command. It's probably going to fail again, but it's okay. You can do a use, right? And that's going to be using that, or is it? So use, let's go ahead and try this again. Post Windows gather, oh, because I copied the wrong one. Oh man. Enum AD users or users. There we go. And from here you can do options. Options will tell you what commands or what you need to fill out. Like for this one, it tells you that you need to put the session because it's not filled out, but it needs to be in there. So you need to fill the session. So basically the session where you want to run this, you know, this post Windows gather enum AD users module, basically. So for that, you want to do the set session. And since I have session ID number 1, that's where I want to run it. You can do it there. Let's do options again, see what other options we have. I believe that's it. And if you want to learn more, you want to learn the info about it, you can just type info, and it will give you the description. So this module will enumerate user accounts in the default Active Directory, AD directory, and stores them in the database, you know. So really cool to know the info. So now if you want to run, if you fill out everything out for the options, you can just do run, and it will run. You know, it didn't work for us because for some reason it is not working. I think because it is an anti-authority system, who knows. So let's go ahead and do another one, which is the run. Why is it not? Oh, because I put run. Sorry about that. So from here, you got to use instead of run. You use run whenever you are in the interpreter session. So, yep, so using the group, so it changed. Okay, cool, clear. Let's go to options, see what options we got. The only option that we need to fill out is the session. So do set session again and just set it to session 1, run it, and there we go. So we were able to get the groups. We were not able to get the users for some reason, which is really weird. But as you can see, we got all the users from the AD, and the AD is the north down here, the local domain. You see we have administrators, user guests, replicator, IIS, SRS, remote desktop servers. What else we got in here? Domain computers. We got some ones that are not built in. The other ones are all built in. That comes with Windows servers. We got North Multi-Dom, North Manager, Patrol, and North. So these are users that were created for this domain, right? Something to look at. Another one, if you want to see the logged on users on this machine, you want to run this one over here, and you want to do the options again. The session, so set session to 1 and then run it. Not rub, you don't want to rub, you want to run. So in here we give you basically a list of the users that have recently logged on. You can see that we have the administrator, Vagrant, the SQL _ SVC. We got some SQL stuff in here. So people that have recently logged into it. So you can see that we have an administrator in here, Really good to know, because there's probably a hash in there that we can dump, and we're going to be doing that later. But let's go ahead and keep going. If you want to see the comments on the user objects, let's say this one's going to work for us. We can do the enum AD user comments. Let's do options, and all we need to do is do the session, set session again to 1, run it, and we can see this one. Remember, we got this one already. So Miguel Cabrera, I love password, so we were able to get the Miguel Cabrera's description. Another one, something else that we could do is just set the domain. So if we set the domain to like New York .local, see if we can get anything. Run it. It could not complete. Let's see if we get like the Maryland .local. I don't think we're gonna be able to do it, but Maryland .local, run. There we go. That's because the NT authority system, I guess, it's not able to authenticate over there, but that's fine. If you wanna get the users from a specific group, we can also do that. Really important. Use the post, enum domain group users. You do check the options in here. We got a group where you want to get in the session. So set session, let's say 1, set group. We're going to call the North. There was a group that was called North in there. Let's go ahead and run it, see what we get. And that's going to try it. To get all the users are in this North group. So here we go. Here we are. Those are all the users are in that group. If you want to do another group, let's say like domain admins, let's say run. There we go. So these ones are the ones that we want to go after, right? So Fernando Alonso is a domain admin, and the administrator is also a domain admin, right? So really good stuff, really good enumeration in here. All right. If you want to get like the domain enumeration, the one that you want to run is it's called the post. It's an enum domain. So if you want to use it, right, you want to use these exploits. You want to see the options, what the options we got. So the only option is the session. So set session to 1. And if you, like I said before, if you want to see the info, what this script does, you can just type info, and hopefully it has a description. So this module identifies the primary active directory domain name and the domain controller. So that's what it's going to be doing. Let's go ahead and run it. Here we go. So you can see that then the net buyer's name is North, and the domain controller is Bronx.north.New.local, IP address 192.168.56.11, post module execution completed. Okay, so that's the, some more information here. And another one that you can run is to gather the computer, the computer names. And for this one, we're going to be using the enum computers. Options, set session to 1. Again, if we want to look at the info, see what it does. This module will enumerate computers included in the primary domain. Let's go ahead and run. It's going to be running it against Junkers, because that's where we got the shell, right? At the 192.168.56.22. So let's see if we can enumerate some computers in here. I don't know if it's going to do it. It might do it. Nope, it was not able to get that, but that's fine. Maybe it's going to work for you. Maybe you get another shell, a different shell, and you're going to be able to do it. Another one is to look for admin, right? Local admin. Let's do that, and if we do the options, see what options we got in here. Actually, we got domain, that it's not required though, so you don't have to set it up. The groups, it's not required. Users is not required. The R host is required. So set session to 1, set R host. So you can specify a range. Oh, set R host 192.168.56.10.222. Run it. It looks like it was completed, but it didn't. I guess it didn't find anything. That was kind of quick though. Maybe this one is not working. But yeah, guys, this is actually it for this video, right? On the next video, we are going to be looking at other stuff like ARP tokens and patches, and then we're going to go to enumerating shares and SMB and more. So this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this video about Metasploit. It's a really cool, a really great software or app, or I don't know what you want to call it. It's just really cool whenever you get a shell in here, interpreter shell in here. So these are for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoy it, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. How you guys are doing? We are going to continue enumerating with Metasploit, and in this video we are going to be looking at some ARP tokens and maybe some patches that we can take a look at. So the first command that I want to run is going to be the use post windows gather ARP scanner, so we can take a look at the IP to MAC address mapping. So let's go ahead and go to options. You need to set the R host in here, so the host that you want to scan for that ARP. So we're going to do set ARP 192.168.56.10 to 192.168.56.22. For now, not set ARP. I'm sorry, set R host. I kept saying. There we go. Set the session. We still have the same session 1. Now we can do an info to learn more about this module. Will perform an ARP scan for a given IP range through an interpreter session. We can go ahead and run this to execute it. So we got only two that we got back. The 10, which is nyc.newyork.local, and 22, which is the one that we are right now. The other ones, for some reason, it didn't work. But this is how we get the ARP scan, right? So you get the MAC address. So basically the IP to MAC address mapping. That's how you do an ARP scan if you want to take a look at the MAC address of what the server is using. So it will give you that, right? Clear that out. The next one is so we can see the available tokens that we can exploit or abuse, which we have done this before. We can use, but we did it a different way, right? This is how we got the shell for this Metasploit over here. So we want to set the session to 1, and when we want to run it, and it would basically run this. So we found no process on session 1, found no process on session 1, so it didn't found any tokens in here. Let's go ahead and see the options in here. Nothing else, get system, blah blah blah. The information, if you want to know more about this, it enumerates the domain admin account processes and delegation tokens for this. So okay, so now let's go ahead and get the patch history of the server, and actually, yeah, let's go ahead and just do that, since we weren't able to get the tokens. So let's go ahead and go this command over here. So we're gonna use post windows gather enum underscore patches. That's the one we're going to use. Let's go to info. Gives you a little bit more information. This module enumerates the patches applied to a Windows system using the WMI query. So, and all we need to do is just the session. So set session for this guy, 1, and just run it. And this one is going to gather everything. So you can see that there's a couple patches in here that were applied in 2023. And you can just look at this KB. So I guess the last one was or the highest one was this one in here. So if you can just take a look at the Windows catalog for this one, I'm good to know what was applied and all that good stuff, right? Just good information that you could have. Now if you want to retrieve let's say like IE like cookies and information from the Internet Explorer, even though it has been it was taken off, right? They're not using IE anymore, but a lot of servers are still running IE, and people save their there's probably cookies, they probably save passwords in here, so you might be able to find something there. So let's go do that. Let's go ahead and say info. So this module will collect the history, the cookies, and credentials from either HTTP authentication passwords or saved passwords from form passwords found in the autocomplete. So yeah, autocomplete. That's why you should never just autocomplete or save your password in any browser. So this one just needs a session 1, and just run it. It looks like this one is not working for some reason. I guess not. All right, so let's see if you wanna another one that you can use. We're not going to be running it, but you can do is the Bloodhound. So this one is going to be the Bloodhound data ingester. So you can use post Windows. Come on, no autocomplete. Cool. Use post. Oh, did I wait? Oh wait, this okay. Oh man, okay, I got lost. So that's why it didn't run, because I put session in here. Let's go ahead and go background this. So the IE one did not run. Let's go ahead and do info. See if it was set up. It was not set up. I need to do the set session. That's what it was. I just did session and it got me into the session. Let's go ahead and run it. See if we got any history, any cookies in here. See if we find anything. Post module completed. It looks like it didn't find anything. Okay, all right. So that's what happened. All right, so the one that I wanted to use was the post Windows gather Bloodhound. And from here, if we go to info, it will tell you what it is. This module will execute the Bloodhound C# ingester, aka sharp hound, to gather sessions, local admin, domain trust, and more. With this information, we'll easily identify highly complex attack paths that would otherwise be impossible to quickly identify within an Active Directory environment. So this one is really a really good one. And also, if you just want to search for more stuff, you can just type search in here. Search, and let's start with like post Windows, and let's start with gather, right? That's what we have been using. You can see there's 166 post Windows gather that you can use. There is, WinSCP, WSFTP clients. It's a bunch of credentials that you can look for. You can enum SNMP, enum shared. We're going to be doing that later. Injector, smart hash dump, resolve SID, enum IE. So yeah, there's a lot of cool ones that you can use. So if you want to search for stuff, this is how you do it. So to go more in depth, if you just want to do, instead of gather, you want to just look for all the post Windows ones. There's 231, so there's a lot more in there, right? If you just want to search for like recon in the recon folder, you can just search recon in here. There's only 3, but that's not bad. There's a lot of other ones in here, like shell code inject, px exploits, exec PowerShell. There's a lot. I mean, there is a lot of them, and we're going to be running through a couple of more of those later. But that's how you do a search for the post Windows modules. And post means that you already have a shell, right? Like we do, we have a shell and we have a high privilege shell right now, which is a local, basically a local admin, higher than local admin, but it's a local admin. But yeah, guys, that's how you search. And this is it for this video. I will see you on the next one. We are going to be continuing with Metasploit, guys. Let's go. Hello, guys. Let's continue enumerating this, or enumerating, Active Directory and all the servers that we have access on this lab. A really cool lab. Hopefully, you guys, purchase a lab. It's really fun. It's really fun. And on this one, we're going to be enumerating shares, file shares, SMB, and some other ones that we can do. So for this one, the first one is that I want to use the use post Windows gather enum underscore shares, and let's take a look at the info and see what it tells us. So this module will enumerate, configure, and recently used file shares, right? As you can see, the required ones, everything is required. All you need to just set it to true for 3 out of 4 of them. And the last one is just the session. So set session to 1, and let's go ahead and run it. And as you can see in here, it ran it in the module against the Yonkers server. That's what we have to shell, right? And it found a couple ones. It found a public, that's the name of it. It is in the C shares public. It's a basic read share for all domain users. That's the remark or the comment. And then we have another one, which is all. It is in the C shares all. Basic rewrite for all in the disk. Okay, so what we can do is we can just do this session in here, and let's go back to the interpreter, and let's go ahead and drop to the shell. It's just better for me to move around. And if we go into the C shares, right, do a dir, you can see the all, and you can see the public, right, the ones that are referring to. And this one we just have read share for all the domains. So we have read, so we can read whatever is in there. But for the all, we have basic read and write. So we are able to write. So we are able to upload and edit whatever is in there. So let's go ahead and take a look at the public first. cd public dir. So anything in there, there's nothing. Let's go ahead and go back. Let's go ahead and go to all. Anything in here? So there's nothing. So there's nothing in here. But you are able to, you have read and write access to this one, and you only have read access to that one. All right. So let's go ahead and exit, and let's go ahead and background this session. Okay. So we can go ahead and go back. Another one is that you can gather all detect all the services that are running, right? And we're going to be running the post Windows gather enum services. Let's go ahead and take a look at the info. This one will query the system for services and display name and configuration info for each return service. It allows you to optionally search for the credentials, paths, or start type, and all that cool stuff. Credentials, we're gonna set it to no. It's not required. Path is not required. Session, yes. Type, you can set it to all, auto, manual, or disable. We just set it to all. That's fine. Session, let's go ahead and set the session before we can run this bad boy and run it. Oh, the session was empty. 1, run it. There we go. That's going to be gathering basically or listing services info for matching services. Please wait, it won't take long. So we have some app host SVC, so we got a lot of stuff in here. There we go. Yep, so there's a lot of info in here. You can see most of them are Joe's built-in stuff that run with the server. We can see the HTTP, device install, nothing that catches my eyes. We have the SQL server, so this one is running the SQL server, and is the SQL_SVC that is running this one, right? A little bit different over here. There's no passwords in there. Yep, what else is in here? Let me see. No passwords in here, okay. So yeah, so just another one that you can really do some enumeration with Metasploit. No passwords in here. Okay, cool beans, and you can see that it saves it in here. So that is the path where it is saved. So if you want to take a look at that, it is saved in there. All right. So another one is to enumerate the SNMP. Let me go ahead and clear this. Let's go ahead and info. So this module will enumerate the SNMP service configuration. Really straightforward. This is why Carlos Perez at darkoperator.com. Thank you for that, Carlos. Let's go ahead and do I already did info, option, other one. The only thing that we need to do is just set the session. Cool beans. Session to 1, and let's go ahead and run it. And it looks like SNMP service is installed, but we don't have incipient layer, so we don't have. So it looks like it is running, but it's not configured. So that's what it is on this server. And I wish we were able to run it from here to a different server, so we can basically see if anybody else is running SNMP. Another cool one that I wanted to show you earlier is that you can do some enum on the Chrome. So basically the IE that we ran before, so we can see what is in there. And this module we collect the user data from Google Chrome and attempt to decrypt sensitive data. All right, and all we need is the session, right? Require yes. So everything that is required and say yes, you need to fill out before you run it, because otherwise it's not going to work. So set session to 1 and just run it. See if Chrome is install, extracting, cookies not found. No. So what I want you to do is, if you ever get access, like if you have RDP access, try to install Chrome in it, log into a website and save your credentials, and then run this and see if it works. I bet you it's going to be able to find your password. You'll be really surprised. All right. So another really good one that I always like to run is the enum AV excluded. So basically this one is going to be looking for exclusion, so folders or directory that are excluded from AV. So basically the AV is not going to be looking into that specific folder, and if you can upload some malicious files in that folder, it's going to be excluded from the AV, and the AV is not going to be able to detect it. Basically what it is, info, read the info, right? This module will enumerate the file, directory, process, and extensions-based exclusion from supported AV products, which currently includes Defender, Security Essentials, Anti-Malware, and Symantec Endpoint Protection. That's it. They should add more to that. And you can see here the require are the Defender, yes, require yes, Essential yes, SEP yes. So they're all required. You can see that 3 out of 4 of them are already fill out. It's just telling it if you want to enumerate those, which are all set to true. And so then we're just going to set the session to 1, and we're going to run it. There we go. So there was no, it didn't find any AV. So I guess Yonkers is running without an AV, right? Something really good to know. All right, so let's go ahead and just clear this out. I like to always clear my screen. I don't know why. Another one that is really cool is the browser. Did I spell that correctly? I did not. So this is browser. It's supposed to be browser history. There we go. So in here, browser history. If you look at the info, this one is going to be looking at Skype chat logs, for Firefox history, and Chrome history data from the target machine. Skype chat logs, I don't know if this one is going to be doing it for like Teams. Instead of Skype, they should do just Teams one. They should update this and just say Teams. But though Skype is, no, it's not Skype. I forgot what the other one was. Link is like, it's like Teams, right? They just combine Teams. they just combine link and I forgot what else into and make teams. But yeah, they should update this script and just put teams, right, be able to execute, to gather information from the team's chat logs instead of Skype chat logs. But you know, it's just kind of old, but it still looks at the history for Firefox and Chrome. So and the only thing that is required is a session, so we can just set session to 1 and just run it. And if you find anything cool in here, any, you know, forensics or anything that we should be running, go ahead and and leave a comment either under this. I'm not sure if you are able to leave comments, but if you're able to leave comments, go ahead and leave a comment and see and post one of the, you know, Windows modules that you found that is cool and that I should be running it, and I will make a video and run that if I find it interesting, right? So yeah, I believe this is set for this video. We did a little bit of enumeration on the shares, SMB, and then we went into some browser history, and also on the link on the description below, I'm gonna, like I always do, I'm gonna leave the link so you can take a look at all the commands that I'm running. And always on those commands, I'm not running all the commands that I run, I'm just running some of them because I don't want to make this video too long. So always check those commands because there are always extras in there that you can do yourself. So with that being said, guys, that's it for this video. I will see you in the next one. We're going to be doing some cool stuff with Metasploit. How you guys are doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing fine and are, you know, having fun with all my videos. In this video, for instance, we are going to be adding a backdoor. Basically, we are going to add a user that we can use to authenticate later on and come back. That's the backdoor that we're going to be adding. And for this, we are going to be doing a search, and it is called add user, I believe. And we have the one that we want to use is the post Windows manage add user. Also, if you want to look more in here, if there's anything else that is cool, you can just do a post Windows manage. We can search in here. I spelled this one incorrectly, like I always do. Search post Windows manage. Post Windows manage. Look, I guess there's nothing else in there. Post Windows manage. Okay, I thought there were more in there. There's nothing. Okay, search add user, and we are going to use, you can just use the number right now. So if we can use like number 2 instead of adding the whole thing, you can just say 2, and that will take you to the Windows manage add user. Clear this out. Let's go ahead and take a look at the info and see what is this about. So this module adds a user to the domain and or to the domain group. It will check if the sufficient privileges are present for certain actions and run the get privs for system. If you elevate the if you elevate a privs to system, the SE assigned privilege token privilege will not be assigned. You need to migrate to a process that is running as system. So we are running a system right now, so this one shouldn't be an issue. So add domain, so there's a couple requirements, 1 2 3 4. Add domain to add to domain, add to group is false. So add group if it doesn't exist, yeah, we want to set that to false. We don't want to create the group. The group, this one is not required, but we're going to be setting that. Let's set the group to administrators. That's what we want to add our users to. Set the password to watch dogs 1 2 3. We need to set the session to 1, and the token is not required, so we're not going to do that. Set user or set username. Let's say watch dogs. It's good. And let's see, look at the info again. True, false, administrator, watch dogs 1 2 3 exclamation. Session is 1. username is watchdogs. Okay, let's go ahead and run and see what happens. Found the domain, adding watchdog as a user to North domain. The RPC server is unavailable. Post module execution completed. So it looks like we are good, right? So let's go ahead and hop on that session. I want to get into the shell, and for here I want to run some commands. One of them will be the net local or just net users, I'm sorry. And in here I don't see my guy. So where is my guy? It's not in here. It's a part of the administrators. I put administrator. Let me see. Go ahead and exit out of here. Background this info set group administrator, right? I believe that's, no, administrator. Okay, no, it's administrators is fine. So actually, let me go ahead and go back to the session 1 shell, and in here let's do net. No, it's net local group administrators. In here, so I don't see anything in here. So where is my guy? So it looks like it added it to the domain, which is true. So it added it to the domain. That's cool. I want to add it to the local domain as well. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and exit, background it. Let's go ahead and go to info. So this is set to true. I want to set to add to domain, or set add to domain. I want to set it to false. Run it again. Good. So this one is only going to add it to the local, right? Because it's in local mode. So now he is part of the domain and also part of the local group administrators. So now if we go to the session 1, we go drop a shell, net users. Again, it's still not in here, so it didn't add it. Oh, there we go. My bad. I missed it. There we go. Watchdogs. And now if we do a net local group, net local group administrators. See who's part of that, and it looks like it didn't add it there. Interesting. All right, but we do have a back door in here. Now let me go ahead and just exit out of here. Let's go ahead and background this guy so we don't lose it. And now let's see if we can execute crack map exec. See if we are able to authenticate to, not to that, to here. Crack map accept SMB, watchdogs is a user, the password, the domain. See if we're able to authenticate because we added it to, in this one. What did I miss in here? Maybe because it has a exclamation in here. Crack map exec should be good. No, still doesn't work from here. Why is it not working from here? Let's go ahead and do SSH. And this is my local machine. The 31. Let's go ahead and run it again. We were able to authenticate, so that's cool. Where else can we authenticate to? Let's go ahead and run to 192.168.56.22. We need to do it like this. So we weren't able to get into the Bronx, NYC, Baltimore, but we were able to get into Yonkers. Okay, so we do have access to the Yonkers one. Let's go ahead and go back over here to Metasploit, and let's go ahead and look at the info one more time. Okay, so that's because the add to group is set to false. Add group if it doesn't exist. So add group, add to group. This doesn't make sense. So add to group, add user to add, okay. Let's set the add group to set add group, add to group to true. Info again. Okay, let's go ahead and run it now. Local mode, watchdogs already exist. That makes sense. Local group already exists. Watchdogs is now a member of the administrator. So this is how we got to do it. This one needs to be false, true, because this description is confusing. So now if we run the crap mac exec again, we can see that we are able to authenticate to Yonkers, and we should also be a local admin in there as well. So if we do session 1 shell net local group administrators, and watchdogs is now in there. So now we do have local admin access to that 22. Why is it not telling me that I have local admin access to here? Let's go and run it again. It's not telling me that I have local admin access, but if we do like an X, who am I? Oh, who am I? Let's go ahead and put this in quotes. Who am I? Oh. Oh, it's not executing anything. But we do have local admin access. Maybe single quotes. Yeah, don't know what's wrong with crap map exec, but we like you can see over here, we do have local admin access. Okay, so that's good. Let's go ahead and exit. Let's go ahead and background it. And if you're done with this backdoor, if you want to delete it so you can clear your tracks, one of the things that you can do is you can just go ahead and delete it. So if you could do a search and you search for delete user, you can delete user from here. So we want to use the 01. Let's go ahead and go to info. This module deletes a local user accounts for a from the specified server. So server name now require session. Yes, so set session to 1, set username to watch dogs, because we're done with it, right? Let's go ahead and run it. Execute it. Done. Let's go ahead and go to the session 1 and drop into a shell. Net users. Watchdogs is not in there anymore. You do net local group administrators. Oh, I cannot go up errors or anything. No, let's go ahead. It's supposed to be administrators. There we go. And he's not in there anymore, so he got deleted, right? Cool. And let's go and background it. Okay, guys, so this is it for this video. In this video, I show you how to add a backdoor, basically adding a user. You need to have at least local admin user to be able to execute this. It's basically a backdoor, a post domain exploit, basically what it is. Show you how to do it, show you how to authenticate it to make sure that that is working, and also I show you how to delete it so you can clear some of your tracks. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Okay, guys, so we are continue with Metasploit, we have a couple other videos, maybe like 5 or 6 more videos. Really cool, good stuff that we're gonna be doing from now on. And for this one, we are going to be doing a hash dump with Metasploit, because remember that we do have admin access to the 192.168.56.22, which is the Anchor server that was running the IIS server, which we got a shell. And then from that shell, we saw that we had the SE impersonate. And with that SE impersonate privilege, we were able to escalate to anti-authority system and send it. And then we sent that shell to basically the we send it to Metasploit, and this is where we have been working. So now we are going to be doing a hash dump. I'm gonna show you how to do that. Really easy, really cool stuff. So now let's go ahead and do a search hash dump. And there's some other ones that you could use, but the one that I like is the post Windows gather hash dump. There's a smart dump, MSSQL local hash dump, domain dump. So there's some other ones that you can use, but the one that I want to use is 17, and I can just say that I want to use 17. So you can say use and then just put the number 17, and that one should take you in there. There we go. And I believe all you need to do is to set the session, and the session that we want to set up is 1, right? We can do sessions and see what other sessions we got, and also do info for this module. And here, there we go, session 1, it is required. So let me go ahead and clear these out, because I like to clear all the time. And let's go ahead and run it and see what hashes we get. We should probably get the administrator in here, just we did. And the GUI, the SID for this one is 500, and you can see over here the dump for it. So let's go ahead and copy this, because we are going to save it, because we're going to be doing some other cool stuff later on. I'm gonna say nano hash, just gonna call it hash dump. Let's go paste it in here, and this one is from 192.168.56.10. No, not that 10, wait, that's 22, right? North, that's New York, that local domain, just so we know. Okay, so we got that. Another one that you can do is the credential collector dump. So let's go ahead and clear that. Let's go ahead and search for credential collector, and we're going to use, before we do that, did I do an info? Did we read the description for this one, the hash dump? So this module is basically a local user accounts. It's going to dump the same database using the registry. All right, just so that you know. Now let's go ahead and use the credential collector one. If we go to take a look at the info, and this module is going to harvest credentials found on the host and stores them in the database. So the session, that's what we need to do. Set session to 1, and let's go ahead and run it. See if we get anything. Error access hashes. Do you migrate to a process that match? There's no. Let me see. Let's go to options. For some reason, this one didn't work. Weird. All right. Well, we do have another way to do another dump, and this one is by doing by loading Kiwi. So let's go ahead and do the session 1. Right, we are in this session, and we are going to be, you can do, just a question mark in here to see what commands you can do. You can just do like a hash dump. This one's going to do the same database, and there's some other stuff that you could do from here. So just take a look at those commands and just play with it and see what you can find, right? So let's go ahead and do a load Kiwi, and Kiwi is basically like, you've seen this before. It is like Mimikatz, basically. Let's go ahead and clear. Oh, you cannot clear. Cool. So if from here, also let's go ahead and type help and see what commands we are able to execute from here. You can see you can drop token, kill, reboot, desktops, get desktops. You can do a lot of stuff. Webcam snap, webcam stream. You can play you can play an audio, a hash dump. Yep. You can also do let's go ahead and do the creds. So this one is going to retrieve the LM and NTLM creds parsed. So let's go ahead and run this one. It looks like it didn't retrieve anything. Let's go ahead and do all. That is probably because we are running as system at the moment. So on a later video, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be impersonating. Let's see if we got any token, anything with token. I forgot what it was. Let's go ahead and see if we can just run the secrets. See if we find any secrets in here. We got a machine. So let's go ahead and just copy this. This one should be really interesting. We have a SQL clear text in here that could be useful for later on. And let's do help again. See if we find, we did the same basically already. Password change we haven't done. Golden ticket. Coverage ticket list. We have a couple tickets in here. Anything that we can use. The KRBTGT for, look like we got a ticket from the North New York local that we probably use later on. And the client, you can see that is authenticated, is the Yonkers server. So some cool stuff in there that we can use later on. But there was another way, I think. Maybe not. Drop token, no. Nope. Okay. Well, guys, I'm gonna leave this video now. I'll show you how to dump it. Different ways. We got the data, the local, right? To dump the LSA SAM. We dumped the SAM, and we also dumped the what did we do? We dumped. Let me go ahead and look at commands. I'm forgetting. I did the LSA dump secrets, and over here we have some passwords in here. Clear text passwords. One for the MS SQL server or service, which is the SQL SVC. What else we got in here? We got a machine.acc, and I thought we got the Yonkers one. It looks like we didn't get it, but on the next video we are going to try to do some impersonation, and I'm gonna leave this video here. And well, why don't let's go ahead and basically, I always forget this, let's try to authenticate, right? So we got some hashes. See if we can try to authenticate, like with the administrator hash that we got over here. So let's go ahead and try this one and see where are we able to authenticate. Clear this out. We are going to do crack map exec, the username administrator, capital H for the hash, and we're going to put a range of IPs in here, 22. And for some reason it's not working on my local. I think I broke crack map exec. Oh, and maybe it's because I didn't put SMB. Let's go ahead and put SMB over here. No, still not doing it. I'm gonna have to fix it from my local machine. But on the Parrot OS lab, it is working. It's not broken yet. So let's go ahead and do SSH to there. If we have access to the lab, 31. Clear. Nothing. Maybe, do we need to put the entire one? I don't think so. Let me just go ahead and put the, no, crack map exec. Let's just put one IP. Still not doing it. Nothing. Nothing. 22. It's not even authenticating with that. That's really odd. I don't want to take you guys on a ride. Let's go ahead and do crack map exec smb and just do help. So for the, let's look for the capital H in here. Username, we got the username, password, anything with hash. There we go. But for some reason it's not working. Okay, let's go ahead and leave this here for now. On the next video we are going to try this again, and we are going to be doing some lateral movement with Metasploit. You guys are going to see that. So with lateral movement through Metasploit, and then we're also going to try it here on crack map exec. So let me do a ping. Maybe it can't be down, right? I'm connected to the lab. Yeah, I'm connected to the lab. All right, we can try this another way. But yeah, this is it for this video, guys. The next video, like I said, we're going to be doing some lateral movement with Metasploit, and this one should be really interesting. Thank you guys for watching. Hey guys, we are going to continue with the Metasploit, and we are going to be doing some lateral movement. So we're going to try to, with the hashes that we keep dumping, we are going to try to, authenticate and spin another shell from, we're going to try to do it on all the servers and see if we get, if we find our way into another server. So for this, we are going to be using the psexec exploit. So this is the one over here. So we're going to use exploit Windows SMB psexec. If you want to look at the info, it gives you a really good description. There's a module that uses a valid administrator username and password, or password hash, right? Password hash, that's what we're going to be using to execute an arbitrary payload. This module is similar to psexec utility provided by sysinternals, and this module is now able to clean up after itself. So that's really good. The service created by this tool uses a randomly chosen name and description. Cool. So let's go ahead and clear. Let's go to options, see what we need to set up. So we need to set up the R host. So set R host. I'm going to start with the one with the lowest IP, which is .10. The R port, we are going to leave it the same. If you want to create a description for the service that this is going to create, you can do that, and the service name as well. I'm going to leave it empty. For the SMB domain, set SMB domain. Let's see if we can use New York logo. See if we can hit that New York logo, because this is in the New York logo. So let's maybe try that. The share, I'm not sure. The SMB pass, for the SMB, or set SMB pass, this one is going to be the password that we gather from the administrator. So it's going to be the whole LM and NTLM over here. Cool. Let's go ahead and copy it and paste it. SMB user is going to be the administrator. Make sure that you put the L host and the R port as well. All right. So now we should be able to go ahead and run it. So here we can see that the status, it failed to log in, so it wasn't able to log into it. Maybe let's try our luck with the New York local domain. See if we're able to get it. No, still log on fail. Cool beans. Let's go ahead and move on then to the .11 and run it. See if we get something over here, and whoop, it looks like we have another session. Boom. So we were able to get a session, and if you do a get UID, it is the anti-authority system for this guy. So we are looking good. Now if we do sessions over here, you see we got session. Oh no, we are in the interpreter, that's why. So get UID works. If you drop to shell, you should be able to do that. You can do a who am I. Yep. You can do what else, like host name. See where we are. We are in the Bronx, that Northern New York local. So this is that domain controller. So this is really interesting here. Let's go ahead and do an exit from here. And now from here, what I want to do is I want to load Kiwi, see if we can dump some hashes, right? If we do help, all right, let's go ahead and do creds all. See if we're able to run this one. This one was not able to do that, but later on I'm going to show you how to do it. In the next video, I'm gonna show you guys how to do that. Let me do a list tokens. Is it like that? Oh, list tokens that use, so we can see what tokens we got. Oh, we gotta load incognito. I don't want to do that right now. Let's see if we can dump the same database. We got the administrator, which is the same one that we got. It looks like it. We got the local SID. We got the system key. I don't think we got that from the other one because we dumped it from Yonkers, and this one is the Bronx. So let's go ahead and copy that. Paste down. Let's go ahead and paste it here. All right, it's just more credentials. All right. So what else we got? Nothing really else. Let's see, help. Can we no, this is sync. We don't want to do any this is sync at the moment. Let's see if we can get the dump secrets. Where the same that we got, the machine account. We got the nothing really. We already got that. Okay. I see anything else that we could probably run. Kerberos. Let's see if we can just try. Let's see if this one runs to retrieve the Kerberos. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, it didn't find anything in here. All right, so we got some good information, right? Some good hashes from the Bronx.north.local. Now let's see if we can authenticate to other servers. So let's go ahead and background. So now when you background, if you go to sessions, you're going to see that we got two sessions over here. One in the .11 and the other one .22. All right, so let's go ahead and see if we can run this on the 12th, right? Which is the Maryland.local. This one is the Baltimore.Maryland.local. Was not able to authenticate. What if we change this to Maryland.local? Maybe they have the same password for the administrator. Run. Nothing. Okay. We're gonna keep it here, but we're gonna try to authenticate to another server that is in that domain of Maryland.local, which is .21, and this is a Salisbury server. Run it. We probably won't be able to authenticate here, but it's we can always try. Nope, nothing. So that's it. But we were able to get another, right? We did some lateral movement, so we were able to basically get information from that server, or we were able to get hashes from the .11. So another thing that we want to do is that we want to go ahead and take a look at the domain users for those domains. So I'm going to be using the post Windows gather in domain group users. So in here, if you do the options, or maybe info is better. So this is going to extract the user accounts from the specified domain group. That's basically what we're going to be doing. Options. So in here, we want to do the group. Let's just set the group to like domain admins, and set session to 2, and let's go ahead and run it. But what happened? The session. So it was enabled as maybe session 1 against Yonkers, and we got 2 over here. So the administrator, we do have it, right? So we got a domain admin account with, and the other one is Fernando Alonso. So we can copy this and just just gather some information over here. There we go. So we're looking good. Let me go ahead and just save this, making sure it's saved. Okay, cool beans. So yeah, guys, we got some information. We were able to get another session with another server. So we're going to see where can we go from here, right? So, and also you can see over here that just so you can see where this was saved. it was saved in this text file. So if you go to whatever you're running this, it's not from here. Let's go ahead and do an exit. It's on my local machine. So if we do a cat file destination of file, never mind. I'm running it from here, from the lab machine, from the ParrotOS lab machine actually. So cat, and there we go. It saved those in there. So cool, good to know. But yep, guys, this is set for this video. Like I said, on the next video, we are going to be doing some cool attack. We're going to be doing a DC sync attack. But before we do that DC sync attack, we're gonna have to go from the anti-authority system to the enterprise administrator, or the domain admin, which is the administrator. And also, let me do before we do that, let's see if we can have enterprise, if we can find the enterprise admins. I think it's called enterprise admins. Maybe is that what it's called? Or non-enterprise enterprise. You know, I'm horrible at spelling. Enterprise admins, maybe. Enterprise admins. Let me do enterprise admin. Yeah, just enterprise admin. Why is it not finding it? Oh, that's because, yes, guys, that's because this is a child domain and there's no enterprise admin. But I'm sure there is an enterprise admin for the New York local domain. That's why I cannot find this. Yep. So yeah, guys, this is it for this video. Like I said before, on the next video we are going to be doing a DC sync attack with Metasploit. But first we're going to have to go from the anti-authority system to the enterprise, or to the administrator, basically. So these are for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoying. Keep watching. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be doing a DC sync attack with Metasploit, and we are going to go from the anti-authority system to the administrator as well. I'm going to show you how to do that. It's really easy to do, really cool. So what is a DC sync attack? Well, and what does it do? Like, what is it? Well, DC sync attack uses commands in the Microsoft Directory Replication Service Remote Protocol, or MS-DRSR, to pretend to be a domain controller, or DC, in order to get users credentials from the domain controller. And you know, attackers can get basically any credentials, and for this you need to at least have domain admin access to execute this, right? To execute this DC sync attack. And basically, whenever you do a DC sync attack, what this leads into is to getting a golden ticket, which we're going to be doing on the next video. It's not going to be happening in this video, right? So let's go ahead and start. I know that we have two sessions in here. We have the one, and this is on the .22, which is the Yonkers.North.New York.local, and the .11, which is the Bronx.North.New York.local, and this one is a domain controller. So we are going to be using this session. So let's go ahead and go to session number 4. You can see ID 4, right? All right, get UID. All right, so now we are going to be impersonating the administrator, and the way that you could do this is by going into use incognito. So we are going to be doing incognito mode. It's already loaded. Cool. So from here we are going to list all the available tokens that we can use to impersonate, and the way to do this, and if you want to look more of what you could use and what you could do, you can see all the incognito commands in here. And the one that we're going to be using is list, and then we're going to be doing the impersonate. So let's go ahead and do the list first, and so over here we can see that we're able to impersonate all of these users. We got Claudio Ortiz, but Claudio Ortiz is not a domain admin, but the North administrator over here is the domain admin. So we want to impersonate this guy over here. So the way that you can impersonate this guy over here is by doing impersonate tokens or impersonate token, right? And we are going to get this guy right here, and you're going to see let me just go ahead and type it: North administrator. There we go. And you're going to see that this is going to throw me an error because we need to put 2 backslashes over here. That's the issue. If you read what's going on, user token North administrator not found. So you can see right here that there was no backslash. So you need to add 2 of them for some reason. I don't know why, so it can work. There we go. So now we are impersonating the North administrator. If you don't believe me, you can just do a get UID. You can see that we are the North administrator now, right? Really cool stuff. So now we can go ahead and load Kiwi, even though we can do Kiwi's commands from here, right? It's already loaded. We are going to be performing a DC sync attack. So if we do help, we are going to be doing this guy over here. So DC sync, DC sync, and press enter. It will tell you how to use it, right? So we need the domain. So it's going to be the North, and you need to put 2 backslashes again. Just remember that. Administrator. So we need to get the hash for the administrator. We already have it. It's this one over here, 6EFE. Let's see, 6EFE. So we already have it. You can see from the previous dump, and yeah, that's it. So now the other dump that we want to do for us to be able to be successful on the next video is to get the KRBTGT, and if you guys are asking what the heck is the KRBTGT, well guys, I got some news for you. The KRBTGT is basically the service account for the Kerberos. So it's a service account for the key distribution service, right, or the KDC, and it's basically responsible to grant Kerberos authentication tickets or TGT from Active Directory, right? And the Kerberos authentication protocol uses session tickets that are encrypted with a symmetric key that derives from the password of the server or service to which a Windows user requests access. So the KRBTGT is where you want to go. It's basically the guys that takes care of all the hashes. And if you got the KRBTGT hash, you got everybody's hashes. All right. So we want to get this guy's not his number. We want to get his hash. There we go. So the one that we are looking for is this guy over here. All right. So let's go ahead and copy this guy, and we want to place it somewhere over here. Let's go ahead and place it over here on the top, right? It's really important. Let's go ahead and just save it. It's still in there. Cool beans. So yeah, guys, like I said before, this is what everybody does before the DC sync attack is what everybody do before getting a golden ticket, which is what we are going to be doing on the next video. We are going to be getting a golden ticket, right? And once you do a DC sync golden ticket, just go ahead and delete your server, call the police, call the FBI, because it is game over from there. So yeah, guys, this is it for this video. Hopefully you guys are having fun. Hopefully you guys are learning something. And if I'm making any mistakes, if I'm missing something, maybe you guys are not understanding, just go ahead and leave me a comment, right? But like I said, that's it for this video, guys, and I will see you on the next one, which we are going to be doing a golden ticket with Metasploit. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to another video, guys. If you guys made it this far, thank you guys very much. In this video we are going to be performing a golden ticket, and a golden ticket is basically establishing persistent. So we are going to basically get a golden ticket. So with that ticket we are going to be able to authenticate to the Active Directory with high privilege whenever we want. So whenever we want to create a session, we are going to be using that ticket, and we are going to be able to authenticate to that server with a high privilege. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing, and that's thanks to the hash that we got the KRBTGT hash. So we're going to be using that to authenticate and get that ticket, and I'm going to also show you how to use that ticket in Metasploit. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is we are going to be looking for that module that we're going to be using. So we're going to search golden underscore ticket, and there's only one in here, so we're going to use 0. There we go. Let's go ahead and go to the info, see what the info says, right? So this module will create a golden ticket, a golden Kerberos ticket using Mimikatz Kiwi extension. If no options are applied, it will attempt to identify the current domain, the domain administrator account, the target domain SID, and retrieve the KRBTGT NTLM hash from the database. And by default, the well-known administrators group 512, 513, 518, 519, and 520 will be applied to the ticket, right? So what we need to do, let's go ahead and do the target domain. Of course, let's go ahead and set the domain over here for north.newyork.local. You don't really have to because it's going to use the current one, but I just want to put it in here. Okay, so the domain SID is not required. I don't really have it handy. The groups, no. ID, not required. The KRBTG hash is not required, but we are going to set it because we have a KRBTGT hash. We have it somewhere in here, so we're going to be copying this bad boy, pasting it in here, press enter. Good to go. The use for session, so 1, 2, and 3. So this one is the end in. So when this ticket is going to expire, it's approximately it's going to be 10 years. So we're going to have access to these Active Directory for 10 years with a high privileged user. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah. So what else do we got? We set the domain, set the KRBTGT, and I think that's it. Using current session, we don't want to do that. I'm going to show you how to do that manually. User, I think that's set. We got to set the session 4. Clear, run it, see what we get. Boom, and we got the ticket. And you see where it is saved, right? We can just copy, paste it in here, just so we can have it. Maybe we'll use it later. Who knows? But let's see. So we got that ticket. We got that golden ticket. It was created. We found the user. So we are going to be as the administrator. That's how we are going to be able to authenticate for 10 years. Isn't that insane? Right. So now we are going to go to session I4. Yours might be 2 or 1 or 3 or 4. Who knows? Or 5 or 6 or 7. Just make sure that it's a session that we created. Now from here, we can do the get UID. We are still the administrator. So if we do a drop token, we're gonna get back to the get UID, back to the NT authority system, right? We drop the administrator. So that's how you do it. You can just do a drop token. That's from the previous video where we were doing the DC sync attack. So we are back to as the administrator. So now I just want to do a help, and I just want to purge all the tickets that we got in here, right? And then we are going to ticket list the tickets that we got. There's no tickets, right? So we are going to be using the Kerberos ticket that it is in this location. That's why I saved it. There we go. It has successfully applied. So now if we do a list, we can see that the ticket they found in the current session. So get UID. We are still the NT authority system, but we are going to be able to basically authenticate as the the administrator. So we are going to be able to do whatever we want, right? Even if you are, let's say that you have a low user, you're going to be able to authenticate with this ticket, right? I see the administrator because it has been loaded into the current session. And instead of authenticating with the low privilege user, we are going to be authenticating as the administrator at North Daniel the local. Isn't that crazy? And that ticket is going to be there. We're going to be able to use that ticket for 10 years. All right. So let me see if we do a get. Is it get tokens? I forgot list tokens. Let's see what tokens we got in here. Just as you want to see something. Oh, I forgot you. You can see we still have that. Okay, cool. Just wanted to see that. But yeah, if you don't, you don't believe it, we can just do like a. We're gonna be able to use this one. Nope, this one doesn't work. Okay, I don't know why this one is not working. I'm gonna probably have to update my what do you say? We're gonna have to update probably the Metasploit, but for some reason that one is not working. I don't know why. Maybe it's the shell that I got doesn't work in it. Let's just do like a samp dump. Oh, did I quit it? No, I'm still in it. All right, let's go ahead and do a dump again. We have done this before. Nothing to see here, but yeah guys, that's how you get a golden ticket with Metasploit. And like I said, this ticket is going to be good for 10 years, so we're going to be able to get into that domain controller and do whatever we want for 10 years. So guys, this is it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I will see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hello guys. In this video, we are going to be creating a backdoor, and it's going to be a service, right? And maintaining access is a very important phase of the penetration testing, and unfortunately it is one that is often overlooked by most penetration testers, because I usually get, we get carried away whenever we get administrative access, and if the system is later patched, then we no longer have access to it. So establishing persistent is something that you have to do as soon as you get access, right? As soon as you get that domain access, admin access, you want to establish persistent. And that's what I'm going to show you right now. Now, we are going to be using this module, exploit Windows local persistence. Let's go enter. If you do information on this one, we'll give you a description and all the options that you need to run, which ones are required, which ones are not required. So it says right here, this module will install a payload that is executed during boot. It will be executed either at user logon or system startup via the registry value in current version run, depending on privilege and selected method. So for this one, I want to select this system method. I don't want to wait for a user to log in. So that's the first one I want to change. Start up to system. All right, then we want to, what else is required? The session, not a lot is required. Set session to 4. Let's see, we have let's go ahead and do options. So you can see over here in the options, we got to change this. So set our host, set L host. This one's going to be our host, right? or lab machine or lab Parrot OS machine IP address. Looking good. Then we can set the out port. Let's say like 4488. Looking good. What else do we need to do? Delay. This one is going to be in seconds. So that is fine. We're looking good. Looking good. So now I think that's it. Let's go ahead and what is the payload? So the payload that we're using is a Windows interpreter reverse underscore TCP. That one is good. So let's go ahead and do a run it. There we go. We have established persistence. So that's great. So now what we want to do is let's go ahead and we're gonna have to reboot this. So if we go to the sessions, we go to 4 and let's go ahead and reboot. We should be able to reboot. Let's go ahead and do a background in here. So now we're gonna have to set up a handler, and we put the use exploit multi-handler. I just copy and paste a bunch of it because I want to make sure that I catch this. It is 4488. Yep, this should be good. So I set up the payload for Windows interpreter reverse underscore TCP. We set the L host for my Parrot OS lab machine. I set the L port to 4488, right? 4488, and we ran this. So now we are going to wait to see whenever this server boots up, we should get a shell back after 10 seconds, right? So let's go ahead and wait for that. Hi guys, we are now going to be installing Neo4j and Bloodhound. And Neo4j, it's basically like the database for Bloodhound, so that Bloodhound can run. And Bloodhound is a simple page. It's a JavaScript web application built on top of the link curios, and it is compiled with Electron. And like I said before, the Neo4j is a database fed by a C# data collector. And Bloodhound uses a graph theory to reveal the hidden and often unintended relationships within an Active Directory or Azure environment. Now they have Azure environment, which is really nice. And attackers can use Bloodhound to easily identify a highly complex attack paths that would otherwise be impossible to quickly identify. So it maps like where you need to go. Like if you say, how do I get to, domain admin? It will map it for you. If it is possible, it will just map it for you. Like you need to get this account, this account, this account, and this account, and then you should be able to get domain admin, which is really nice. And and also defenders can also use Bloodhound to identify and eliminate those attack paths. So both blue and red teams can use Bloodhound to easily gain a deeper understanding of privileged relationship in an Active Directory or Azure environment. So what do we need to do? We are going to be playing with a different version of Bloodhound because we want to see the ADCS PKI, and the regular Bloodhound does not have the PKI integrated. So we need to download and install the version for that somebody created. I think it was Live 4K was the one that created the new version that includes the ADCS and the PKI, which is really cool. So that's the one that we need to download and install. I'm going to give you all the commands that I'm going to be running. Well, I have it installed already, so I'm not going to be running it. I'm just going to be showing all the steps that I took to set it up. So the first thing that you need to do is that you need to go ahead and download and install Cypher Shell. And you're going to copy that command and you're going to paste it in your browser. Whenever you see on the commands or on the website that like in every video, I post a link on where to get all the commands. So when you get see the download and install Cypher Shell, you are going to copy that link and paste it on your browser, and it's going to download a package that is called CypherShell 5.50. All right. Then after that, we're going to be downloading Neo4j, and I also provided that other link. And the Neo4j is for the 5.50 for the latest one, because the one that you download through the apt install is like the 4.0, and it doesn't work with this version of Bloodhound that we're going to be running. So after you run this, it's going to download Neo4j 5.50. So after that, you can just open it, and when you open it, if it opens, it's right here, downloads. You can just double click on it, and you can install it. So the first one they need to install is the CypherShell. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to uninstall it. So you're gonna click over here and install it. Boom. When that is done, you are going to be installing the Neo4j. Bam, 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 bam. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to install it again. All right. Then force quit. Then after that, what is going to happen is that you need to it's going to install CypherShell and then Neo4j. Remember, Neo4j is just the database for Bloodhound, nothing else. That's the only thing we use it for. After that is downloaded, what you want to do is you want to just go ahead and start Neo4j. And the way that you start Neo4j is you're going to run it as a super user. You're going to go to user bin ./Neo4j console, right? I'm going to start it because I'm right. And did I enter my password correctly? Yep, there we go. So this is going to start Neo4j. Okay. So let's give it a couple minutes, not a minute, a couple seconds. It shouldn't take this long. There we go, Neo4j 5.50. Make sure that you have that version or higher, otherwise it won't work with the version of Bloodhound that we are going to be installing. All right. And there we go, now it is running, and you can go to this localhost 7474 to access Neo4j. There we go, I have it over here already. So let's go ahead and just refresh. So here, the first time you access Neo4j, the password, the username and password is going to be just Neo4j. So you need to go ahead and log in first before you install Bloodhound. So whenever you go here, I think I'm already in here. So it's going to ask you basically to authenticate. I guess I'm already authenticated. It's going to ask you to log in. And what you need to do is you're going to log in, like I said, with a username Neo4j and password Neo4j. After that happens, it is going to ask you to change the password. So you're going to hit boom, change the password. The username is still going to be Neo4j. All right. Boom, that is done. After that is done, we are going to go ahead and install Bloodhound. I already have it installed. So the first thing, just to keep it clean, you're going to create this directory over here, tools. So we can put it in tools, and then you're going to change the directory to tools, and you are going to run the commands that are left over here, install Bloodhound, right? You're going to change the directory, then you're going to download the Bloodhound, and I put the link in there, sudo wget https gethelp.com, blah, 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 blah. Then after that, you're going to unzip that file. You're going to unzip it, right? And then we're going to remove the zip file. Let me go ahead and just get those commands so you guys can see it, because I'm just talking and and I'm looking at the other screen, and you guys are like, what? I don't see the commands, right? Over here, right? Here are the commands. So right, we're going to first make the directory. So you can say make directory opt tools, right? And then you're going to change to that, move to that directory. We are going to download this file over here, the zip file. We're going to unzip it, and we're going to name it this. We are going to remove the Bloodhound, and then we are just going to run Bloodhound over here. So since I have it installed, I'm going to go ahead and run this command over here to start Bloodhound. if ever lets me. Oh man. There we go. Finally. There we go. There we go. So this is going to start Bloodhound for me, hopefully. There we go. There we go. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, so here is going to, connect to the Neo4j database. And now here you need to log in with the Neo4j user and with the password that you change when you logged into the Neo4j for the first time, right? Because they ask you to change the password. If you do not change the password, Bloodhound won't let you in, and it's going to ask you to change the password, to go back to the Neo4j website and change the password. It is going to let you know. It's going to tell you to do that. All right. So cool beans. That's how you're going to basically download and install Neo4j, Cypher Shell, then Neo4j, and then Bloodhound, and then we're gonna run Neo4j and run Bloodhound and log in and all that cool stuff. So if you follow those instructions, you should be good to go. On the next video, we are going to be running some. We are going to be basically downloading the Bloodhound. What is it called? Scraper, or the Bloodhound. It's the Bloodhound that gathers all the data, and it's the Bloodhound collector. So in the next video, we're going to run in the Bloodhound collector. We're going to install it, and run it. Install and run the Bloodhound collector on the 3 domain controllers that we have. On the 3 domains that we have, the North.New York.local, and Maryland.local. We are going to be running on all 3 domains, and so you can see how the collector works and how we can import that data into Bloodhound, so we can take a look on how to, so we can just look at the data and see what paths we have to do basically privilege escalation or get access to a domain admin account. So yep, this is all for this video, guys, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video, and in this video we are going to go over the installation of the Bloodhound collector. And this one is really easy because it's a simple command that we're going to be running to install it, and then we are going to be collecting the data for the North.New York.local, New York.local, and Maryland.local domains. And let's go ahead and start. The first command that you need to run to install the Bloodhound collector is going to be sudo python 3 module. We are going to use pip install, and over here we are going to install Bloodhound, and just press enter. I already have it installed, so I do not need to install it. And now what I'm going to show you is a command on how to collect the data from the North.New York.local domain, and we're going to need to use we're going to need to be authenticated for us to collect all the data from this domain. So we're going to be doing Bloodhound dash Python. We are going to zip it. The command is going to be all we want to run on the command, and for the domain North.New York.local domain, the first one that I want to do, the username is Claudio.Ortiz, and password is going to be baby boy. If you guys remember, we cracked that password. The DC is going to be Bronx.North.New York.local, and we are going to start this. and this is going to start gathering all the information that we need, and it's going to zip it into a zip file so we can go ahead and import this into Bloodhound. So let's go ahead and give it a couple minutes. It should only take a couple minutes, maybe 2 minutes. And here we go. So we are done. You can see they found 17 users, one domain. Oh, it found 2 domains in the forest, 2 computers, 17 users, 51 groups, 4 GPOs, 2 OUs, 19 containers, 1 trust, and here's what it query, right? And when it got done, it zipped all that information into a Bloodhound file over here, .zip. So what you need to do is you need to have the Neo4j running, right? And you also need to have your Bloodhound running. And once you have that running, what you need to do is that we're going to go into Bloodhound over here. Needs to be running, right? You need to, it's gonna ask you to authenticate. I already did that when we're going to upload some data, and that data is going to be found wherever you save that zip file. I saved it in here, so let's go ahead and zip it. Not zip it, but upload it, and let's give it it should take only a minute to upload. And there you go, the import was completed, the upload was completed. You can go ahead and clear finished, hit that X right here, and now we should have some information in here. You can see we have the relationship, we have the ACLs, we got the users. If you go to analysis in here, you can find all the domain admins. It's going to find all that for you. You can zoom out a little bit. So the domain admins for this is the Fernando.Alonso and the administrator.north.local, or the north.newyork.local. And if you want to find more stuff over here, you can see like dangerous privilege. If you find the principles for the north.New-York, it's going to find all of that stuff that you can do DC sync with it. So all extended rights. So there's a lot of good information that we're going to be using later on. So that's how you import that data. Really cool, huh? And what you're going to be doing, what I'm going to task you, is that I want you guys, or actually let's go ahead and do just one more. So the last one that I want to do for this one, I want to collect data for the Maryland domain, so we can go ahead and import that in there. But I'm not going to be doing the New York.local. If you want to go ahead and import that, go ahead and do that, right? That's going to be your task for the day, right? I want you to go ahead and run the command so that you can collect all the data for the New York.local. It should be similar to this one in here, right? Because Claudio.Ortiz does have access to that domain, so you can use the same username and password to authenticate to the New York.local domain. So in here, you can see we found 11 users, 57 groups, 3 GPOs, 2 OUs, 19 containers, 1 trust, one domain in the forest, 2 computers. So we are looking good. Now we are going to import this 017. So let's go to Bloodhound. All right, when we go to Bloodhound, we're going to upload data, and we are going to go into Home, Active Directory. I saved it here, and it's this one, 017. Open it, and that's going to start importing. It shouldn't take long, like I said before, maybe like 40 seconds. Let's go ahead and give it a minute. And here we go, it's all done, and we can close that. And now we should have more information in here. We can go to database info, and let's go to analysis. And if we do, let's see, final domain admins, now we have 2, right? Now we have 2 domains, so that's why we got 2 different basically results. Now on the before we only got 1, which was the north.New-York.local, but now we have the Maryland.local. And as you can see for here, we got Carmelo Anthony is the domain admin for the Maryland.local. And if you just want to find, let's say that we have, remember we got something cool that you could do here is to find a path, right? So the targets or start node, right? Where you want to start. You want to start with Claudio. Claudio should be in here. Claudio Ortiz, right? And I say that I want to get to that domain admin, and since Claudio is in the north, let's go ahead and say that I want to get one of these domain admins. Let's say Fernando Alonso. And this one, if there is a path on how to get there, it will tell you. So there is no data on how to get to Fernando Alonso, but that's fine. So yep, that's how you can find ways to try to get to the domain admin. You can put or find a ways to get somewhere else, which is really cool, and it would give you a path, like you should do this on this guy, do this on the other guy, and do this on the other guy, and then you should get domain admin, which is really cool. So like I said before, the task for you is to run the commands to get the data for the New York.local domain and import that into Bloodhound. And that's going to be basically your homework. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello guys. In this video we are going to be doing some ADCS reconnaissance and enumeration, and we are going to be using Certify and Bloodhound to do this. So what is ADS? ADS is a Active Directory Certificate Services, and ADS is basically a server role that allows you to build a public key infrastructure, or PKI, and provide public key cryptography, digital certificates, and digital signatures capabilities for your company or your organization. So we are going to be using Certify for this, and Certify, you can install it by running the following command. I believe I have it installed already, but let's go ahead and run it to see what happens. It should just tell me like, oh, it's already installed, and I think it is. Yep, it's already installed. So I can just go ahead and clear this bad boy. I already have it installed. So so now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be running Certify to find information, Bloodhound information basically. So it's going to export a Bloodhound zip file so we can upload it to Bloodhound and we can analyze that file. And for this, basically we are going to be running sudo certify. Let me see. There we go, certify, and we are going to tell it to find, right? That's the mode that we're going to be using, is find, and we are going to be using Joaquin Pereira at Maryland.local, and the password for this one is horse. There we go. And the DC IP is going to be 192.168.56.12, and the last command is going to be, or the last option, Bloodhound. So this is going to go ahead and gather all that information for us, and it's going to zip it into a file, and then we're going to be able to upload that file to Bloodhound and take a look at it. So let's go ahead and run this. There is an argument over here, and I forgot to put the U for user. And now it's going to start looking for it. Hopefully we don't get any errors, and cross your fingers. Trying to get the CA, got the CA configuration for Maryland, boom, and we got it. So as you can see over here, we got a Certify zip in here, and I just want to make a change over here. Just rename this to, let's say, Maryland _ certify .zip, right? That looks good, looks better. So in Bloodhound, right, we are going to go to Bloodhound. So for Bloodhound, if you guys remember, you need to start Neo4j, then you start Bloodhound, and then that's going to open this bad boy over here. You are going to log in with your credentials, and after that you are going to, if you need to upload anything, you just go to upload data, and you're going to look for that data that you want to upload, wherever you saved it. I saved that in here, upload it, and that's going to be imported into Bloodhound. It usually takes, a couple seconds, maybe 30 seconds, depending on how much data you are importing, of course. So let's go ahead and give it a couple seconds for this to be imported. You can start doing clear finish. Now it's going to import the templates.json, and then it's going to do a post process. There you go, post processing, Active Directory, Azure, blah blah blah, and it's all done. You can exit out of here, and now we should have some data for under the PKI section right here. And if you find all the certificate templates, I was going to find all the templates that are available over there. And I believe that one of the first ones that we're going to be exploiting is going to be the domain controller templates. I don't see it over here. Yep, right here, the domain. No, that's domain controller authentication. But yeah, the domain controller, right here, the domain controller at Maryland.local is going to be one of the first exploits that we're going to be using. Then we're going to be using the EC1 or ECS8, ECS1, ECS2 and 3, ECS4 attack, ECS6, and then that's also ECS8, ECS1, ECS2 and 3, ECS4, and ECS6. Those are the attacks that we're going to be performing. If you're going to find the enable certificates, these ones are the enable certificates in here. Then find misconfigures as ESC1 right here, ESC2, there are the names, the enrollment agents, here they are. So yeah, you can find a lot of good information. Find the certificate authorities with HTTP web enrollment, ECS8. So this is the first one that we're going to be doing. We're going to be exploiting the HTTP web enrollment ESC8, which is the Maryland -CA at Maryland.local. So that's where we're going to get all the information so we can run those commands that we're going to be running on the upcoming videos. So from here, you can analyze all the data. All right. Is there any ESC9? There's no ESC9. ESC7? No, nothing. Okay. So yeah, that's how you basically gather information with Bloodhound and Certify. And another way that you could do this is by running the same Certify, but we can insert the vulnerable command in here instead of just running the Bloodhound. Bloodhound just looks kind of cool. I like Bloodhound. So if you run this command and instead of Bloodhound, you can just put vulnerable, and this one is basically the Certify is going to do the scan for you. And if you can do it as STD out, there we go. So STD out. Oh, I put too many dashes over here. There's only one. So this one is going to run the command. So it's going to find vulnerable templates that we can exploit in here, right? It said that it found 16 templates, or certificate templates, and that's just going to give you all of them. So you can see over here the ESC1 is vulnerable, so we're going to be exploiting that one. We see ESC2 and ESC3, so we are going to be exploiting those two. You can see the principles. We have a right tackle principle, right owner, right properties principles. We have the ESC3, which we're also going to be exploiting. And there should also be a ESC4, has dangerous permission, Joaquin Pereira. So we're going to be using Joaquin Pereira to basically get to execute the ESC4 and get domain admin. And we're also going to be exploiting ESC8 and ESC6. As you can see, the enrollees can specify the SAN and request the position is set to issue. Does not work after May 2022, blah, blah, blah. And the ESC8 is going to be the first exploit that we're going to be doing. It's going to be kind of cool because we're going to be doing the coerce to domain admin, and we're going to be using petit potam, and then after that I'm going to show you how to use it with certify. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be actually, it's going to be the first one. The first video is going to be with petit potam and NTLM relay X, and then on the following video after that I'm going to show you how to use it, or how to execute that, exploit with certify and petit potam, which is kind of cool, showing you different ways. So yeah, here are the vulnerable templates in here. You don't have to go and look in Bloodhound because it will tell you all of them just by running this command over here. And like always, guys, whenever you are going to be running any of these commands, make sure that you are connected to your VPN. If you purchase the lab, if you didn't purchase a lab, you know, it's not going to work. But if you did purchase a lab, thank you very much for purchasing the lab. And I hope that you guys are having fun. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hello, how you guys are doing today? In this video we are going to be doing the ESC8 attack, which is to coerce to domain admin, and we are going to be exploiting the ADCS in a Windows server. And the ADCS is the server role that allows you to build a public key infrastructure, PKI, and provides public key, cryptography, digital certificates, and digital signatures. And for us to do this, we are going to be doing the petit potam, which is a classic NTLM relay attack. And in such attacks, they have been, documented previously by Microsoft, and there's numerous mitigations that you can do to stop this attack, because it is really, really, really bad. And to make this attack work, we will need the ADCS running on our domain with web enrollment enabled, a working coerce method, which is the petit potam, which is unauthenticated, but you can also do the printer bug, but you will need credentials for that. And the useful template that we're going to be exploiting is in the ESC8. It's called the useful template to exploit ESC8 by default on Active Directory. Its name is domain controller. So we are going to be exploiting that. We are going to be killing that. We are going to take over the entire system. So first, let's go ahead and make sure that the ADCS is actually running on 192.168.56.23. There we go. So you go to this URL, right? Refresh, it is still running. Cool beans. So we are now going to connect to the, well, I'm already connected, right? You're going to SSH to the Parrot OS lab machine that we provided for you. If you purchase a lab, thank you for purchasing the lab, guys. I really appreciate it. So you are connected. You need to do it from the lab because this is not going to work through the VPN. You need to be on that lab machine. All right. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to add a listener to relay SMB authentication to HTTP with in packet, the NTLM relay X. So the command is quite large or quite long. So I'm just going to copy and paste over here. You can see we're going to be doing the NTLM relay. So we need to run this as an admin. Let me add this to my to my notes. Make sure you guys got it right too. We are going to be, the targets is going to be the 192.168.56.23 where ADCS is running, SMB2 support. We're going to be doing the ADCS, and the template is going to be the domain controller template. So here it's going to be listening on another tab where I am connected to the I am connected via SSH to that same lab machine, right, to the same Parrot OS that I provided to you guys. If you guys purchase the lab, it's going to be in there. So now we are going to be running the petit potam attack, which is unauthenticated, which is really bad. You can do this without any domain credentials. It's really, really bad, right? So we are going to be running this attack over here, and this petit potam .py, I'm going to give you a link so you can download it on the notes for the where all the commands are located. All right, so we are going to be running this. Boom, the attack has worked right here. Attack worked. Cool beans. So we got a base 65 in here that we want to go ahead and copy it. We don't need to be running the NTLM relay X anymore, so let's go ahead and just cancel this. So in here I am going to be saving this base 64, and we are going to be running this as, or saving it as nano, let's say base 64.b64. Does that work for you guys? Paste the entire string that we got, right? Needs to be everything. Do not copy the Baltimore $, colon, just the base 64 over here. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Let's go ahead and make sure that it is in there still. Cool beans, it is still in there. All right, so while we are still connected, we are going to be using the get tgt pki in init.py, right? And this one, I'm also going to give you a link on the description, so you can, or not on the description, all the commands, so you can download it. And here's what we're going to be running. Let me make sure that I got this right on the notes, so you guys don't get confused and frustrated if you guys are following the lab, which is really good. Python 3, we're going to run this. We're going to say that it's going to pfx base 64. We are going to basically cut this, right, to get it. Maryland.local, Baltimore, Maryland.local domain, Baltimore server, and we are going to be saving this as a we're going to be saving this as Baltimore.c cache. So we are going to get the TGT, right? We're going to get that ticket, and boom, we got the ticket. We are looking good, guys, over here. So now we need to go ahead and add this to our environment. So you need to add it to the location of this Baltimore.cache. All right, so we are going to go ahead and do an export to add it as the, oops, not that. Computer a little bit slow today for some reason. There we go, export, add that the environment right over here. And now is the fun part, guys. So now we are going to dump the entire database, the entire Active Directory database, the NTDS. Boom, there we go. So now we basically dumped everything, and you want to save this. It could be useful for later, maybe. Let's go nano NTDS _ Baltimore, that's Maryland.local, and let's just go ahead and save it here. Why not? And there we go. So we can do, we can do pass the hash, pass the ticket. We can do a lot of stuff with this, because we have the credentials basically for everybody in here, everybody that has an account with the Maryland.local domain, which is really crazy. So this is it for this video, guys. On the next video, we are going to be performing the ESC8 coerce to domain admin attack, but we are going to be doing with certify. We are going to just be doing it a different way. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Welcome back, guys, and thank you guys if you are still watching. And in this crazy video, we are going to again be doing a ESC8 attack on an ADCS. And in this video, we are actually going to be using a different tool. I just want to show you, if I find different tools that we can do the same attack, I'm going to be showing you guys. And with this one, we're going to be using certify, and on the where all the commands are located, I'm going to show you how you can install that, and and also all the commands that I'm going to be running. So for this one, we are not going to be using running the NTL relay X, because we're going to be using certify for that. So And let me see, I think I should be, let me see in here. Let me go ahead and remove Baltimore because we are going to be saving this as Baltimore.cc cache 2. Okay, so good to go. So the first command that we need to do is basically, nope, that's not it. Crazy. So the first command that we're going to be using is a sudo certify relay ca 192.168.56.23, and the template that we're going to be exploiting again is a domain controller template. So we are going to be running this, and this one is going to be listening just like the NTLM relay X. And also make sure that you are, to do this, you need to be connected to the lab machine, because over the VPN this is not going to be working. You need to actually SSH to the Parrot OS lab machine that was provided for you if you purchased the lab. And if you purchased the lab, thank you very much. If you haven't, what are you waiting for? So here we go. Let's go ahead and listen over here. So on this side, we need to execute the petit patam, because we are still going to be using this without authentication. So petit patam, that's actually now how it goes. We need to put the Python 3, right? Petit patam, capital P. There we go. So let me go ahead and copy this for you guys so you guys have it correctly. Oh man, I don't know why my computer's so slow today. I need a new computer. Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and just type it. 192.168.56.31. This was going to be for Baltimore.Maryland.local. All right. So let me go ahead and copy. Oh, I cannot copy like that. Cool. Parrot OS. Cool. Go ahead and copy this because I want to make sure that you guys have the correct commands over here that we're going to be running. So boom, we have executed the petit patam and the attack has worked. And guess what? We are going to go back to the relay that we are working, and we have a PFX. And guess what we can do with this PFX? We can go back and run the certify tool, and we can authenticate with a PFX. On the previous one, we actually authenticated. We authenticated with a base 64, right? Remember that? So let's go ahead and run this as sudo certify authentication PFX Baltimore.pfx, because that's how it was saved. You can see over here the domain controller is 192.168.56.12. Go ahead and press enter over here, and voila, we got a hash over here. And for this hash, we are going to be saving it. Let's go ahead and save this guy over here. Let me go ahead and save it. So we have it, and we are going to be copying that hash. And let me see, trying the TGT Baltimore, but it was also saved as the Baltimore.c cache. So we can go ahead and do a secrets dump with this, and we can dump the entire database again. And before we do that, we want to go ahead and add a workspace. So let's go ahead and do export, and we're going to export this guy because I always type it wrong. Nope, not this. It's going to be in the home, Hefe, ADCS, and it's the Baltimore.c cache. Oh, I did export twice. Ooh. What am I doing? There we go. Get it over here. And this is the directory where my Baltimore.c cache is. And if you have it in a different directory, you can go ahead and move it to and point it to that directory for you guys. Okay. So now, since we have that in the environment, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be executing secrets dump.py k no pass Maryland.local Baltimore $ at Baltimore.local, and let's see if this works. And boom, there we go. We were able to dump the entire database. And if you don't want to use the C cache, you can also use the hash that we got, right? We also got, did I clear that out? Right here, you can also use this hash over here, And you can also use that with the secrets.dump, so you don't have to actually just use that C cache. So there we go. Let's go ahead and paste it over here so you can see it. Secrets dump.py. We're going to specify that this is a hash. It's not a key, right? It's not a K. And we're going to add this over here, and this should work. No, logon fail. I don't know why this one should not have this over here. Maybe it's not going to work. Or did I get the wrong one? I think I got the wrong one. Let me see. Let's go back. I believe it's this part then. No, it's not working for some reason. Secrets, hashes, the most recent call, for some reason it's not working. And I don't know. Well, but never mind. Forget about that because it is not working. So yeah, I thought this worked before, but I guess it's not working. Oh well. This is it for this video, but let me see if the other part is working still when we do with the C cache, right? And if you're looking at the logs right now, right? If you're a security person, a cybersecurity person, if you're looking at the logs and you see that somebody dumped the entire NTDS database, man, just go ahead and brush off your resume and start applying for jobs, because you are about to lose your job because somebody just went into your domain controller and dumped everybody's credential, and now he owns the entire server. He owns the company. You don't own that company. You don't work there anymore. Okay, so well, this is it for this video, guys. I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, a new video, of course. If you guys still watching, thank you for watching. If you purchased a lab, thank you for purchasing the lab. And in this video, we are going to be doing another attack on the ADCS. We are going to be doing let me see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 like 8 attacks on ADCS. So it's really cool, really easy to do, and they're really cool because you can go from 0 to nothing. And for this one, we are going to be doing the ADCS ESC1 attack. And this one is basically on a misconfigured certificate template for ESC1. And in order to exploit this attack, there's a couple of prerequisites that are required. And one of them, that the manager approval is disabled. No authorized signature is required. The certificate template allows a requester to specify a SAN in the certificate signing request, and also that the certificate template defines extended key usage, or EKU, that enables client authentication, and the certificate needs to be published in Active Directory, and non-privileged users can enroll to the certificate template. So those are the prerequisites for to be able to execute this attack. I know it's a lot, but I've seen this in a lot of environments that are running this misconfigured ESC1 for some reason. So for this exploit, we are going to still be using the certify, which is really cool. But in this case, we are going to be using an authenticated user, and we are going to be using the Joaquin Pereira at Maryland.local. Also, before I do that, let me go ahead and I need to remove some stuff over here because I was testing it because it wasn't working. I'm going to remove all of those. Yes. That's because. Okay, we also, let's go ahead and remove the administrator PFX as well. We don't need that. Yes. Okay. Cool beans. So now let's go ahead and try this one more time. Okay, so we're going to be using certify. We can find basically doing some enumeration. You can find this, and basically what you can do with what this text in that JSON document gives you, you can import this into Bloodhound if you want to. And if you import this into Bloodhound, it's going to give you a nice picture of who you can exploit. So if you are running Bloodhound, go ahead and import this and you can see who you can exploit. I know already it's going to be the administrator who we're going to attack. All right, so this is basically how you do some enumeration for the or to do some enumeration on the ADCS. All right, so after we do that enumeration, it is not the same command that we're going to be running. It's a different command. So run it as a super user, certify rec. So we're going to request with the user Joaquin Pereira at maryland.local. The password is horse. We are going to be targeting Salisbury.maryland.local. The template that we want to target, again, the exploit that we're doing is the SC1 or SC1. The CA or the certificate authority is going to be Maryland-CA, right? Here it is. That's what we got that. And the UPN is going to be the administrator. That's who we are going to be targeting. The administrator, basically the domain administrator, the guy that has the power, the guys that owns the domains. We are going to own him in a little bit. So let's go ahead and enter that. And what this one's going to do, it's going to request a certificate via RPC. And we timed out. The host timed out. Oh, there we go. Run it again, and then it works. So we got now a private key, which is the administrator.pfx, and we are going to be using that pfx along with the administrator account to basically get the hash for that user. And what can we do with the hash? We can do whatever we want because we are going to own this domain right now. So we are now using the principal administrator at maryland.local to get a TGT. We got the TGT. We got the administrator Ccache over here, and we are going to be using, instead of the Ccache, because on the previous video, if you guys remember, I was not able to use the hash, and it was because I was only using half of it. You got to use the entire hash to be able to do the secrets dump that pie with the hash. So let's go ahead and run that so you guys can see what I'm talking about. We can go ahead and clear that because I have everything already documented. We are going to paste it. So we are going to do sudo secrets.py. The hash that we're going to be using is the entire hash. I was only using half of it for some reason. And we're going to say no pass maryland.local, and we are going to target that administrator because that's the hash who's that's the hash who's who it belongs to. It's to the administrator. And we are going to be dumping, and we dumped everything in here. It tried to clean up, it couldn't clean up, it gave it an error. It's fine, I do not care. We got the hashes, we got everything again. So in this video, guys, you guys learn how to exploit the ESC1 misconfiguration in the ADCS, and we were able to get we basically, we went from enumeration, right? We got the enumeration, we got the C8, which was Maryland-CA, and we targeted that UPN, which is the administrator at maryland.local. Please go ahead and let me go ahead and clear this out. If you are running Bloodhound, go ahead and import your task. Your homework right now is go ahead and import that certified.json into your Bloodhound and just take a look at that. All right, I think you can also upload the zip, but go ahead and take a look at it and see who you can target. You can see that you're going to be able to target the administrator, and that's why we went after the administrator. So we went after the administrator, we got a PFX, and with the PFX we were able to get the hash, and with the hash we were able to own the entire domain. So please go ahead and delete that domain controller because it belongs to somebody else and it's not to you. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are now going to be exploiting the ESC2 template on the ADCS server, and for this one we are going to be exploiting it using the certify. And as you can see over here, we are going to be running certify. We are going to be requesting that ESC2 template through the C8 Maryland -CA, and we got all this information from Bloodhound, and also we were able to find this by running the certify with the option of vulnerable, and we saw that it was vulnerable. And let's go ahead and execute the first command over here. If I am what's going on? Did it freeze or for some reason I cannot run that command. So let's go ahead and copy that, making sure I'm still connected to the VPN. I think I am. I think I lost connection. Let me close this. Close this. I don't need Bloodhound anymore, so we can go ahead and cancel this. Go ahead and run this command. Oh, before we do that, let me make sure that I have access, that I'm still connected. I think I am to the VPN, just to verify. It looks like I do not. Let's clear this out. Connect to the VPN. Right, so I can connect to the lab. And there we go. I am connected now. And there we go. Good beans. So let's go ahead and run the command. So it's requesting the certificate via RPC. And we should be getting something back. There we go. So we got a certificate with UPN Joaquin Pereira at Maryland local, and it was saved as Joaquin Pereira .pfx, right? So now on the next one, we are going to query the search with the certificate request agent that we got with the pfx command. So we are going to be running this next command. A little bit long, as you can see over here. So we are going to do a certified request for Joaquin Pereira at Maryland local, password horse, targets .23, still the same. The template is going to be user. We are going to do the CA of Maryland -CA, and we're going to say on behalf of Maryland administrator PFX, we're going to use the PFX of Joaquin.pfx how we got Joaquin Pereira. And this guy over here should work. The permission denied. So requesting certificate via RPC, got certificate, got error, permission denied, administrator, that's PFX. Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I need to run this as a super user. The reason that it didn't work was because it wasn't able to save it in this directory. There we go. Now I saved it. It wasn't able to save it in this directory because this is because running it as a regular user, it didn't have access to save it into a directory. But now I run it as a super user and it has access. And there we go. So now the next one is that we're going to authenticate with that administrator PFX. All right, let's go ahead and clear this out. And we are going to try to get the TGT, right, the ticket, and we should be getting this soon. Permission denied again. I forgot to add super user. Let me go ahead and fix that. Okay, so as you can see over here, we have a hash for the administrator. So we basically own that Maryland.local domain. So what can we do with this? We can go ahead and execute the smb exec.py. So smb exec.py, we are going to say hashes, right? Because we got a hash over here. Paste it in there. Looking good, guys. Now we need to specify the domain. It's Maryland, and then like this, single quotes again, administrator, because those are the hashes for the administrator, correct? And at Maryland.local. Did I get that right? Let's see, quotes. I think we got it right. I said we can run SMB and we got a shell. Should we see who am I? Yep, looking good. Who am I all? You can see all the privilege that I got. Beans, ipconfig, see where we are connected. And we are connected to the 192.168.56.12, which is the domain controller Maryland.local, right? I believe it's Baltimore.Maryland.local. Let me see. Verify that. Host name. And there we go. Yeah, Baltimore. So cool. And if, as you can see, we are in the command line. We are in the CMD. And if you want to okay, and if you want to actually get a PowerShell, you can specify the shell type at the end. You can specify the shell type, and you can just put PowerShell at the end, and this one will give you a PowerShell if it is available, of course. There we go, PowerShell. Cool beans. You can see who am I again. You can see the host name and IP config, which is the .12. Okay, awesome. So yep, this is set for this video, guys. I'm not going to be doing the EC3. I'm going to leave that to you guys. You can just follow basically the same commands that I did, and just gonna leave it as homework. You can do the ESC3 exploit, and on the next video what we're going to be doing is we are going to be exploiting ESC4, and this one is going to be a little bit different because we are first going to basically take the ESC4 template and change it to be vulnerable to ESC1 technique by using the generic right privilege that we got. So it's going to be really cool what we're going to be doing. So this is it for this video, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next one. Do not go anywhere. Bye-bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be exploiting the ESC4 templates for the ADCS. And before we do anything, I want to go ahead and find that vulnerability. So you can see what we're going to be doing right now. It is not vulnerable to anything, but the issue is that we have access, we have write access to that template. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be changing that template to be vulnerable to the ESC1 technique by using the generic write privilege we got on that template. So let's go ahead and take a look at what at the privilege that we got. So we're going to find the vulnerabilities on all the templates, and we're going to be looking at the EC4 template name right here. The display name is ESC4. Certificate authority is the Maryland-CA. It is enabled. Client authentication is false. Enrollment agent false. All of that. But since we do have access, you can see right here, Joaquin Pereira has dangerous permissions to the EC4, and you can also see it over here. We have right owner principles. We are going to be able to basically change this to be vulnerable to the ESC1 technique. We're going to make it vulnerable to the same vulnerability that the ESC1 template is vulnerable to. So for this, let's go ahead and clear this. and we are going to be basically modifying the template. So let's go ahead and paste this command over here. We are going to be using setterpy for this, and we are going to say esc4 save old debug, right, the template. So let's go ahead and run this command, and here we go. So we did a modification on here for the esc4. So now if you can see that we made some changes. So let's take a look at those changes that we made to make it vulnerable. So we are going to be running to find that those templates that are vulnerable again and see what changed. If you go to the esc4 up here, you can see now it is enabled. The client authentication is enabled. It was false before. Enrollment agent, so it was set to true. Any purpose, true. So all of these was false before, so we set that to true to enable. And you can see now ESC1 can enroll, ESC2 can enroll, ESC3 can enroll. So now we are going to be able to take advantage of this and basically perform the same exploit that we did on the ESC1. We are going to be doing it for the ESC4. So let's go ahead and clear this bad boy out, and let me go ahead and just make a new directory so we can save all of this. Sudo make directory esc4. We are going to esc4, clear this out, and the command that we're going to be running now is going to be similar to the command that we run for the ESC1. We are going to do a request, and we're going to be using the Joaquin Pereira user to authenticate. The target is going to be the Salisbury. The template is going to be the ESC4. This is the only thing that's going to change basically. And Maryland CA is a CA that we're going to be targeting, and the UPN is going to be the administrator. So let's go ahead and run this guy. And this one is going to get a request, and we're going to get an administrator .pfx, and we're going to be using that .pfx to authenticate to the domain controller. And here we go. We are trying to get the TGT now, so then we can use that TGT to pull the hash. And when we pull the hash, we are going to be able to execute with that. Here we go. So we got it. Good to go. Now we are going to before we do anything, we can go ahead and run the SMBSec under here. You can also run evo winrm if you want to. So let's pick, do we want to run evo winrm? Let's just do evo winrm, since on the previous one we use a different one. So I think we use SMBSec. So let's see if we can do evo. Do I have it installed in here? Maybe not. Sudo evo winrm. Nope, I don't have it installed here. Let's go ahead and SSH to the box, to the lab Parrot OS. I know I have it there. I just don't feel like installing it right now. So let's see, sudo evo winrm, and we are going to say that we're going to authenticate in with the administrator user. And we are going to be using the hash, which I believe is just this first half right here. Copy, paste, and the target is going to be 192.168.56.12. Did I not do? Oh, I did capital U. Huh? My bad. Lowercase u. See if it works. If it doesn't work, it could be that WinRM is not enabled on that machine. Nope, didn't work. I always get confused to which hash I'm supposed to be using. Let me see. It is probably, you know what? Let's just go ahead and run. Let's exit out of here and let's go ahead and run. Well, what was I saying? Let's go ahead and just run the smbsec. smbsec.py hashes, and it's gonna be this one in here, and we are going to be what's the other command? We're going to use Maryland administrator. Let me just go ahead and I have it saved over here. Go ahead and paste this whole thing. And there we go. So host name. There we go. We are Baltimore. And IP config. Who am I? There we go. The 12. There we go. So authority system, which means that you have full control of that system. Who am I? All gives you all the groups that this user belongs to. Here we go. Basically built-in administrator, so we all have access to do whatever we want. We can dump the NTDS, dump SAM, dump the LSASI, dump everything with here. So this is it for this video, guys. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be exploiting the template ESC6, and for this vulnerability we first are going to go ahead and find it, and we are going to continue using cybersecurity on find, and I'm just going to print everything out to the command line interface. Just make sure that you are connected to the lab, and if you purchase a lab, thank you for purchasing the lab, guys. And so let's go ahead and find the ESC6, and so here it is, ESC6. So the Maryland CA is vulnerable to the ESC6, where enrollees can specify a SAN and request deposition is set to issue. Does not work after May 2012. That's if if the server apply the the update, which this one does not have. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be requesting with the user Joaquin.Pereira, Maryland.local, password is horse, the target is going to be Salisbury, that Maryland.local, the template is going to be the user, right? Because we're going to be exploiting that user vulnerability enrollee for the ESC6 under the Maryland CA. UPN is going to be administrator.local. So let's go ahead and request that and get that PFX, administrator.pfx. So whenever you see this error, just go ahead and execute it again. And then it should probably work the next time. And there we go. So now we got the administrator.pfx. So if we do an LSLA, you can see it in here, beans. So now we can go ahead and do a setup and we are going to authenticate using the PFX, administrator PFX, under that domain controller 192.168.56.12, which is the Maryland.local domain controller. And here we go, we got a hash. Let me go ahead and copy this over here. Dun, dun, dun. Put it in here, cool. So now what can we do with this? We can do a lot of things, right? We can dump the NTDS with crackmac accept. So let's go ahead and paste that in here, and we are going to say that capital H, and we are going to paste this hash in here, and at the end what we want to do is we want to specify what we want to do, and we want to say that we want to, this needs to be in quotes, and then go to the end, and then we want to do an NTDS dump. Let's go ahead and dump the whole thing, the entire database And we also always get an error, but that's fine. Here we go, ponged, good. All right, we're able to authenticate as the administrator for the Maryland.local on that 192.168.56.12, and it's going to start grabbing the entire NTDS. And here we go. So what we can do is we can just go ahead and copy this over here. It's a really quick and dirty, exploit with all this DCS templates. So we have done the ESCH. We did it with two different ways. We did it with the NTLM Relay X, then we did it with Setterpy, and then we continue with Setterpy using just Setterpy. And we have done ESC8, ESC1, ESC2, ESC3, ESC3. I did not do it, but I left all the commands so you guys can go ahead and do that. We did the ESC4, and the ESC4, what we did was we had write access to the template. So what we did was we made it vulnerable to the same vulnerability that the ESC1 did, and then we were able to exploit it. And for the ESC6, just a quick and dirty one, and we were able to dump the entire NTDS database. And after that happens, if you are the cybersecurity, if you are the CISO for that company, you might want to start updating your resume, because you're probably going to get fired. Or probably not. Maybe, the people are going to get mad at you. But if that happens, man, if somebody's able to dump the entire NTDS and you get the KRBTGT hash, just delete the entire domain controller, because you are done. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome to another great video. Let me go ahead and go back, and we are going to make a new directory for this. No, not that. Remove ADCS underscore E6. We want to make another directory, and this one is going to be for the CVE, CD, CVE. There we go. All right. Okay. Welcome guys to another video. And like I said, in this video, I haven't said anything, but in this video, we are going to be exploiting the CVE 2022-26923, and this was first discovered by Oliver, I think it's called Liak, that's how I say his last name, which he found a way basically to escalate privilege as a low privilege user into Active Directory. And this consists of changing the DNS host property on the created computer, and the idea look like the same as the same account name vulnerability. And he posted a really good article about it, and I'm going to be posting that for you guys so you guys can read it. It's a really good read. I would recommend you guys reading it. And so we are going to be exploring it, and we are going to be using the Setterpy still. And for this, like I said, we're going to be using Setterpy, and this basically is going to be attacking the certified, that's what they call it, the certified, which is CVE 2022-26923. So first, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be creating an account with our domain user and set a fake DNS host as the domain controller. So we go. The account was created. The account name is certified PC or certified PC. The Unicode password certified PC. You can see the SPN name is host certified PC. So if you see this on your domain controller, just run away or alert somebody, right? Then after that, we are going to request a certificate with the created computer on the template machine. So here we go. We're going to do our request now, since we created that, right? We have the access to do that. Certified PC, that's what we're going to be requesting over here. So let's go ahead and pull that real quick. Good, that is done, and it was pulled with the it pulled the certificate, the Baltimore PFX. So After we get that, we are going to go ahead and authenticate with the certificate as Baltimore, the domain controller. All right, just trying to get it right now, and if it doesn't work, you can just go ahead and retry it, because it should work if we were able to get the PFX. There we go. We got it. We also got the hash. Let me go ahead and copy this real quick. All right, so we requested, we authenticated, right, to get that certificate. I think it's here. So we requested a certificate. We use the certificate. I want to make sure that I put it this where I want it. There we go. So then after that, what we're going to be using, or what we're going to, so we did, yeah, we got the cache. Okay, so now we're going to be adding to the variable. So we're going to do an export, and it's going to be the KRB5, and it's going to be in here. Here's the location. Copy that, and let's put it over here. And it is called the Baltimore.c cache. Oops, did I get out of it? Oh, I did. Let me just go ahead and do a PW and then the LS. That way we get the whole thing, making sure I got it right. Copy this, paste it in here, the directory. But I missed the 26923, and then it's going to be the Baltimore cache over here, and paste it over here. All right. So after that, we can go ahead and do our dump. You know, I love doing dump. And what we're going to be doing, we're going to be using the secrets dump.py, no pass, because we're going to be passing that this Baltimore.c cache, and this is going to be, oops, no sudo for this one. I don't have it installed as super user, but we can run it as a regular user, and it also should work. And using no such file on the directory. Did I get this wrong? I probably did. Let's see. Attacking CVE 2012 26923. It is saying it is not in there. It is in here. Attacking 22. Let me see, 22. So I 22 26. It should be in here, right? Let's go ahead and try this again. PW. And for the exports, export this guy. The PW. Let's go ahead and just copy the whole thing. There we go. Control C, Control V. All right, and then we are going to add this guy over here. Control C, Control V, making sure there's no spaces. Nope. And we should be able to now run secrets dump. And there we go. Then it worked. So now, well, we were able to actually just dump. I forgot just the DC user for Carmelo Anthony, because he's at the main admin, I believe. So we got his keys over here, so we can go ahead and let me copy this for you guys so you guys have it. So now what we can do, first thing is, since we got these, since we grabbed his credentials, we can go ahead and do a cleanup, and we can go ahead and delete that user that we created, the certified user. So let's go ahead and delete that, just to clean the domain controller so it doesn't have that, so they don't see that we actually created that account, right? But what we could do is we can go ahead, and one of them is that now we can use the Carmelo Anthony hash that we just dumped, and we can dump the entire NTDS. And let's go ahead. This one should take like 30 seconds, and we are using crackmap.exec, and we're authenticating with the Carmelo Anthony user and with the hash that we just dumped on the previous command. And as you can see right here, we were able to dump the entire database. Cool. and we can just go ahead and save this too. All right, Control C. Let's go ahead and just paste it in here so you guys can have it. And another thing that you could do is you can just get a shell, get an admin shell on that machine, right? On the Maryland, the Baltimore, Maryland, the local machine, which is the 192.168.56.12, if I remember correctly. IP config, yep, that 12, and the host name should be the Baltimore host name. There we go, Baltimore. I'm looking good. Who am I? I should be the NT authority system. So yep, I got control over this machine. So now I own this domain controller. Nobody else does but me. So yeah, this is it for this video, guys. Like I said, in this video we went over the certified CVE 2022-26923, which was found by Oliver Liak, and I'm going to leave a link on the description that you guys should read on, where he talks about how he finds it and how he performed that certify and how he found that CVE 2022-26923. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome to another video, and in this video we are going to be doing a shadow credentials, and the shadow credentials attack consists of using the generic all or generic write privilege on a user or computer to set up the attribute MSDS key credential link, and I will give you I'm going to post a link on the description where you can basically find that and you can take a look at it. So for the generic write, you can only do the target Cabrera roasting. You can add an SPN to a user, do Cabrera roasting, unset the SPN, but the user password must be weak to the Cabrera roasting attack to work, because once you get that, the Cabrera roasting, we're going to have to run hashcat to be able to crack it. So if it's a really strong password, we won't be able to this attack won't be able to work. Another thing that you could do with the generic write is that you can set up a logon script. You can basically change the LDAP parameters to set up a logon script, but it implies that the user needs to log into his computer and an SMB server or a share to offer the script and set up a script that bypasses security solutions are in place, like the antivirus. But we can do the shadow credentials, which is what we're going to be doing. So if we have generic write, we can do the shadow credentials and the attack, which is the attack that we want to do. And we need a certificate service on the domain for that to work. So an ADC, it's been an ADCS. All right. And with the generic all, you can force change password, but on real pen tests, you don't want to block a user by changing his password. And this is not very stealthy too, because you can find everything that happened. You can see who changed the password of a user, and the offensive team or the blue team can find that really easily and see where the attack came from. But all the attacks that we're going to be doing is going to be doing the generic write. So let's take a look at how we can find that generic write, and therefore we are going to be using Neo4j. And on Neo4j, what we're going to be looking for, and remember, for Neo4j to work, you need to have not Neo4j, Bloodhound. For Bloodhound to work, you need to have Neo4j running, right? And then you can start Bloodhound, and then after that, it's going to launch this, and you're going to be able to log in. All right. So right now we have the credentials for Joaquin Pereira. So you want to see how far we can go with Joaquin Pereira. So what you could do is you can do like a start node over here, there. Or actually, let me see if you can node information. Actually, let's not do a path, right? Let's just search for this. So if you search, not working. Filter, no, that's good. Database, analysis. Yeah, why is it not bringing up Joaquin Pereira? Let's try it one more time. There we go. All right, so we got it right here. So if we double click over here, it should open the node information. So what we're looking for are ACLs. And if you scroll all the way down, you can see the local admin rights that it has. If you click on that, it will show up what it has. We have local admin to the Salisbury that Maryland local, which is a SQL server. All right. So let's see what else we find. Execution rights, no execution rights. If you want to see outbound object control, so basically the outbound object control are the control that you have over another object. So if you click over here, let's see what we have control to. So we have generic O to the ESC4 and Marisol Pedrosa. So we have generic O access to Marisol Pedrosa over here. And inbound, meaning other people that have access to my to Joaquin Pereira. Let's see, there's a lot of people that have access to that account, which is of course the bunch of groups, bunch of top level groups have access to my account. But what we want to focus is on the outbound, right? We want to go ahead and move laterally. So you can see over here that we have access to Marisol Pedrosa. So it's generic O. So once we get to Marisol Pedrosa, who does Marisol Pedrosa has access to? It says for Marisol Pedrosa. Marisol Pedrosa. So we got the node information for Marisol Pedrosa now. So now if we go to the outbound control, you can see that it has one outbound object control, and it is the Teresa Perez over here. So we're going to be able to move from Joaquin Pereira to Marisol Pedrosa and then to Teresa Perez, who has generic rights. So let's go ahead and double click on Teresa Perez. We get that node information over here. Okay, and we can see that from Teresa Perez, we are going to have group delegate RDP privilege, and we have group delegate control, and we also have a first degree object control to reset all what is that, to read lapsed password. So we're going to be able to read all the passwords from this Salisbury server. That's basically what it means. So from here, we can continue to dump and do a lot more stuff. So that's what we're going to be doing. We are going to go from Joaquin Pereira to Marisol Pedrosa and then to Teresa Perez. So let's go ahead and do that. We have Bloodhound running. So the next step that we want to do is we want to go ahead and let's go ahead and go back, and over here we want to ls cd adcs why not? Come on. Oh, I need to take a nap. Here we go. Clear. Let's make a directory over here, and let's call it shadow credentials, and let's see the into shadow credentials. All right, so we are going to be using Certify, and Certify is really awesome. It has another feature right here, which is shadow. We have used the shadow, we have used the request, and we have used the find. So now we are going to be using the shadow. So we are going to go into Joaquin. We're going to be authenticating with Joaquin Pereira, password host, and the account that we're trying to get to shadow is going to be Marisol Pedrosa. Let's go ahead and execute that. We are going to get a ticket, and we're also going to get the hash. And with the hash, what can we do with the hash, guys? Do you remember? We can, if we have enough access, we could, do an SMB exec or crack map exec, dump hashes, do a lot of stuff. But Marisol doesn't have that level, I believe. So what we're going to be doing is we are now going to go. We went from Joaquin Pereira to Marisol Pedrosa. Now we're going to go to Marisol Pedrosa to Teresa Perez. So we're going to do a shadow on Teresa Perez, and we are going to be using the hash to authenticate. Remember, before we had the password, but now we can use the hash because we were able to dump Marisol Pedrosa's hash from Joaquin Pereira, which has access through ACL. So now we want to dump Teresa Perez. And there we go. So now we got all the way to Teresa Perez. And Teresa Perez has access to read the lab's, and we're going to say this, read all the lab's password on the, let's go ahead and go back to Bloodhound, on the Salisbury, that Maryland local. So we're going to be able to basically read all the lab's password in here, which we're going to be doing it on a later video. So this is how you are able to track and find those ACLs on Bloodhound. And on another section, we are going to be focusing more on ACLs. We're going to have about 10 videos on ACLs and how you can attack those, and it's going to be really interesting. So stay tuned for that. And if you purchase a lab, thank you guys for purchasing the lab. I really appreciate it, and I hope you guys are enjoying. So thank you guys for watching this video, and I guess I will see you on the next one. Bye bye, guys. Hey, now we are going to be looking at ACL, and ACL is basically how the Active Directory objects such as users and groups are secure. So they use ACLs to secure those groups, and they are multiple permissions, or multiple object permissions and types that attackers are interested in. Some of them are generic all, which has full rights to the object, add users to a group or reset users' passwords. Generic right, the object with generic right, you can update the object's attribute, for example, like a logon script. You have the right owner. With the right owner, you can change the object owner to attacker, control user to take over the object. You have the right tackle, which you can modify objects and give attacker full control right over the object. Or extended rights, you have the ability to add users to a group or reset password. Force change password, you have the ability to change users' passwords. Or self membership, you have the ability to add yourself to a group. So we're going to be taking a look at some of those. And for that, like I said, we are going to be using Bloodhound, and we are going to be adding our own basically query, so we can take a look at all of that. So we can go to analysis, and if we go all the way to the end, you can add your own, and we can say all ACLs, and we can add it to domain information. Yeah, let's just go ahead and add it to domain information, and we can go ahead and save it. So we created our own query, and I added to the domain information. So no, did I not add it? I thought I did. Oh, I guess it went out over here. Sure, whatever. Let's go ahead and run this. And this one is going to give us a lot of information that we have, right? So as you can see over here, Jesus Puello has generic all to a bunch of groups. You can see we have right owner. So this group, RAS and IAS servers, has a right owner to this groups. You can see that Teresa Perez has generic right to this group over here, the KGB group, and also let me see, it's the opposite. So this group has generic all access over Teresa Perez, and this group has generic right access to Teresa Perez. We can see over here that this group, the KGB, can read all the lab's password on the Salisbury server. We can see over here that Ramon Maldonado has right tackle to Nicolas Maduro. Nicolas Maduro is able to add himself to the Radio City group. And the Radio City group can add members to the Empire State group. We can see that the Empire State group has right owner to the Central Park group, and we have the Central Park has generic all to Diego Montenegro, and Montenegro has generic all to the NYC.New.York.local. So, and there's a lot more over here, but I'm not going to go through all of it. I want you guys to go ahead and take a look because there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on in here. You can see Hugo Chavez is in here, and some of the other stuff that Donald Trump over here has forced change password to North.New.York.local. So we're going to be able to do some cool stuff on the upcoming videos. Okay, so this is it for this video. I just wanted to show you how to add that script that I'm providing, and on the next video we are going to be doing some forced change password. So we're going to jump from Donald Trump to Hugo Chavez. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome. And we are now going to be doing a forced change password on a user, and we are going to go from Donald Trump to Hugo Chavez. And first, let's go ahead and verify that we actually have that access. So we're going to go we want to say that we are coming from Donald Trump to Hugo Chavez, and we are going to run this guy and verify that we got that access. And as you can see over here, Donald Trump does have access to Hugo Chavez to force change password. So we are going to be doing that right now, and let's go ahead and see if we can do that. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be running this command over here, net rpc, right? We're going to say that we want to change the password for Hugo Chavez, and we're going to authenticate with the New.York.local user, which is Donald Trump, and the password right here, which is Making America Great, and capital S. And so we are going to authenticate to the server NYC.New.York.local. So we're going to go ahead and execute this guy. It's going to ask me to enter new password for Hugo Chavez. I say 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, now we want to make sure that the password was actually changed. So we're going to go to crack map exec smb 192.168.56.10, which is the New York City that NYC.New.York.local domain controller, and we are going to be using Hugo.Chavez user, and the domain it is New York.local, and the password was 1 2 3 4 5 6. There we go. So we were able to authenticate with Hugo Chavez. Let's see if Hugo is able to like dump NTDS. I don't think so. No. Oh, I think it's we need two over here. Yep, dumping fail because we don't have he doesn't have access. Can we like run a command or something? Where am I? I don't think we have access to it. No, that's fine. But yeah, that's how we were actually able to verify, but he doesn't have any access. He doesn't have admin access over the New York.local, because that's why we weren't able to do anything. But we were actually able to verify. You can see the plus sign over here. And if you put, let's say 1 3 4 5 6 and just put 7, see what it does. You can see right here that it wasn't able to authenticate. Status logon failure. But if you put the correct password here, boom, we were able to get in. All right, so this is it for this video, guys. So that's how you execute a force change password on a user when you have that force change password ACL over a user. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, welcome. And now we are going to be exploiting or abusing the generic right on user Ramon. And this is because the Hugo Chavez has generic right access to Ramon Maldonado. And you can take a look by going into Bloodhound. This is the old one. So we are going to go into Hugo Chavez account, and we want to target the Ramon that Maldonado at New York that local. We are going to not even have to search or anything. There you go. Looking really awesome over here. So as you can see, the user Hugo Chavez has the genetic rights access to Ramon Maldonado. So we're going to be abusing that. There's a couple ways that you could do that. One is shadow credentialing, shadow credentials, target computer roasting, or the logo and script. We are going to be using the target computer roasting. So let's go ahead and get started with that. And for that, we are going to be using the targeted Kerberos roast.py script. And this script can be found on a GitHub repo. And I'm going to, all you have to do is just go ahead and download the repo. So you're going to do a git clone like this. And then it's going to download a folder. And you're going to go into that folder that is called targeted Kerberos roast. All right. So let's go ahead and clear this out. So now we are going to be running that Python script that we download. That is in here after you download that GitHub repository. And we are going to be doing a targeted Kerberos.py. The domain is the New York.local. The user is Hugo Chavez. The password is 123456. Because remember, we were able to change the password when we used the user Donald Trump. Donald Trump had access to change the Hugo Chavez password. So we did that. And now we have Hugo Chavez password, and we're going to be doing the Kerberos roast on Ramon Maldonado. So let's go ahead and request that. See if we are able to get to it. And remember, always remember, if you have the lab, make sure that you are connected to the lab through your virtual machine that you have. So there we go. So we got that Kerberos roast. We got the hash. So let's go ahead and copy this whole thing. Go ahead and copy it. And we are going to be saving it into nano Maldonado.hash. Paste it in here. Go to home. Make sure it's correct. Yes, it is. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be running hashcat. I do have the raku.txt in here. So that's what we're going to be using. So let's go hashcat, and make sure that you're doing this from your own local virtual machine. Do not run this from the lab environment. Because if I see that one of you guys are doing that, you are going to be kicked out of the server. So please do not run hashcat. Here we go. So that's the mode is 13100. The A is going to be 0, the attack mode. We're going to be using the Maldonado hash, raku.txt, and let's just do force, just why not. There we go. That's going to start cracking here in a little bit. It shouldn't really take long because I did that on purpose. And there you go. We got that password of monkey. So Ramon Maldonado's password is monkey. So now we are going to be able on the next video to go from Ramon Maldonado to Nicolas Maduro. So we went from Donald Trump to Hugo Chavez to Ramon Maldonado, and now we're going to go from Ramon Maldonado to Nicolas Maduro. And for that, the next one is going to be a right tackle that Ramon has on Nicolas Maduro. So this is it for this video, guys. Thank you for watching, and just continue learning. See you in the next one. Hello. Hopefully you guys are enjoying my videos and enjoying the lab. If you guys are not, I don't know what to do. But yeah, Now on this video, we are going to do a right tackle abuse. So we are going to go from Ramon to Nicolas Maduro. So to exploit the right tackle from Ramon to Nicolas, we are going to use the a Python script that I found. That is the ACL edit.py. So I'm going to leave you how you can install that on all the commands. Like always, I always show you how to install it. I do not like to show it while I am exploiting or doing the lab, because I like you guys to to just do it, and I don't want to waste time installing all the scripts because they're easy to install, right? So, and yeah, like I said, the ones that we're going to be using is the it's called the tackle edit. So let's go ahead and run the first command, and on this first command we're going to take a look at Ramon's right on Nicolas Maduro's object. And for this one, we're going to do a tackle edit.py. The action is going to read principal, right? It's going to be Ramon Maldonado, and we're going to target Nicolas Maduro. So we're going to search in Nicolas Maduro object. We are going to search for anything that has Ramon Maldonado in it, and we are going to authenticate with Ramon Maldonado with the password monkey that we just cracked on the previous video. And also, before we do that, actually, let's go ahead and go to Bloodhound, and let's go ahead and put Ramon Maldonado to Nicolas Maduro. Here we go. Let's go ahead and run this, and you're going to see that we have right tackle from, so guys, will be like that. There we go. From Ramon Maldonado to Nicolas Maduro. So let's go ahead and say exploit that. Let's go ahead and go to the terminal. Like I said, we're going to run this script, and let's go ahead and pray that it works. And it looks like it's going to work. So as you can see over here, the Ramon Maldonado, the access that Ramon Maldonado has over Nicolas Maduro, you can see that it is right tackle. Access allowed A's, flags none. The access mask is right tackle, and you can see the SSID, which is Ramon Maldonado's SID. So good beans. Now, since we have verified that, what we could start doing is that we can now change the permission to full control and we're going to be seeing that modification. So like I said, we are going to change the permission to full control because we do have access to do that. And then we're going to see that permissions change. So tackle edits action, we are going to write. What are we going to write? We're going to write a write that has full control over, and we're going to say that we want to give full control to Ramon Maldonado of the user of the object in Active Directory of Nicolas Maduro, and we're going to authenticate with Ramon Maldonado, which is the one that has access over this Active Directory object, because it's basically an object, and we're going to be adding full control over this object for Nicolas Maduro. All right, press enter, and let's pray about it. Yep, so the tackle was modified. So now if we run this guy one more time, we should be able to see the access. So this is the first command that we ran, and there we go. Now we have more access. We see before we only had the right tackle. Now we have full control, and we still have right tackle, but we have full control, which is better. All right, so now what can we do with what can we do with full control? Well, we can change Nicolas Maduro's password. We can do a Cabrera roasting, or we can do a shadow credentials. So we have done the password change abuse before. We did the Cabrera roasting on the previous video, and we haven't. I think we did a shadow credentials, but I want to do another shadow credential again. So the shadow credential is the one that's going to dump the hash for the Nicolas Maduro. So let's go ahead and paste that in here. Remember, CertiPy, shadow, auto. We're going to be using Ramon Maldonado with the password monkey, and we're going to shadow that Nicolas Maduro so we can go ahead and dump Nicolas Maduro's hashes. And Shouldn't take long. Certify, really awesome. We have been using it a lot. I really like it. Thank you, whoever created that. Oliver Liak was the one that created that. And there we go. So we are going to get a TET, and we also are going to get the hash for Nicolas Maduro. Awesome, Kubin. So let's go ahead and just save this over here. All right, let's go to home. I just want to paste this in all the commands so you guys can have it. All right, looking good, guys. So yeah, in this video we did quite a little bit more than before. So what we did, if you want to do a recall from all the commands that we ran, what we did was we were trying to read what this object of Nicolas Maduro, what Ramon had over this Nicolas Maduro. We already saw it on Bloodhound that it was right DACO, but you can also do it from the DACO edits.py. I just wanted to show you how to do that, and we can see that we had the right DACO. So with that right DACO, we were able to basically add whatever we wanted to the object. And what we did was we gave Ramon Maldonado full access to Nicolas Maduro's object, right? We gave this object full access or full control over this object over here, and we authenticated with Ramon Maldonado, which is the one that had the right DACO. And after we did that, we verified that it was in there, right? We read it again, and we could see it that the full control access allow ace was in here for Ramon Maldonado. And after that happened, we could have done a couple of different attacks, like changing the Nicolas passwords, do a target Cabrera roasting, or do a shadow credentials, and we went for the shadow credentials, as you can see over here. And we got Nicolas Maduro's cache, and we also got the C cache for Nicolas Maduro that we can put it in the, we can export it into the environment variable, and we can pass that and probably authenticate to whatever he has access to. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Hopefully you guys are, working in the lab, getting stuff done, hacking, breaking stuff, hacking everybody. So this is it for this video, and we got a couple more. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 5 more videos on ACL's attack or abuse. So I will see you in the next video, guys. Bye bye. Hey guys, since we have taken over Nicolas Maduro's credentials, we got the hashes credential, we can go ahead and take a look where we can go now. And I believe we can go to the Radio City group, because Nicolas Maduro has access to that Radio City group. And for that, let's go ahead and start Neo4j first. And then we are going to start Bloodhound. Let me make sure that I enter that password correctly. I guess I did. And starting Neo4j, let's go ahead and give it a couple seconds for it to start before you start Bloodhound. There we go. We should be good to go now. And let's go ahead and start Bloodhound, so we can take a look at Nicolas Maduro and see what we can find in there. And yep, Neo4j is up and running. Now we should be able to log in into Bloodhound. Neo4j. Bloodhound is a really cool, man. It's a really cool tool that even the blue team and the red team should be using. The blue team should be using it to find path and get rid of them, and the red team should be able to use it to find a path and attack it, which is the part that I like. I like attacking better than fixing stuff. I like breaking stuff, hacking stuff. All right, so we're gonna go to Nicolas Maduro. Before that, let's go ahead and instead of looking for, let's go ahead and just search for a node over here, and in there we are going to double click on it so we can get the node information. And in the node information, we should be able to find what's in here. Outbound objects. Let's see which outbound objects he has access to. There we go. Radio City. He has to add self to Radio City. So that's what we are going to be attacking. We are going to add ourselves to Radio City, and then for Radio City, let's go ahead and double click on Radio City so we can get the node information. And outbound object control. Radio City has access to Empire State. So then after that, we should be able to attack, the Empire State. So we should be able to add ourselves to the Empire State group, and then just keep going after that. Basically what we're going to be doing. So let's go to Neo4j, Bloodhound already running. Another way that you can take a look at the rights that we have access to on the Radio City is by doing a DACO edit.py action read. Principal is Nicolas Maduro. The target is the Radio City group, of course. Nicolas Maduro, remember on the previous video we were able to get the hashes for Nicolas Maduro. And what you could do is, because you need the I forgot what it is. Let me go ahead and do a DACO right here real quick. So for the DACO edit, you need the hash, the LM hash, and also the NT hash. But since we only got the NT hash, what you could do is a little trick is that you can add 32 zeros in front of the NT hash for the LM hash, and this one should work. And we should be able to authenticate and make sure that you are connected to the VPN before you do that, right? Correct. Never forget. I forget a lot, so don't forget. Just reminding you. So over here, it will give you. It will be parsing, looking at the DACO, and you can see over here that we have a self membership, and this one is for Nicolas Maduro in here. So we are going to be attacking that. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing. You can also find it. I don't think I have L deep. Nah, so we're not going to. We are going to have to install LDeep. I thought I had. Let me go ahead and do a locate LDeep. Nowhere to be found. Sudo update DB so we can update the database. I don't think I have it installed here. I think it is installed on the Parrot OS lab environment, but we can go ahead and install. Let me just go ahead and SSH to Hefe 192.168.56.31. We are going to SSH to the lab environment real quick, and I believe we have LDeep in here. Yes, we do. Of course we do. So we are going to be running. Let me see. We can find. Let's go ahead and clear this out. So we can find with LDAP, user Nicolas Maduro. We are authenticating with the hash, New York.local. We can search the account name and distinguish over here, and we see that we the distinguished name for the Nicolas Maduro, where it is located, which OU, Sugar Hill, New York.local domain, and he's located in Sugar Hill. And another search that we could do with LDeep, it's another cool tool, is the Radio City. As you can see over here, Cupin's still there. It is on the west side OU. All right, but now we can go ahead and perform the attack. So what we're going to be doing is we are going to be adding ourselves to the Sugar Hill. And the reason why I did this search over here is because you need to find the distinguished name in the DN, and we need to combine it in here, as you can see, and like to where you want to add it. So that's what we're going to be doing. We are going to add ourselves to the Radio City. So you can see over here, successfully added to Radio City. Cool. So now we are part of the Radio City group. So if you want to see the results, you could do member of Radio City. So you want to see who's a member of Radio City. Now we can see Martino Zuna, Jesus Cuello, Lorenzo Cruz, Diego Montenegro, Rafael Smith, Marco Lopez, Nicolas Maduro is in there now, and Mateo Pacheco is also in there. So we are looking good, guys. Now we have executed that. Now we have access to the Radio City. That means that we can now move and go to the next step and add ourselves to the Empire State. So that's what we're going to be doing on the next video, guys. Thank you guys for watching and stay tuned. Hey guys, so now that Nicolas Maduro has access to the Radio City group, we are going to be able to add ourselves to the Empire State group. And if you go on Bloodhound right now, you're going to see that if you go to the Nicolas Maduro outbound objects, it only has one. That's because we're going to need to run another, we're going to have to run the Bloodhound collector again and then upload it so it can update the database for Bloodhound. Just remember that, that you will need to, rerun it again because Bloodhound is not connected to Active Directory, so it doesn't know what has changed. Okay, but one of the things that you can do is that you can just mark a group as own, right? So you can keep track of what you have done and what you have taken over, which is kind of cool. But since we now have access to the Radio City, we can just go to the Radio City and it gives you the distinguished name over here. Cool, SID, all that cool stuff. And you're going to see that the first degree object for the outbound object, right? The outbound is basically what this group has access to going out. Coming in is who has access to this group. So let's go ahead and click on this one. And this one should show us that we have access to the Empire State, right? We are able to add a member to the Empire State, which is cool. So that is what we are going to work on. But since we cannot do a Bloodhound, we can still do a DACO edit command, so we can see or verify that Nicolas Maduro has access to. Let me see. So this one will be Empire State. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong window. Let's go ahead and run this command real quick. Here's from the previous one. So let's go ahead and clear this out. So we can do a DACO edit and saying that Nicolas Maduro, see if Nicolas Maduro has access to the Empire State. And we are going to use, like I said before, adding 32 zeros in front of that empty hash. In a semicolon to basically split it. That should do it. DACO edit command not found. That is because okay, we need to, I don't have it installed there. So let's go ahead and run this command again. And filtering results, it couldn't find anything. Empire State target, I guess it couldn't, but it should have find. Well, if we just do, let's go ahead and connect back to the SSH because that's where LDeep is working. So let's go ahead and clear this out. So if we run an LDeep in here and we try to see member of, let's see if we can find, yeah, member of Radio City. Well, we did this before. You can see that Nicolas Maduro is in there. Let's see who is, so we know that we have access to the Radio City. And if we do a Empire State, let's see who has access to this. Empire, oh, did I spell this incorrectly? Maybe I did, and that's why. Really bad at spelling. Empire State. No, that's probably correct. Let me see. Go back to Bloodhound. Empire State. Why is it not finding? Is nobody part of the Empire State? Empire. I don't think it is. No, it doesn't find anything. Which is kind of odd. Well, but what we're going to be doing is that we are going to be adding ourselves to this group, basically. And we know that Empire State is in this CN. It's on the west side, New York local, which can be verified in here. If you click and look at the notes, you see the CN over here. That's where we got that info from. So let's go ahead and run this and see. Now we have successfully added ourselves to the west side, to the Empire State. Let's see if we member of. Okay, so there was no members. That's why we couldn't see anything though. But now since we have run this, we can see that Nicolas Maduro appears as a member of the Empire State. So we now have access to Empire State. So now on the next video, we are going to be taking over whatever Empire State has access to. And I believe that's going to be the Central Park group. So thank you guys for watching and stay tuned. We're going to keep doing a right owner on a group on the next video. See ya. Hey guys, we are now going to be attacking the Central Park group from the Empire State group because on the previous video we added Nicolas Maduro as part of the Empire State, and therefore let's go ahead and take a look at Empire State. Now you can see that we own it, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Empire State properties in here. You can see the outbound object, which is the Central Park. So we have right owner over the Central Park. So this group has right owner over the Central Park. So what we're going to be doing, first of all, is that we are going to we're going to give Nicolas Maduro owner access to the Central Park group. After we do that, we are going to give give Nicolas Maduro basically full control over the Central Park group. And since we get that full control, that generic all, we are going to be able to add Nicolas Maduro to the Central Park group. So that's what is going to be happening right now. So let's go ahead and go over here. So the first command that I want to do is that I want to go ahead and read the access on the Central Park and see who has access to this. And this one is going to tell you that the Vagrant SAM account is the current owner of that group. So we are going to be changing that right now, and we are going to be adding Nicolas Maduro as the owner of the Central Park. That's because by delegation, right? Because we are part of the Empire State, and the Empire State has access over that group. We are going to be able to change the owner to Nicolas Maduro. So let's go ahead and do that. And you can see right here, the action is right. We're going to write the owner. So we're going to put that Nicolas Maduro as the owner of Central Park, right? That's the target of the object. And here's the hash. And Nicolas Maduro, remember in the previous video, we got the hash for Nicolas Maduro. Just letting you guys know how we got that. And we got unrecognized error over here. Don't we have the, I just owner edit. No, it didn't. Unrecognized, something was not recognized over here. Hashes, Nicolas, owner. Action right owner, Nicolas Maduro. Targeted Central Park hashes, New York.local and Nicolas Maduro. That should be, let's go ahead and see what we got. Unrecognized argument, owner. I guess for owner, object controlled by the attacker. I think it's new owner. Let's see, no pass. Target, we got it. New owner. So I believe we got to put new owner instead of just owner. And what's a new dash owner? We'll go ahead and verify. Yep, new owner. And then the name. And boom, successfully. Kuching, kuching, kuching. So now let's go ahead and see if we can run the read on Central Park. And here's the new owner. Boom, we are killing it, guys. All right. So since we now are the new owner, we can give ourselves basically rights. We can give ourselves full control. And making sure, since this changed since the last time I used, making sure that is going to work. Let me see. I think it should work. Let's go ahead and run this action. So that's the next command. Coupin. So, and we also backed it out. We backed that up, I'm sorry. So we ran the .code.py action right, the rights, full control. So now Nicolas Maduro has full control over that bad boy over there. If you wanna go ahead and read it again, see if anything changed, you can go ahead and do that. You can see I'm still the owner of this guy. So we are looking good. And let me see. Now since we have the full access, full control, we have a generic all, and with that generic all, we are going to be able to, actually not over here, we are going to run this on this one, which is the one connected to the lab machine where everything is installed. We are going to be running the LDAP Nicolas Maduro. The hash is already here. Domain name here is the LDAP. We're going to be doing the add to group. So we are going to be adding Nicolas Maduro, which is in the Sugar Hill OU New York.local domain controller. We are going to be adding ourselves to Central Park because we have the generic all. And boom, there we go. We have now taken over and we are part of the Central Park. And if we run this other command to see who is a member of Central Park, Nicolas Maduro is part of the Central Park. So we are now taking over the Central Park. So now we can go ahead and go to Bloodhound and we are going to say mark as own. Boom. There you go. So this is it for this video, guys. I will see you on the next one where we are going to be taking over from Central Park to a user. So we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey guys, welcome back. Now since we have access basically to the Central Park group, we are going to take a look and see what else we can exploit from here. If there's any SCL rules and all that good stuff. So you can search for Central Park over here, and in Central Park at New York.local, we are going to go all the way down to this node, and we're going to see that the first degree object for the outbound object control. See what we have access over here, and it looks like we have a generic all access on Diego Montenegro at New York.local. So we are going to be exploiting this real quick. So what we could do is that we could basically change the password for this user. We're going to have access to change the password. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Let me go ahead and clear this out from the previous video, because of course I always forget to do that. So like I said, we are going to be changing the password, and we are going to be using NetRPC for this password for Diego Montenegro, password anti-hash. So we are using Nicolas Maduro hash still, and the source is nyc.newyork.local domain. So let's go ahead and execute this, and you can create whatever password you want. I'm just going to put it as let's do this, all lowercase, and let's see if we are able to do it. Boom. So now we have taken over Diego Montenegro. Let's go ahead and kill this guy and mark it as own. Boom, we got it. Beans. So since now we have access to Diego Montenegro, we can go ahead and go double click on Diego Montenegro over here and see what my boy Diego has access to, right? So Diego Montenegro, let's go ahead and do the object, and it looks like he has a generic all access to nyc.newyork.local. So he has generic all access to New York, to the nyc.newyork.local, and that is a server, and it is a domain controller. So now that we have access, generic all access to a domain controller, what we could do is that we can do a shadow credentials, because when you have generic all, you can do shadow credentials. So we can get the hashes for this NYC server, or this NYC domain controller. So let's go ahead and do basically it's going to be a shadow credential. So we have done this a couple times, so let's go ahead and just do it one more time, right? Because why not? And let's see, there we go. So we are going to use certify for this, and shadow, remember, auto Diego Montenegro, and let's do this, which is a password that we just changed, that we just set on Diego Montenegro's user, and we are trying to get that TGT real quick. And is it going to work, guys? Is it going to work? You can do it. You can do it. There we go. So we got the C cache for NYC, and we also got the anti-hash for this NYC, which is a domain controller. And obviously we can do a DC sync because the NYC is a domain controller. But instead, why don't we try something else? What we could try to do is we can try to get a we can try to get a shell on this machine. So we can get basically a machine account to administrator shell. So let's go ahead and try to do that real quick, which is a S for you self abuse, basically what it is. Because if we go into Bloodhound and we go double click over here, because we basically own this guy now. We have the hash, we have the C cache for this guy over here. We can mark it as own. Voila. Let's go ahead and take a look, and if you see at the inbound, there's no outbound execution route, outbound objects control. Is there anything in here? He just owns the New York.local domain, right? The DC sync attack. So we can do a DC sync attack on that domain. So we got the hash, we got the C cache, we got everything. So basically, if we do an ls over here, we can see that we're going to have that NYC cache. So let's go ahead and pwd, making sure we got the entire basically directory in here, so we can get to that NC cache. So we're going to do a export. Let's see, we're going to do an export like we have done before, and we are going to add this in here, copy, paste, and it's going to have the NYC. Oops, come on, I didn't do a Control Shift C, but Control Shift C, Control Shift F or V, and then Control Shift C, Control Shift V. Boom, we got it in there. So now we're going to be using the get st.py. So we are going to self-impersonate a administrator, right? Let me get the entire command because it's a really long one, lengthy one. So we're going to self-impersonate, and I think if I remember correctly, I think we don't need the self anymore, but we're going to impersonate the administrator and the CIFS for the New York.local. We're going to say no pass because we're going to be passing the C cache. We could also pass a hash if we want to. 192.168.56.10 is the NYC server. Let's go ahead and run this. I think the self, we don't need the self anymore. No, it actually worked. There we go. So as you can see, we got the cache. So we saved that ticket. So now what we need to do is that we need to add that to our variable. So we are done with so you save it to, here's the name of the ticket. We are going to copy this, we are going to paste it over here. So we are going to be using that ticket, and what we could do now is that we can do a use that ticket to connect as an administrator. Exec.py, no pass because we're passing that ticket, and here we go. So you can see who am I over here, administrator, who am I all. There we go. Who am I? Priv. You can basically, oh, not priv. You're going to be able to see all the privilege name, IP config, so you can see that I'm actually in the 192.168.10.56.10, and the host name is going to be the NYC host name over here. Boom. So here we go. We got the access. We got everything. We have taken over this domain controller. So yeah, that was a nice machine account to administrator shell. So this is it for this video. On the next video, I think we're going to continue with this access, and we might do a silver ticket attack. So this is it for this video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next one. How you guys are doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing great. In this video, we are going to continue to do ACL exploits or abuse the ACLs. So for this one, we are going to be abusing a GPO on the north domain, and this one is going to be the Miguel Cabrera users who has generic rights access to a GPO, a generic owner, and right DACO as well to a GPO. So we are going to be abusing that, and for us to be able to abuse that, we're going to need to have the Pi GPO abuse. And on the all commands, I'm going to give you guys basically all the commands on how to install that Pi GPO abuse.py. So let's go ahead and take a look at Bloodhound so you can see what I'm talking about. Let's go to Miguel Cabrera's user. So they call it a node in Bloodhound. So we are going to look for the outbound object control, like always. Let's go over here, and you can see that my boy has access. Miguel Cabrera has generic right owner, and right DACO to this GPO. So we are going to be abusing this, and we need to, let's go ahead and double click on this GPO. So because we're going to need this, basically this SID or this group ID, that we're going to be abusing it, and we're going to be adding it to the command that we're going to be running next with the it is going to be for the GPO, right? So we're going to be using a PowerShell script so we can get a reverse shell. And for us to be able to get a reverse shell, you need to be connected to the lab. We have the VPN, and then also you need to connect to that Parrot OS that we have in the lab. You will get credentials for that too if you purchase our lab. Okay, so I am connected over here, and here we are going to catch that reverse shell, and NLVP 4444. There we go. So we're going to start listening over here, and we're going to be abusing this GPO with this command. So basically I'm doing a Python 3. We are going to be executing that PyGPO abuse. We are going to be authenticating with Miguel Cabrera. I love baseball. You should know that password right now. Here's the GPO ID, right? The GPO ID that we got from the Bloodhound. And here's the PowerShell command that we're going to be running. And as you can see, we are going to send a reverse shell to 192.168.56.31, which is the IP address of this Parrot OS that we have in the lab. And this is going to be encoding it in, I believe it's going to be in base 64. Yep. And the description for the task is going to be "you're done," and the name of the task is going to be "my task." So let's go ahead and run this, and we're going to wait for that shell to come back. Here we go. The task has been created. So let's go ahead and now wait for the shell to come back, and we should be getting that soon. As soon as that task that was created gets executed, we are going to get a shell. And there we go. We have gotten a reverse shell back. And you say, who am I? You can see that you are the NT authority system. If you see who am I? Oh, cool. You can see the host name as well. And you can see the IP config. There we go. So we are inside. We got that reverse shell, which is really cool. Nice. Hey guys, welcome, and I believe this is going to be the last video for the ACL abuse series. And in this one, we are going to, it's going to be a quick, easy and dirty. We are going to be basically dumping the lab's password for a server. And if you guys remember when we ran Bloodhound, I saw it on the Bloodhound when we were running, looking for all the ACLs. I saw that Teresa Perez had relapse password on the Salisbury.Maryland.local server. So that's why we are going to be exploiting. And if you remember on one of the videos, I believe was on the ADCSESC6 attack, we were able to get the hashes for Teresa Perez. But the thing is, I don't know if the ADCS attacks are going to go before or after this. I think it's going to go after those attacks. So that's hopefully I do that and I remember to do that. So then let's go ahead and go to Bloodhound and take a look at Teresa Perez and what she has access to. So we can just type over here Teresa Perez, and that's going to bring the node. Double click on it so we can get the node information like we have done previously. And we can see that we have a first degree object control for an outbound object. We can click on that bad boy, and you can see that Teresa Perez has relapse password to the Salisbury.Maryland.local domain. So therefore, we are going to be able to dump the Salisbury.Maryland.local password. And it's really easy. You can do it different ways. One of my favorite ways is to use crack map exec, of course. So we are going to paste this in here, and for this one we are going to be using the crack map exec, the lab module. We are going to be dumping the 192.168.56.12, which is the which is the Maryland.local domain controller. It is the Baltimore.Maryland.local domain controller. Username Teresa. The hash is going to be this hash that we gathered before, and the module is going to be labs, right? That's what we want to dump. So let's go ahead and press enter over here, and this one is going to be quick and dirty. And this should dump the password for Salisbury, the Maryland.local, and here's the password. So now it is up to you to do whatever you like with this password. So this is it for this video, guys. I want to leave you guys as a homework. What else can you do with this password? So go ahead and leave me a comment, send me an email, and I want to see what you do with this password. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next chapter. Bye-bye. Welcome guys to a new section, and in this section we are going to be exploiting the MSSQL servers. And the first steps that we're going to be doing is obviously we're going to be enumerating the MSSQL servers, and for this we're going to be using the get users SPN and nmap and also crackmap.exec. So let's go ahead and start with that. The first one that we want to run is the get users service principal names, or SPNs.py. And over here we want to go to the north.newyork.local domain, and it's going to be, we're going to authenticate with Claudio Ortiz baby boy. If you guys remember, we have used this account before that we got this password. I believe we cracked the hash on this password, and we were able to get this clear text password over here. So get users SPN north.newyork.local, username Claudio Ortiz, password is baby boy. So we are going to be enumerating the SPNs on the north.newyork.local domain, and the SPNs is basically the server's principal name, which is basically a name in Active Directory that a client uses to uniquely identify an instance of a service. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this, and as you can see over here, we get a nice looking picture, and we can basically come out with is that the Yonkers server has MSSQL running. So it is running a SQL, an MSSQL database in it, and it is listening on port 1433. That's what it looks like. And we can also see another user over here, Elena Lopez, which has the CIFS and also has the HTTP, looking good. And for the Yonkers one, we see the SQL servers in here, username. So we know for sure that the Yonkers is running a database in it. So the other ones that we could do is we can run it on the, let me see, on the Maryland domain. But the way that we could do that is we can try to authenticate with Claudio Ortiz, and we can just specify the target domain that we want to look into for the get users SPN. So let's go ahead and run that real quick, see if we get any. And as you can see right now, we have the Salisbury server is running also an MSSQL database server in it. So really nice. So we can see the Yonkers, both the Yonkers and the Salisbury are running a SQL database. So that's good information. And now what we could do is we can run nmap, and since it's listening on port 1433, we can do a quick scan. And before we do that, let's go ahead and do a cat etc host, so we can get the, so we should only just scan 22 and 23 because those are the only ones that are running the SQL servers. So we can do an nmap, the port 1433, I'm going to scan for version and going to run in some scripts. And 192.168, that's 56.22 through 23. All right. Nmap, not spelled out incorrectly. Like always, we can do some press V a couple times so you can see the verbose increase. But this shouldn't take long. Should take a couple seconds, and here we go. So from here we can see that 1433 is open on that SQL server. It is running on a 2019 server. You can see this is set for the north.newyork.local domain. Right, we can see the product version over here, which we got that because we ran the SV option. We have a self-signed fallback. Okay, we got a certificate. Cool. We can see the port, of course, because we scanned that port. Right, we can see that this one is a 2019 server, like I said before. Or is it? We're not sure. We can figure that out later. And then we have the 192.168.56.23. The other one was that 22. This is that 23. And this one is located on the Maryland.local domain. We can see Salisbury, the Maryland.local, the IP address to that 23. And it's also saying it is a Microsoft server, SQL Server 2019 RTM. You can see the build number. All right. Post SP patches applied, false. No post SP patches apply. How about for this one? I don't think we got that information over here, and I don't think we do for that one. Huh? Okay. So, let me see hosts. Okay, here we go. It's also false. Okay, good information. So you can go ahead and save that. I already have that saved. But yeah, that's how you do some basically enumeration on a SQL server, or basically on any server. You can use on any ports that you want to scan. You just use Nmap, and if you want to, like I did right here, SV is basically to enumerate the version, and SC is to run some of the scripts to see if we can find any vulnerability in it. But yeah, this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy. Not a lot of didn't show a lot of cool stuff, just some Nmap and also some get user SPNs on how to enumerate Microsoft MS SQL servers. So in the next video, we are going to be enumerating the Microsoft SQL servers with CrackMap exec. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you for watching. Hey guys, in this video we are going to continue to enumerate the MS SQL server, and we are going to be using CrackMap exec for this, and also we are going to be running a Python script provided by Impacket. Impacket is really great. I really love Impacket, and I love CrackMap exec. So let's go ahead and do a CrackMap exec over here, and MS SQL is the module that we're going to be running. And I just want to scan 192.168.56.22 all the way through 23. And as you can see right here, we can see that both of them are actually running the Windows 10 build 17763 for the Yonkers, and the 14393 for the Salisbury, which is in the Maryland local, and Yonkers is in the New York local domain. Really cool stuff. So since we got that, let's go ahead and see if we can try to authenticate with it. We're going to use Miguel Cabrera's, and for some reason I'm getting this error that I'm going to have to figure out why it's giving me, and I think this is CrackMap exec. So I'm going to have to probably, let's do baby boy over here. I'm going to have to update my CrackMap exec, or probably one of the modules that CrackMap exec runs. So let's put over here Claudio.Ortiz. Yeah, you see. So I will put anything if I find how to fix it, I'm gonna put it on the on all the commands that we run, right? So now we are going to be running the MSSQL clients.py to see if we can try to basically authenticate and log into the Yonkers.north.newyork.local. So let's go ahead and go to copy this. It's a really long command. So we're going to be using the MSSQL client.py. This is by in packet. We are going to authenticate via Windows. The domain name is north.newyork.local. Miguel Cabrera is a user. I love baseball is password. And at Yonkers.newyork.local, that's where we're going to authenticate. Let's go ahead and press enter. As you can see, I was able to get a session with the Microsoft SQL Server. And if you type help over here, if you type help over here, it will give you all the commands that you can run. You can enumerate owners, enumerate DBs. So let's go ahead and do enum DB. We can see that we have the master, the temp DB, the model, and the MSDB in here. If you want to enumerate links, you can also do that. See all the links in here. Cool stuff. You can enumerate logins, owners. Let's go ahead and enumerate owners. See if we find anything here. So the owner, it looks like is SA, right? So looking good. But what we want to focus here is that we want to enumerate the logins. There we go. And by enumerating the logins, we can see who is the sysadmin. We can see that the SA is a sysadmin. Miguel Cabrera is not a sysadmin, so it doesn't have full access, full control of this database. So what we want to do is on the next video, we are going to try to impersonate or get into the SA. And see if we can see more stuff after we get to that, after we access the SA, because he is a sysadmin, and that's the access that we want if we want to execute on this database, right? So this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I guess I will see you the next time. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be abusing the execute as login, and this is going to be on the MSSQL database. And on the previous video we were able to enumerate, and we found that our user is able to basically execute as login or impersonate another user. So that's what we're going to be doing. We are going to be using the MSSQL client.py, which is by, I believe, by in packet. And we are going to be doing the Windows authentication, and we are going to be authenticating to the north.newyork.local. Domain has Miguel Cabrera. The password is I love baseball, and at Yonkers.north.newyork.local. So let's go ahead and execute this. As you can see, we were able to access the database with the MSSQL client.py. And the reason why we're using this is because it makes it a lot easier for us to run those large commands. All you have to do is just run one command, and it will run, it will query everything that we need to do. So that's why I'm running it. Because if we were using just simple, MSSQL connection, then we would have to run, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. And whenever we do like the enumerate impersonate, so let's first enumerate the impersonation values and see what Miguel Cabrera has access to, or who he has access to impersonate as. So enum impersonate, run that. So as you can see over here, we can execute as login over here, and when you are able to execute as login, it's basically that this one is for authentication, and we're able to impersonate grant. We are going to be able to impersonate the SA. So basically saying that we are going to be able to run commands as the SA. So the way that you can exploit this is by doing the exec as login. So if you do the exec has login, and we want to use the SA, so we want to impersonate the SA. And as you can see over here, we are logged in as Miguel Carrera, but whenever we execute as login as SA, it's going to give us access to the SA. And here we go right here, see how it changed. And the SA is basically in the it's like a local admin in here basically. So now what we can do is that we can enable the XP CMD shell. So if we do the enable XP CMD shell, this one is going to allow us basically to run Windows commands. So if now we do the XP underscore CMD shell, and let's say like who am I, we are going to be able to see that. If we see instead of who am I, you can do like IP config, or if I spell that correctly, there we go, you can see the IP address. You can also see the host name. So basically it's going, it allowed us to run command line host name, and there we go, Yonkers. So we are in the Yonkers.north.newyork.local server, which is running the SQL server. So looking good. So the XP CMD shell allowed us to run CMD commands, so which is really cool. So now that we are logged in as the SA, this time we can enumerate the logins and see that part. So enum logins, and in here it gives us a lot more information than before, because we were only able to see some of them, not all of them. Let's go ahead and do like exit. Oh, that kick us out. Let's just do, we are as, because Miguel Carrera is also just a guest. So if we do an enum and we do login, you can see that we are only able to see a group, built-in users, the SA, which is a SQL login, so a local login, and Miguel Carrera, which is a Windows login. But if we do the, let's go ahead and basically impersonate the SA one more time. Let's do exec SA login as the SA. And if we run the enum logins, we are going to see a lot more in here. We can see the SQL underscore SBC, which is probably the one running this SQL service. SQL writer, so a couple of NT servers in here. Vagrant, we see the NT authority system in here. We see Elena Lopez, Miguel Carrera, and Claudio Ortiz. But what we are interested in is we want to see who are system admins in here. And we see that Elena Lopez is a system admin, and also the SA is a system admin, of course. So those are the ones that have the highest privilege in here, the system admin. You can also see who is disabled, security admin, server admin, setup admin, and all that. But the highest one is the system admin, and you can see that the user Elena Lopez is a system admin in here. So looking good. So that's just also, part of the enumeration. I mean, we were able to basically impersonate the system admin. But if you see that Elena Lopez is a system admin as well in here, she probably is going to have more access, maybe like domain admin access or something like that. So something that you want to, write down or something like that if you get a hold of her credentials. So this is it for this video, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying this video, and I will see you on the next one, where we are going to be doing some coerce and relay with responder, which is my favorite. I will see you guys. Bye-bye. Hi, in this video, we are going to take a look at coerce and relay for MS SQL. And, MS SQL can also be used to coerce an NTLM authentication from the MS SQL server. And the incoming connection will be from the user who run the MS SQL server. And in our case, any user like the Miguel Carrera, for example, we can get an NTLM authentication. either Miguel Cabrera or Miguel Cabrera is going to be a guest. And you guys are going to see that, or you guys have seen that before. So let's go ahead. First of all, let's go ahead and set up the responder over here. And whenever we are using responder, you will need to do it from the lab machine, from the lab Parrot OS lab machine, because from the VPN you won't be able to get any NTLM authentication through to responder. So let's go ahead and connect to it. Okay. Go in, so we are in. And also let's go ahead and do a locate responder, because I want you guys to show you. So I want to show you my configuration to make sure that you guys have the same one. Over here you can see that everything is on, so just make sure that everything is on before you start our responder. So just making sure that it's the same as what we got in here for it to work. All right, so we need to run this as a super admin. And I forgot what's the, let's do an IPA, because I forgot what's the, okay, EMP0S3, that's the one that we need to do. So let's go ahead and let's do a sudo responder again, capital I, and it's going to be this guy over here, the ones that the interface that has the 192.168.56.31. Okay, so it needs to super admin. There we go. Or super user, we're getting some that we got before. That's fine, but the ones that we want to get is the ones that we haven't added yet. So let's go ahead and run this one. We're going to authenticate with Miguel Cabrera, and we're going to log in. Cool. Then after that, we are going to have to execute a master with xp_dirt3. This one over here. And whenever we execute this, it should send an authentication to the to responder. So let's go ahead and run this guy. There we go. It was sent. So it was captured. As you can see over here, since I've done this before, it is going to be in. It's already captured. So we are going to have to go and find that. So if it was captured before. Therefore, let's see, we can go to see all the NTLM hash. If you're already captured, if you don't know what it is, if you go to the cd, change directory, user, share, responder, logs, let's do a list. It's going to be for the .22 because that's the SQL server is. You can do a cat. And here it is. For the SQL server, you can see the hash in here. You can try to crack this with hashcat if you want to. I'm not going to do it, but that's how you find it. If you already, if it says that it's skipping it, it still saves everything in here. You can see for the .11 also in here. If you want to do, which we have done before previously, right? There's a lot of it because it keeps capturing the same. It keeps capturing the same stuff from before, even if it is it's still the same one. As you can see over here is the same one for Fernando Alonso and Matias Almonte is the same one. But yeah, that's how you basically find it. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hey guys, in this video we are going to be abusing the trusted links. So basically servers that have a trust, right, that we are going to be able to basically authenticate to another server. So we are going to be in the Yonkers server, and we are going to be able to hop into the Salisbury server. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And for that, we're going to be authenticating with Elena Lopez. Password processor 1, Elena Lopez. User, we were able to, I think the way that we obtained this password was that we cracked it through hashcats. We caught it through NTLM, I think it was. I cannot remember how we got that password, but here we are. So you want to do this, and you want to go ahead and do the enum links, right? The trusted links. And as you can see over here, you can see that the Salisbury, the Maryland, the local has a trust with the Yonkers, which is where we are. And you can see that Elena Lopez has that, or Elena Lopez has that trust, right? The remote login, and the remote login is the SA. So basically, we are going to be able to authenticate with Elena Lopez to the Salisbury. And you can see that Elena Lopez is basically a North New York local user, but it's going to be able to authenticate to the Salisbury server. So, and the way that you can exploit this is that you can do the user underscore link Salisbury over here. And as you can see over here, it's going to put us in the, so user, oh, I said user, I say use link. It needs to be use link. There we go. So now before, as you can see over here, we were in the North domain, and now we are in the Salisbury, and we are at the SA, because you can see over here the remote login for that is going to be the SA. So we are basically hopping into the other server, which is the Salisbury, but we are authenticating using the SA basically. So Elena Lopez is able to hop into the Salisbury as the SA remote login, which is really cool. So now from here, what we could do is we can go ahead and enable XP underscore CMD shell beans, and then we can just execute an XP underscore CMD shell, and you can say, who am I? You can see that you are the Maryland SQL server, and if you say, what's the host name for this guy? We are in the Salisbury server, and if you do an IP config just to double verify, you can see that we are in the .23, and we log into the 192.168.22 server, which is a Yonker server in the North New York local domain. But we were able to hop to the Salisbury server because there was a trust link between the Salisbury and the Yonker server, and that trust link, it was the user Elena Lopez that had that trust between those two server, right? The user Elena Lopez was the one that was able to authenticate, and the authentication happened with the remote login of the SA of the Salisbury server. Hopefully that wasn't that confusing. If you guys have any questions, just go ahead and shoot me. Just go ahead and leave comments, whatever you want. But this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying all the videos that I put together for you guys. And if you guys bought the lab, thank you guys very much. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it, and I will see you on the next one, which we're going to be doing a command execution to shell on the Yonker server. I will see you in the next one, guys. Bye bye. How you guys are doing? In this video we are going to do a command execution to shell on the Yonker server from the MSSQL database. So as you saw before, we have command execution on the Yonker server, and we also have it on the Salisbury server, but we are going to focus on the Yonkers, and then in the next video we are going to be doing the Salisbury server. We have a Python script that I'm going to leave you guys on the description. It's going to be a link. You can go to a link. All the commands are going to be there, so you can execute all the same commands that I'm going to be executing. So for this to work, is that we're going to run a, the Python script is going to give us a base64 basically command that we can run through the MSSQL server. We are going to connect to the service, to the MSSQL service, and we are going to be running that command, which is going to give us a shell. And for this to work, I'm going to be doing nc nlvp. So this is going to be waiting for the shell that we're going to be catching soon. So let's go ahead and just start listening over here, and in this directory I have that Python script that we are going to be executing, and let's go ahead and do that. All you need to do is run it as Python 3 shell 64.py. You can name it whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you name it. Just make sure that this is that you run this from the Parrot OS VM machine that we have on the lab. So you need to connect to the lab machine and run this there, and also this one is to be on the lab machine. Actually, you can. It might work. I do have a firewall, so it might block it between the VPN and the lab machine. So it's probably going to drop it. So it's going to be better if you just connect to the lab machine and just do it from there. It should work. And the IP address of the lab machine is going to be 192.168.56.31. And I don't think it's going to change. And I want to see port 4444, and it's going to give us this command that we want to execute. So let's go ahead and copy this bad boy. So now what we need to do is, let me go ahead and save this command. We're going to have to run we are going to connect to that database as Elena Lopez. So let's go ahead and do that. The MS SQL client was not found. Did I spell something wrong? MS SQL. I forgot an L over here. Let me make sure that I correct that on my commands so you guys don't run into the same issue. Let's go ahead and go up. There we go. Now we are connected as Elena Lopez. So in here, all we need to do is do an XP CMD shell because it's already enabled. We enabled it before. And now we are going to just copy this command over here. Paste it, run it. And as you can see, it is hung. That means that we have a shell. There we go. Connection to 192.168.56.31 from 192.168.56.22. So if we do a who am I, you can see the host name. You can see the IP config. IP config. There we go. So we are good to go here. You can do also a who am I. Oh, see if we have it's a built-in user, NT authority service. So we have some also SE impersonate is enabled. Really interesting for privilege escalation. So we are good to go. So now we can just cancel this over here. We still have our shell, or should have it. Yep, we still have it. Okay, so yeah, this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoy this MS SQL command execution to shell in the Yonkers server. On the next video, we are going to be doing it on the Salisbury server, which is only going to require one more step so we can get to the Salisbury server. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, on the previous video we were able to do a command execution to shell on the Yonkers server, and now on this video we are going to be doing it on the Salisbury server, and all it requires is just one extra step so we can get there. So therefore, let's go ahead and run that Python script that we ran before. So Python 3, what is a shell, 64.py, 192.168.56.31, and let's go ahead and run another port 4455, which is fine, right? So from over here, we got that. So over here we are going to be running the for us to catch that shell. So we are going to be running the NC and LVP and 4455, right? Because that's the port that we ran over here. Cool. So now we are going to authenticate with Elena Lopez, and that's not the right command. I spelled that incorrectly again. I have to fix that on my commands. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. I don't know why I have Python 3. There we go. It's fixed for you guys. You're welcome. Now we're going to be using the use link Salisbury, because remember that Elena Lopez has access or has a trust. There's a trust link between the Yonkers and the Salisbury server, and the Elena Lopez is the user that has access to the Salisbury server from the Yonkers server, and that Elena Lopez user from the North domain has it has the authorization to log in to the Salisbury server, which is in another domain in the Maryland, the local domain, and it's going to be able to authenticate with the SA with the Maryland, the local, on the Maryland, the local domain. So if we go paste this over here, use link Salisbury. Now we can see that the Elena Lopez has the access, or we have the access now. We are on the Salisbury server over here. If we do an XP underscore CMD shell, and we do who am I, or if you spell it correctly, cool, you can see we are in the Maryland domain. If we do a host name, you got to do it through the XP underscore CMD shell. We can see we are the Salisbury. If we do ipconfig, we can see that are in the 192.168.56.23. So now we are going to be running this command over here so we can catch that shell on that server. Really powerful, right? And we are going to be pasting it over here. And you can see that it's hung. That means that we got a shell. Here we go, from the 192.168.56.23. ipconfig, host name, and who am I? There we go. So who am I? SQL SQL underscore SVC on the Maryland domain. We can see we are the Salisbury server, which is in the Maryland domain. IP address 192.168.56.23. Who am I? Oh, we can see that we have in the groups that we are, and you can also see the privilege name, the privilege information, which is really useful for privilege escalation if you want to do that. So this is it for this video, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video, and I will see you on the next one. Bye bye.